o'clock, we'll look for the month-over-month print there. Separately, Netflix getting a big upgrade from Goldman Sachs. They're looking possibly here to add 1.7 million subs this quarter. Oil moving up big as Saudi Arabia extends its cuts and Russia announces 500,000 barrels per day. Coinbase to the downside as Piper Sandler sees possible 25% side down move as a result of the SEC's ongoing regulatory issues with Coinbase. Rivian, big upgrade today from Needham as Amazon announces it is using 300 of its cars. We'll have that and much more, guys. It is Wednesday, July 5th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, markets decidedly to the red there, guys. 0.5% down for the S&P and the Dow. The NASDAQ not faring much better with a 0.6% down move. Toronto also in the red, but crude decidedly there to the high side on its own, 2.25% on the back of cuts from the OPEC Plus members. Bitcoin, Ethereum, both down, guys, as Coinbase, gets another downgrade. S&P in the red, NASDAQ in the red. What do we got on slate for today, guys?
Well, what we got on slate is a fun day. Obviously, the markets are still moving. Rivian's still higher. And quite frankly, I hope everyone had a fantastic 4th of July. If you're not American or Canadian, I hope you had a fantastic weekend anyways, because if you're trading the U.S. markets, you had a day off yesterday, and we're right back at it here again today. Rivian's up 4%. Randy came by, and he's like, yeah, Rivian's doing okay. What are they up, like 4% on the last week? I was like, no, try 50%, Randy. So Rivian, lots in the news. They get an upgrade, but the other story, of course, is they're rolling out their delivery trucks, their Amazon delivery trucks in Europe as of today. So a little bit faster than expected. The stock has been on an absolute tear. You can see that one on the daily. Should be, like I said, should be an interesting day. You have some pent-up, I suppose, demand for trade, for lack of a better word, as markets were closed yesterday. And Apple is closing back in the wrong direction on that $3 trillion mark. So that it was a great breakout. You saw a little bit of weakness for it on Monday, and we'll see if it can hold on to that 191, which is the $3 trillion mark on Apple. Like we said, lots to get to. It's still going to be a lot about the EVs and crypto. Still some of the biggest movers out there, Sean.
Yo, yeah.
Sit up.
I think it's bear. I think we're pretty bearish today, down 0.61 here. NASDAQ looking to bounce off 15.2, so we'll see if that level can hold right here today. And I think that's going to be nothing on the imbalance locator. I always have it up here off the open. But here's the NASDAQ. So here's 15.2. We're just writing the sticky note right now. I mean, obviously on the half day on Monday, we hung out up here. Now you're coming back down to the downside. We've broken through some support at 15.3, but you're still in the middle. You're at 15.270. So I'm still looking at this 15.200. Welcome to the show one more time here today. It's 8:33. Should be an exciting day. I'm looking forward to a couple different names. That Rivian was really moving, obviously, there last week, as Neil was just mentioning. Then today, getting that upgrade plus 300 of their trucks being used, or vans being used there with Amazon. So I think that's always going to be a good story there for Rivian. I still like Tesla down here as well. I say down here, but you're doing nice today. Only down point. Actually, now you're down. Oh yeah, I got to get rid of that wick, I guess. Right there, but okay, there it is. So it's a nice move back up. I thought we were down a little bit more than that. Nice move back up to 278. We're going to watch out for this 275 area from Monday as well. But yeah, so far, I don't know where my Monday day is here, but so far so good. I thought I had discount holidays.
The problem? You have to zoom. If you zoom it out,
yeah, then it will. But I had unhook holidays, but there.
It's weird. It has. My charts have the same thing.
Okay, there it is. There's the holiday yesterday. So anyways, welcome to everybody here. It should be a good day. Oil moving around too. We didn't mention that, but we'll have a look at that today as the NASDAQ is pushing a little bit lower. It should be a good one. Apple also near that 190. AMD and NVIDIA moving around here too. So, every day is a new day, but every day seems to be the same kind of name. So we're going to watch out for NASDAQ down here at 15.2. I'll be looking at that and then putting some XOM, some Chevron, Oxy also today with some moves. So I'm just in the middle of writing the sticky note. Welcome to everybody. Shout out to you, Bears vs. Bulls.
Speaking of AMD, Sean, Northland Capital giving it an upgrade today from, I believe, upgraded to outperform. Also, price target upgrade to 150 from 81. So chips, well, they're not strong. No, it's AMD that's bucking the chips trend here because they're all to the downside. Now, the news headline on this is China may respond to the GPU export ban that the White House intends on putting in by having a raw material ban for the manufacturing of chips in response to that. So chips red on the day, except if you're AMD right now, guys. What's it look?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying it's not red, but it's pretty much exactly flat. AMD is up 0.1% precisely, and that's because there was a bit of a bump pre-market there. Like you mentioned, caught a bit of an upgrade. There was two levels to look at. One, I guess, 115 on Monday when it broke out from there, and then you got a 117 top that it got into. Early pre-market, I guess they ran away from 115 and then trying to go 117 again. So this is a name that's been bouncing after a pullback. You can see it bouncing off the 50-period simple moving average on the daily. And if you look at that as a double top and consolidation underneath about 120 lower, it could be coming into that resistance zone again. So a few good days in a row here for AMD, getting into that double top. You're getting some tit for tat, and we're going to get a lot of these headlines when it comes to China and chips and the materials that they're restricting the export of. Okay, fine. It's not going to be a big deal for now unless things really escalate. But yeah, you're going to get a lot of these headlines. I don't know if that's going to be the case as to why some of these chip names are weak. I feel like that's not really the story because NVIDIA down 1% when the market's down 0.6, or the NASDAQ's down 0.6. Well, it's off some pretty big highs anyways. So you would expect on any red days, a name which has been flying like an NVIDIA might outpace the market. So it could just be more of like the big cap tech and a strong sector pulling back a little bit. If there's one to watch, if we have a green day today, I mean, 117 AMD looks pretty good for a breakout style play. But as I showed you here with NVIDIA, that 420 mark, which has been a pretty decent level in both directions, we are at it right now. Like this one is going to get pretty simple. If we don't hold that at the open on 420, each time we've fallen underneath that level, we've gotten down at least close enough to 400. And then that 406 mark, which represents $1 trillion in valuation, that would be an obvious support area as well. But if you don't hold on to 420 at the open, I can't see NVIDIA having an inside day. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it should be good. We'll wait to see for NVIDIA. I have it marked down as well down here. I mean, if you're going to trade relative strength, we talk about that all the time. So let's just wait to see if this market does rally. I think you want to be long on AMD. So I'm going to wait for that 116.50 part right there that we sort of made on Monday morning before dumping it out. Then we never really got going through 116 here. So I think I like this 116 for a breakout. And like Neil said, you have NVIDIA, you have a bunch of different names here that just aren't performing the same today. As AMD, NVIDIA down that 1%, AMD flat. I actually didn't look at Intel yet. I only really look at those two major ones and sometimes some Micron, which has been trading different as well. That's down 0.77. So, yeah, weakness, we know where to go. I think it would be Intel and Micron especially hasn't been that great. And today, Micron, is that updated? 0.77? Okay, same as Intel. I like those names for short, but if we're going to trade some strength, we have to trade on AMD. So I think AMD today is going to be the one to watch. But it is pulling back a little bit now too. So watch out for this NASDAQ. We could be a negative day. I'm going to go bearish today, although all the ideas I have on the sticky note are long. But Apple breaking this 190, I think is something that I don't know if it's going to happen today, but that's something that we want to watch out for. That's been a good. I mean, when you're taking out huge levels like that and then staying above it, you want to. I mean, you'd like to see a retest to make sure that it can hold that. So I feel like that could happen pretty early, this 190 retest. If it does happen and you want to get out at 190, I think that's the right move. But wouldn't be surprised if we can hold somewhere down here, 188.50, 189. Remember, like, Apple's only down a little bit here, and it's still down $1, right? So you can get, it's flat. This name could make that move down. Like if the NASDAQ continues to move down, they could start to sell Apple like we saw on Monday. Keep thinking it's Friday, but on Monday. So I'm looking for Apple down at 190. I think that's going to be a good buy.
86.2%. That's what odds makers are predicting the chances are we get another 25 bips in July, the July 26th meeting. Why is that important? Well, today we have the FOMC meeting minutes to be released at 2 p.m. That was with respect to the meeting that took place June 13th and 14th. During that time, you'll recall Fed Chair Powell surprised markets by saying that there were likely 2 more rate increases on the table. In addition, that rates would be higher for longer, that there would be no rate hike, no rate cuts this year. That was called the hawkish pause. What was today, guys?
The Fed speak and all that nonsense about like making up acronyms, or you're not supposed to call it whatever. You know, you can't say pivot, so you use the word pause. I don't know. Who cares? Like, at the end of the day, it's way too much like tit for tat and semantics around it. What's more interesting, as far as I'm concerned, is just like the market's reaction to where we're at. Like, it doesn't matter how stern, I suppose, the Fed has been in saying don't fight it. We're still possibly having another couple more cuts. This is not over. And on top of that, you've even had some members hint that when they do eventually stop for good, let's just say, the rate hike cycle, that you could be ending up at that top for a while, right? They're even telling you don't look forward to rate cuts anytime soon. Well, the NASDAQ's almost at a double top anyways, right? So the NQ within spitting distance of getting back up to some those highs from June. If we get there, it's hard to imagine there isn't a little bit of punch through and I just want to call it, it's like a natural resistance zone. And there's way too many names that have been kind of rallying and running that have gotten to big monster levels in a higher time frame at the same time that you're getting to a topping area on the NASDAQ. The one notable exception, oddly enough, is Tesla. The Tesla actually has 10 to 15% to go till it gets to a similar type high. But I just think you're rounding into a zone where it feels like, I don't know how deep it'll be, I'm not here to predict that, but you're getting a little bit of a pullback in the market. And when you throw out, and we were just talking about Apple, but it's the first example that comes into mind, you know, if it doesn't hold on to that trillion mark, it had just made the breakout to 3 trillion mark, so it was grinding higher, makes a breakout, gets to that 195, and immediately retesting back at that 191. That's the kind of thing, if you don't hang on to that, you could really be heading for a bit of a downturn overall. So we got to be more fearful about where the market is in general in terms of the levels as day traders than trying to read too much into what the Fed is or isn't going to do. Okay, fine, we'll probably get some more rate hikes, but does the market really care too much about that going into this? I don't think so.
I'm still looking for, I'm still looking for some strength in the market, but I do think it was a pause, right? Because if they're going to reactivate and restart to raise it, you said 83% or 87%.
Yeah,
so it looks like, yeah, I mean, the market knows about that. I don't know if we're going to come up with a recession. I mean, people keep talking about a hard landing. Looks like a soft landing to me here as the NASDAQ continues to make higher highs. But, I mean, we're still bouncing up again. I said higher highs there, but we're still bouncing up against some support. Neil just talked about that a little bit. I still think Apple's a pretty strong name. But I still think you want to trade. I mean, I know Neil just talked about Tesla, and honestly, it's like, just keep trading the strong names. I mean, this name's breaking out. Another name today, Netflix. I mean, look, we talk about the names that are really dragging forward the market, and it's the big ones, right? It's the Teslas, it's the NVIDIA, it's Apple, it's Google. It's that 7 names, Amazon as well, and Netflix is breaking out higher here as well. So there are names. The average name on the S&P 500 is under 3% this year. It's just a lot of these names that we continue to look at and continue to trade for strength are exactly that. They just continue to be so strong. Like Netflix dips down here into this 420, 415 area, then it just takes a matter of 4 or 5 days before we're right back up to that high again, right? And try to take it out of 450. So I just feel like any sort of a strong name out there, once it gets some good news behind it, it just continues to rally higher. So what's going to bring the NASDAQ down? We sort of know what the Fed is going to do. It's going to probably have to be some kind of a recession that's hit out here. I don't know, when's the train going to stop? I mean, I always think that we're going to be looking short. We did have some great pullbacks. We had a great pullback in AMD. But did anybody buy the dips there? I mean, to me, that was pretty hard to do, although it goes right into the 50 period. I was thinking more to come down there. You went from 130 down to 105. That's 25% down in about a week and a half on AMD. But did you buy the dip? You know, because if you didn't, then right now you're wondering, uh-oh, are we going back up to 130, where potentially you get that FOMO again, and do you get trapped up there then by buying it up at the top, or do you just continue to buy on all these dips? And then when you do buy on the dip, is that true? Because we're going to have here the NASDAQ NQ $F. I'm just going to get the continuous contract up here for you guys so we can see exactly what's been happening with the NASDAQ. Like, look at this. Every time it drops down, there's that 15,000 sort of. Why can I never pull that right there? Okay, so here's 14.8. You know, we dipped down, we bought that back up. Maybe one more dip, and then we can test down here, get back to the 50 period. But you're still, this is view up. You're still riding it all the way to the upside. It's nicely done there. The 200 period's now all the way down to 12.45. I mean, I remember not too long ago we were looking at 12s and 13s here on the NASDAQ. Now you're up to 15 and change, and then bouncing off of highs again here. So something has to send this market down. I mean, oil's been sort of down near the bottoms as well. That's obviously helped the NASDAQ. We have US dollar strength happening. So Sharif's computer is frozen over there. So we're going to have to, are we still throwing back to you then?
It's Elsa's fault.
Oh, okay. Rob's on. Okay, here's Rob. Who the hell's Elsa? Oh, from Frozen.
Yeah, you know, come on.
Oh, her computer's frozen.
Boom.
Okay. I thought there was someone in the chat talking about that.
It's only my second
Elsa,
coffee.
and then it's Anna.
Yeah, Elsa and Anna.
Which one's your daughter's favorite?
It goes back and forth, but she has an entire,
we had Anna for one of her birthdays.
she tells us that she comes from Elsa World. So
Okay.
she's like, yeah, mommy gave birth to
she's
me,
more Elsa.
but I came from Elsa World. But when she watches the movie, she likes Anna,
Yeah.
and her first the first dress she loved was the well, you guys gave us the Anna
Yeah,
dress.
Anna
And so
dress, that's why, yeah.
And Anna, if you watch those movies, is I think the hero of the
Yeah, well, she's
story.
always there saving
she's
Elsa.
saving
I haven't
everything.
watched that movie in a long time, but I think we watched it over 150 times, all the different Frozen
At
stuff like that.
least.
Because we are traveling and we have the things in the back, the monitors and everything like that.
That's
so
the
they're
word.
just watching DVDs or iPads or whatever with all that kind of stuff.
DVDs.
Blu-rays? I don't know.
I think-
We
is
were
it
talking about this the other day. I think as long as you have a PlayStation of some sort, you could probably play a
Yeah.
DVD or a Blu-ray player. But like, if someone gave me a DVD right now, I know I have nothing plugged in that could play it.
Well, we were talking about it.
Other than this PlayStation.
My wife found it. She found our Blu-ray player. I forget what it was. It was something that she wanted to watch. She found
Yeah.
a Blu-ray player, hooked it up so Aaron could watch it. It might have
Well,
been.
I mean, wonder what it could have been. It must
I
have
don't
been-
remember.
It had to be an old movie.
But we have everything. Like
I know.
everything's on Disney or
Everything
something.
you can find.
Like you don't have to worry about anything. So
Streaming somewhere.
we're just gonna. I mean, obviously we'll let Sharif figure things out. But I saw someone in the chat say, "What about Meta?" We were just talking about big cap tech and didn't mention Meta. I don't know. So Meta's got the Threads is launching tomorrow, I want to say. So that would be their Twitter competitor. Threads will be launching. It's kind of like their Instagram, Twitter battle of Royale, I suppose. This is really good timing for this cage match that you have them going at it for this anyways. But if you look at what Meta's been doing, it has not been breaking either. But look at the nice channel it's in on the daily, and then I can zoom in on the 15 to show you. Every time we've gotten to this 290 area, it's just been a huge fade. Now 284 has been pretty solid, but I only want to, like, it didn't get there on Monday, but if you look at the consolidation on Friday, they're off that 284 level, pretty solid. And the day before, it had fallen apart underneath 284 and then immediately reestablished. So the 84 level could be solid at the open. See if it comes down in there and wants to test it. It gives you a couple of bucks. But if it runs into 290, I don't understand how you're not looking to fade that particular level. It's just an obvious level there to be watching. What else do we have here? Momo's asking about Disney, but quite frankly, there's another thing I wanted to get to. I don't think this is one, we talk about EVs all the time. Eyeballs on NIO. On Monday, look, some of these Chinese names had some really wild action while everything else was running, right? Like everything, Rivian was super strong, breaking out. You had breakouts in Lucid, you had breakouts to the left of them, right of them, it was all great. And then NIO broke support, broke $10, actually fell all the way to $9.80 after being at $10.50. It's still down today, but it's back underneath that $10 level. So you've had 2 trading sessions in a row with a huge rejection of a strong run early on NIO. If it cannot hold on to this breakout, well, if it breaks 10, gets through that afternoon high for the morning, like 10.10 here. If it can't get through this, you could definitely see NIO retracing. I've got these 9, like the 885 and just above 9 for support down there that I'd look for some longs on NIO if it got down there. But yeah, I might be thinking about a short if it fails this break. But if it holds above 10, then I think it's a nice little wipeout bottom that there's some longs. I just don't want to be long underneath $10 unless it's out in front of 9. If we break 10, hold above 10.10, and start holding above that area at the open, I think the longs can be okay. Just be wary of that failed breakout at the open because they've been nasty on this stock. Every time it's made a reversal in the first half an hour, it's gone all the way back. And on Monday, it was all the way back and then some.
Yeah, just be careful with some of the names that maybe aren't moving as much as you think here today, because you can always get hurt by trading names that are a little. I mean, I think the volume would be fine today, but you know, you definitely want to make sure that you're trading names that have been moving around. I mean, SoFi's been a good one as well. Looking at this, I mean, an $8 level right here on the daily chart for SoFi. I know there's a lot of traders that have been looking at this. It's come back in. I mean, this is why it's good. Like, it's come back in, it's hit 8, it's gone back up to 9, it's come back in again right there, hit it again, back up, right? And now you're dancing around the middle of 850. So for this name, whether or not you like the long or the short, I think it's going to give you some good opportunities here today. Look at $8. Goes all the way back to June. That's August of last year, of course. Then February. And we're talking about with this June is that breakout right there of $8 all the way up to 10 on good earnings, coming down all the way from 450 back in May for SoFi. Then you get that student debt, you know, cancellation, or that was a weird story of that one there. So we're gonna have to wait to see, excuse me, what's up with that there. Frog in my throat. I feel completely fine. Down there to $8. So I think that's a good one there for SoFi. As the voice is getting more raspy here right now, but that's a good little level there. So that's a name to look at. One thing that we will talk about. We're just getting, I guess, Sharif. I don't know what you did there, man. The problem is he loaded up Instagram, then all these things started popping up. Like,
well,
you know,
I mean, what are you going to do?
You know what they do on his Instagram account? So there it is. But look at Rivian, man. Rivian, this is just right up to the upside. This is going to be a name that we're going to talk about here today. Getting upgraded, talking about Amazon using 300 of their vans are now going to be in use there. But, you know, Randy came through and we did talk about it a little bit. It's pretty expensive, man, to sit there. Apparently a Rivian truck over 100 grand right now. But hey, money ain't a thing, right? I mean, I can't believe some of the prices of some of these cars that seem to be rolling out. Whether or not it's going to be affordable or not for the average person, I'd say no. But for something like an Amazon that I believe still has interest in Rivian, that's definitely sparking this rally. But look where you're running right into. This is what I want to get to. January, February highs. We've already been here before. We've already made beautiful bottoms there on the EV space. So I think if you've missed it, probably let it cool down a little bit, come back into 16, 17 if you really like this name. But Rivian again today, delivering trucks, Amazon using them, upgrades coming through. So we really like Rivian, but for now, it is stalling a little bit at this 20 to 21 level with a little bit of a pullback. I mean, it's not pulling back, but it is. Like, we were at 21.30. We've already touched 20.30. That's down $1 off 20. So it's not like it's you know, easy money, but you could get a drop down into 20. And then what I was going to look at here was this level rate from Monday. Was 1950. Maybe we get a pullback. I don't think we're going to go red on the day with that kind of a news, but if we get a pullback into 20, you can use 1950 as some support. I'm surprised I'm not long Rivian right now, but at the same time,
it doesn't feel as strong.
It doesn't feel like it did on Monday or whatever.
Yeah, on Monday it felt a lot stronger in the pre-market.
Well,
right?
because we were breaking that 19. That's why I think.
Yeah, like in the morning. Yeah, exactly. Like in the morning on Monday, like at the open, you were essentially breaking, like you're breaking out this 18. I mean, it was just so nice. And then you got into like 19 early in the day. You're now gapping like $2 higher off that 20. And the other issue with Rivian is if you look at the simple moving average, that's 21 bucks on the daily chart. If you look at the exponential, Sharif was saying it's at 22. I have a simple moving average, but whether it's 21 or 22, that's exactly where we just got to in the pre-market. And it's this high going back into February. So you know, it's a little bit more difficult to want to chase it in the long up here, knowing that you've got on the daily some resistance. That's why I do like the 20 into 19.5 where we closed as a bit of a dip zone. There's someone just asked, like, what do we think about Nikola? And I love the response that Nikola Jokic is the greatest player in the NBA right now. I think that's pretty undisputable. If you win 2 out of 3 MVPs and then throw a championship at it, then you are the best player in the league. And I think it's pretty hard to dispute that. The stock, however, that's a different story. Nikola Jokic is the best. I don't want to say that Nikola in the alternative Because, look, in the EV space, is it the worst? Probably not, because Lordstown's going bankrupt, right? And there's other names out there. I don't want to harp on anybody else, but yeah, it's probably not the worst. It has been breaking out after that dollar move, but you got some issues. I mean, they're selling off the Romeo Power. They're talking about there's a battle between Milton and the board with regards to further dilution, which quite frankly they probably have to do just so they can play out the string, and they need the money, they need the cash at this point. So I'm looking at 150 today. Like, we had that great run, fine. It made that squeeze, 50 cents, broke a dollar, got to 180. Then you had a lower high at 150, and you just put another one in there on Monday this week. So if we get anywhere close to that 150, I think that's a fade on Nikola. It is an upward trend where to take out 150, maybe you do see that 180 level. But yeah, you get a nice little bounce. You're putting in a lower high right now off of it. Just a little bit further. I was looking for probably something north of 142, like in this area, to try and fade this stock. But I think I'll be taking a few shots at the short. As long as we're underneath that 150, I do want to be selling short some Nikola here today. Paid for my locates. I think they were pretty much close to free.
Okay, I was going to say, are we throwing it back to Sharif? But we are not yet.
I wasn't sure.
No, that's okay. I wasn't sure as well. Okay, that's Rivian there. You guys want to talk about something? People asking about Disney maybe. DWAC is gone. What do you mean DWAC is gone?
No.
Yeah, 15. That doesn't seem right to me.
I'm checking.
I'm going to check now too. I don't know. Ever since I can't use TweetDeck anymore because it's
mine is so bad.
It's not that. It's like the pinned is at the top. So now I can't. I don't know. I can't get rid of it. Okay, so DWAC here. Let's just figure out what's happening here. 937. Partner of Trump Social Media Corp proposes 18 million settlement to SEC. Oh yeah, there was something last week about them being investigated. The founders being investigated for like a false SPAC, like that it was never going to get to.
Well, there was some insider trading with it, but it looks like they have an agreement with the SEC, but they're clashing with Trump Network over a merger extension. So that's what I'm getting from Open Outcrier saying that. But that's 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, you know what it is. I mean, it's moving now, just right now, but it was moving before. So you know what I think it is. We've talked about this before. I think it has to do with Twitter and their rate. Remember, the Twitter starting now, unless you're a verified account, you can only see 800 tweets a day. So it's
of course. Yeah,
it's rate limited now. So I'm wondering that if maybe DWAC got a few more downloads over the weekend, possibly. I did hear something about that. But this must be the settlement. Only $18 million or something like that. Doesn't seem like a very large amount. But here goes DWAC right now, taking it out. Yeah, I was just wondering if it's because Twitter's going through all these changes, potentially people going over to DWAC. It's here in Canada, it's not a thing.
This story, the Twitter story, that's perfect timing for Meta to be releasing threads. Quite frankly, it's like you have the maximum frustration for some people with Twitter.
Yeah, the tweet limitations.
Obviously, this weekend with decide you have to have an account, and then you can only look at so many tweets if you're not verified, and then you have. And we've seen accounts that are talking about, well, I can pay the $100, but if I want to send out a bunch of tweets, I'm not paying $5,000 a month, and that's a lot of companies are complaining about that. So maybe this alternative is going to make some sense. Maybe it gives a bit of a bounce to DWAC. I see that. I see this on DWAC up 22% doing volume,
nice.
And I want to pay for locates. It's only done 250,000 shares in volume. Like, it's light volume as usual on DWAC here. It's not much sustaining it, and here's like the 16 level. So it's getting to a level that if we're here at the open, I almost think 16, 18, 20, those are all fades for me. Sharif?
Yeah, guys, hey, computer's finally working. All right, time for upgrades and downgrades. AMD catching that upgrade today, was up 0.7 at the time of writing. Flat now. Netflix also seeing a good upgrade from Goldman Sachs, saying they could see 1.7 million subs this quarter. Rivian, as reported, 300 vans now being used by Amazon in Germany, also catching an upgrade and price target upgrade from Needham, not reflected there. Vana seeing a price target upgrade as well from Piper Sandler, Coinbase, United Steel, SPX Technologies, and Paramount, guys, to the downside.
Yeah.
Oh, you got me excited for a second. Carvana not moving. Okay, well, they're the big short interest, right? Like, you forget about we don't care about AMC and GameStop anymore because Carvana's got the 56 or 57% short interest and usually flies. But that would have been exciting because it's been bouncing off of 25 for a few days in a row now. It'd be nice to see if it can, hold 25, break back out, then you get that squeeze play, which everyone gets excited about because you can get these 10% moves with decent liquidity on it. On Carvana, yeah, nothing really happening. That's a little bit of a disappointment for me there. I would have, maybe it does a late move, holds 25 again, but every day that it sits here not breaking down is just coiling up. And then the next time it makes a run at that 27, if it can punch through, you already saw it reject 30. So there's 27 break, there's 30 break, probably 27.50 actually, now that I look at it. And then 30 break, hopefully. But no volume there, even with the upgrade, unfortunately.
The upgrade that I was looking at here today, and it's the #1 name on the sticky note. You can go find it, sticky note at tradertv. Sean, probably been retweeted by our main account, maybe not, who knows. Has it been retweeted? It doesn't matter. We'll talk about that after. Ramin there on the main account. Netflix today up to 445. So I think you're going to take out that 450 level right there. So we'll wait to see if it takes that out. I like that upgrade. Goldman Sachs today talking all about more subscriber growth coming potentially. And I was just looking up to see when they did report. So, we're getting into earnings season with the bank starting off this week. So there it is, July 19th. So you're only 2 weeks away now until Netflix reports. So if they're going to come through with higher expected subscribers, that's all that you really want for Netflix. That's all people are going to care about. Obviously, what was a value stock down there probably at, what was it, 100 and something bucks, whatever Netflix was at there at the bottom, 170. You're now at the 445. So all these names have come back into growth names. Where's the PE right there? 46. So obviously, you're not going to trade this as a value name. So you're looking for that growth in the subs. We're also looking for news on what's up with password sharing and how that's been going through as well. So obviously, if Goldman Sachs is sticking their neck out, upgrading these guys 2 weeks ahead of earnings, to me, that means they probably wind up beating. And, if Goldman's doing that, then I think you get right on board. So here's Netflix, the swoop. There it is again right now, looking to take it out. So we talked about smiley faces, taking out new levels. So there it is right there, makes that bottom at 410, 420, then right back up to 450 in just 1 week. So I like Netflix here, taking out that 450. We're definitely going to have this one on our mind today. $5 away, so it seems like it, needs to get there still. If the market's going to hang out downside, maybe we don't. But I'm not going short on Netflix today, not on that upgrade. So I will look to get a 450 break. Or if we could bottom out somewhere, give us some kind of a level to trade off of, that'd be great. But I like Netflix up here. It is a little expensive, obviously, approaching these levels. But hey, for trading, for a day, we'll take it. Just lower your shares. Like the spread rate here is 50 cents. I'm not going to take it in the pre-market, but once it opens up, if you're taking 100 shares of Apple at 190, then you could take 50 shares of this name at 400, right? You can roughly do that kind of stuff. You're taking Amazon, $100, 100 shares, maybe you then take 25 of this. So, spread out your risk, understand that it's going to move a lot more than the rest of them. But I like Netflix breaking out the top. It's a great upgrade there, and it makes sense. 2 weeks away from earnings, getting upgraded on subscriber growth. That's the number that everyone's looking for Netflix anyways. Daily active users, subscriber growth, and then what's going on with this paid subscription model. So I like Netflix up here. I don't think it's any reason to shy away from it here today.
All right, guys, the pre-market show brought to you by Search Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Let's have a look at the futures, guys. Yeah, as talked about this morning, the ES 0.54 to the downside. We're kind of like in no man's land here. We have to really look at it. We don't really have any support until maybe the 44.50 area, but the better area, quite frankly, is that 4,400. That is a ways away from where we are. Kind of hard to see, some support in this area, guys, but we'll see what the future brings.
Oh, there we go. As far as support goes, I know the ES, you're talking about it not having any support. I think when you look at the NQ, it's maybe a little bit different, and I have these from last week, quite frankly, just left them in there. Obviously, if we get to 15,000, everyone knows that that's a pretty big level, and it got held onto pretty decently. We spent all of a day and a half, barely even that, underneath 15,000, and then we battled back. I look at 15.1 is more of like 15.15 is more of like a loose level in there. We were rejecting it, then we broke that one out recently, and we haven't retested it back in. So I am watching that NASDAQ level a little bit more closely than the ES. So 15.150 and that 15,000. If we start bouncing off those, that's where I'd be looking for longs in some of those tech names.
All right, guys, let's start the rundown. First on the list, Netflix. We talked about this one. Goldman Sachs upgrading it from neutral, upgrading it to neutral from sell, raising the price target to $400 from $230, saying that they could see up to 1.7 million subs this quarter. It's bucking the trend at the moment, up 0.7. That 441 level, that's where we closed off, guys, currently trading at 444.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's holding pretty nicely up here, but the volume is never that great on Netflix. I just want to see if I can get my weekly chart up for you guys, some trade ideas on Netflix. You've been making this breakout. There we go. Come to my chart for a second, if we can. There we go. Yeah, so if you look at this and go all the way back into the beginning of 2022, like this one quadunk, or what do you want to call it, the first quadunk to the downside, managed to hold on to the 400 level, and then there was a retest back into 450 very, very briefly, and then we just flushed from there. So you're getting right back into some of that breakout support. You've held on to the 200 period moving average, consolidating. I have 448 as the local high. And I know it's a distinction without a difference. Oh, is this going to even zoom back out, my 15? I guess not. But we were recently testing 448, and we have a 448 pre-market high as well. If it holds above there, I think it's a foregone conclusion that it gets to that 50. When you don't usually trade that close to it without getting to it. I don't want to break at 9:30 on Netflix. Those have not necessarily gone that well for me. But if we're holding the bottom and then breaking out late, I like a 448 break. If we break this low, I like 440 in here. For 2 sessions in a row, you've had some significance to that price. You've had support. You had support absolutely fail, run away from it, and then hang right back out after recovering to the 440 level late on Monday. So if we do go dip buy hunting, I like the 440. It's a nice little round number for you to watch on Netflix. I mean, you mentioned Disney. I don't know if you went over the chart there, Sean.
No, I missed it.
If you're looking for a sympathy name that might have a chance to go, I have a crazy wick there on Disney, but it has been starting to get off of this nice little bottom. And it has a long way, like the 50 period has to go, $95 has to go, this bit of a double top, but it has held around this 87, 88 for quite some time. And on Monday, it topped at exactly $91. If Netflix is breaking 450 today, let's just say, I find it hard to believe that Disney couldn't take out 91. And it could be one of those, if the market wants to go up and if a similar name is going and you've missed out on that break, circle back to Disney for a 91 breaker. It's, $1 on Disney is probably really good. It's just a different kind of a beast. But that level's out there for you. I like Netflix a lot better for momentum. It's up today. Disney's actually down. But if there's a lagging move where Netflix is dragging some things to the upside, I could see Disney at 91 at least getting a little bit interesting.
So we talked about, we really like Disney. Disney and Netflix, both obviously they're on the streaming side of things. But we just talked about Netflix. I think 2 weeks ahead of their earnings, I think it's going to be a good little look there for them. Trying to go back up to the high side, take out that 450 today. So let's just watch to see if that happens. It's up 0.72, relatively strong against the red market here. I don't know if I'll slide this over so you guys can see the percentage there. So market down 0.56, Netflix up. So relatively strong, we like it. I would like to buy a dip somewhere into here. I don't know if we can, let's just see. I mean, we could get to 440, 438. I mean, it's not, this is where we closed, 441 on Friday, or Monday. So we can get back up to there as well. Let's just see if Netflix wants to do that. I like the name. This is what we have. We have 21 analysts as a buy, 20 as a hold, and 2 as a sell. So really no one's in here trying to sell Netflix, at least on the analyst side of things. Like I just said, Goldman now comes with an upgrade 2 weeks ahead of earnings, and they're talking about subscriber growth. I like the name. I think you buy dips. If this name's going to be relatively strong, against the rest, and this is where you want to be. So let's just see if Netflix can't drop down a little bit. We're watching that. I'm watching Tesla, Netflix, Amazon, Meta. I mean, all the usual suspects, but Netflix kind of joins the party today. So we'll wait to see about 450. That's all I can do about that. 450, or we attend it like at 9:45 or 10 o'clock. We have it written down, so we're going to make sure that we check back on Netflix, a name that we want to be strong on an upgrade today. So let's do that. Oil production cuts next here, Sharif.
Strong, Sean. Oil very strong, 2.5% to the high side. This is on news that Saudi Arabia will continue its cuts of 1 million barrels per day through the July-August period. Russia also coming out today and saying that it will initiate a 500,000 barrel per day cuts for that same period. It sent oil higher. You'll know that oil has been lagging. Looking at the daily chart, oil has not done well, finding a 67 bottom. Some equity names to look at: Oxy up 1/3%, CVX up 1/4%, and XOM up 1/5%. Guys, decidedly green.
Yeah, they're all definitely green. If you look at the channel, some of these charts are going to look the same. I'm going to pick XOM just briefly because you've gotten essentially $100. It's more like 102. It's just been bouncing back and forth. And if you look on the daily, the top of that range has been around 110. So we're at 107.80 right now. If I just take the midpoint of, there's a bit of a spread on the stock. And I don't want to say you don't want to diddle in the middle, but that's exactly what I get at here. Last 2 days, 107 support. If you like the long, that to me is where it's at. 107 bottom on Monday, 107 bottom on Friday as well. And lots of room to go till you get to 110. If it gets to 110, I think it's a bit of a fade there for XOM. This is never really something, like sometimes I'll look at Oxy at the open at 9:30, but this is more of a, if we catch ourselves trending, there's room to $110 on XOM, where I do think until a level like that breaks on the daily chart, you've been right to short it every time it's gotten there. So if you see that today, I think it's worth a look shorting it, especially if it's like in that midday, like lunchtime lull, and this is trading at 109.50 or something, I'd probably be looking for short.
Yo, what's up to Ponzi Fonzie? I'm going to do this for you.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
So Kat not here today, so that's why I had to do that to you, because you just said hola to Kat, and then you said no Kat. Yeah, that's right. So not here today. Hopefully going to be coming in tomorrow. So we'll wait for another return. And someone said that it was my first time ringing the bell on Friday, and you are right. And I said to Sharif, like, these guys miss nothing here. So I was like, what was I doing on Friday? That's right, because the midday show went to the close. So I was sitting here and I rang the bell. So that's why. All right. So I've been talking about this name over and over and over again. If you missed it, you missed it. If not, you're going to have a chance to buy it again probably at some point. You know, we talked about Chevron down there. We talked about a lot of these names getting lower and lower. But why not just buy XLE? I keep saying the same thing over and over again. You get a dividend with this name. Plus, you get all the holdings that you want. So everything that we're talking about, you get them right here. And it's outperforming. XLE just at bottom 77 up to 81 and actually holding out pretty good. Is it down on the year? Let's just check out what it's doing. I mean, we just talked about oil's relative weakness this year. And so, yeah, if you're in the oil space since January, we've talked about how much the NASDAQ is up and how much the S&P's been rallying because of so few names. Well, go find some value somewhere. And if you are doing that, probably in oil right now. Some of these PEs are so super low, but at the same time, we know that where this world's going, and they're trying to get carbon zero and all this kind of stuff. So you're gonna have to wait for oil names, and you just have to keep buying dips, and then maybe even just getting out or just holding out for that yield, right? And so that's going to be XLE. If you're saying what's XLE, well, it's a select spider fund, and right there, this is what we're talking about when you're buying it. Look. Just buy it. You get 22% of it is Chevron or is Exxon. The other 20% is Chevron. And then you get a little bit of everything else in here. Valero, if you're looking for refining. I mean, it's all right there. It's all the top names. They're all in here. And then I don't know if I go to overview. I just don't want anything to, I don't know what that's gross ratio. Okay. So not very big ratio there for expense. I was looking for the dividend. I will find it for you here. I do own it. I'm going to say it's 3 or 4%, but there it is. Oh no, that's EPS. I'll find the dividend on this one anyways. But I like XLE. Then you're not sitting here picking different names and worrying about earnings or buybacks or anything like that. I think if you're going to play in the energy space, the safest way to play it is, what is it, 4? The safest way to play it. I remember I was like, is it 3? Is it 5? So Neil just told me it's 4 right there. So a safe way to play the oil space and not having to worry about throwing darts at names, it's XLE. And you do have a good support level down here of $75. So, I've been buying some up, but it's it's just the same kind of percentage of my portfolio, like just percentage points on my total portfolio. But if you want to buy oil, I think it's safe to do this. I'm not, the only name that I buy over and over, not over and over again, but one of the names that I bought, you know, in my day, of course, is Enbridge. It's one of the first names I've ever bought, and it just continues to pay a dividend. I actually got my Enbridge bill today. I think it was $91 or something. So I keep paying that every single month. Enbridge, of course, the gas pipeline delivering all that nat gas and whatnot to you. So Enbridge, like it as a pipeline. Yeah, it's pretty low now too, down there. But hey, this is not as sexy. You know, right now to get into the to get into energy has not been great. So we'll hold off on Enbridge, but it's a name that I own.
Downgraded. Piper Sandler saying there's just too much uncertainty, citing regulatory headwinds. This is despite the fact that Coinbase was named as a partner by BlackRock and Fidelity for their spot Bitcoin ETF application last week to the SEC. Essentially, this is the look, down 3.5%. That's 77, holding as a base for now. If you had to look at the technicals, though, guys, we had a great day, July 3rd, that shortened trading day. We ended up at $80 we closed at.
Yeah, but you just have to watch it, that's all. Yeah,
so, look, Coinbase, I don't think I have to tell anybody that when we're at resistance on Coinbase, usually look for short, but we got to 80 on Monday. I keep, hopefully I don't make that mistake, because I keep wanting to say Friday, but it is Monday. We trade. It feels like the beginning of the week here, so I apologize in advance for that mistake when I make it time and time again. We closed at 80 on Monday. You catch the downgrade, fine. I guess that's one reason to look for the short. The lawsuit, another one. It's this BlackRock story and the 22% short interest, and ETF story, and partnering with them that's been the rocket ship for this name. But it has explosive downside if you catch the right levels. And I'm talking like that first 75 level a couple of times there. So if it's going to do the same thing at 80, well, we've run almost every single day you've run at the open on this stock, whether it's a monster run or it's just a slight one into a fade. If we do that today, that would be right into the teeth of this 80 level. So that's what I'm looking for. It is a bit of a flag break if we take out 77. I don't know if I want to punch short at 930, but I'm looking to short the pop on coin today. This is the first time that it's shown some real signs of weakness, I think, going into that open. So looking for the short makes sense to me. If you're thinking where could there be support if it gets out of hand, well, I don't think it goes 10% down. But if you look at the previous top on the daily, that's 73, which is 10% down from an 80 close. So if it were to go 10% down, the SSR balance would make a lot of sense here today on Coinbase as well. So I'm looking short underneath that 80 level, but if it goes 10% down, I just want to see it down 10%. If it happens, at that point, I'm looking to catch a bottom, just from a risk to reward standpoint. So a lot that I'm watching for on Coinbase at the open for multiple areas short, whether it's 80, pre-market highs, breakdown. I don't want anything long unless it's above this 81 breakout or long around $73. Everything else, I'm looking for short plays.
So it's a little strange to me because I always used to watch GBTC. I do own some. I own some in the Canadian side of things, so I'm down on any sort of Bitcoin holdings or anything like that. But what I'm noticing here is I just pulled this down, right? I mean, call me crazy here. When you would then just be my wife. But so if you're just going to look here, so this is June, bottoms of June, right? 25,000 there for crypto. That's June 14th. 25,000 up to 30,000. So that's like 5,000 on 25, 20% move up, unless my math is incorrect. That's probably about right. So what GBTC is $13 at that same time when Bitcoin was 25,000. So $13, if you add 20% to that, we should be around here, 16 or 17, something like that, maybe even a little bit higher. But look what's happening to GBTC. So I don't know if the relationship here or anything is broken or what, but I'm going to stay a little cautious on this. But definitely looking at GBTC because from 13 up to 20, this name's definitely getting aggressive. I would think if you think that Bitcoin's coming back down, this is probably the name. And I don't know if this is option eligible. It's on pink sheets. You're going to have to probably get creative or you just short it anyways, there being $20. But this seems like the growth in GBTC is outpacing that of Bitcoin. So you know, that's just one thing I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention there. If you are holding GBTC, now I don't know if the same thing is here on Ethereum because I don't really look at this as much, but 7 up to 10, so that's 30%, maybe a little bit more than that. That's probably a little more accurate, but still, some of these, and you're not close to that $11 yet, but I don't know, I feel like some of these are being a little bit disconnected here on what's happening. You can also look at a name like Mara. That's really been rallying. We talked about HUD 8 up to 350. That's been pulling back down a little bit here. Look at Mara as well. Mara really Bitcoin, really sort of stayed patient here around 10, then blew up as well, up to 15. I just feel like some of these are a little bit too hot to handle right now. So, you know, getting going there on that news up to 30,000. Bitcoin pulling back just a little bit. There's nothing to hit the sirens about. But I feel like if you're going to short anything, maybe short these equities instead of the coin itself. Seems like they're outpaced a little bit. I think they could outpace on the way down as well. So if you're weak on crypto right now or negative on it, I would say short Amara, get some puts on these names.
And had a great shortened Monday as it announced it produced 14,000 vehicles in Q2. Today it gets an upgrade from Needham, as well as announcing that it delivered 300 of its vans to Amazon, which is using it in Germany. Look at this 30-minute chart here, guys. We kind of bottomed out at that 1350, touching about 21 this morning. Good look today on Rivian.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of positive stories there, with the bigger one, of course, being the deliveries on Monday. And quite frankly, if you can get an upgrade, well, the stock's already up 50% in the last week from its consolidation of $14. It's been an absolute tear. We even shocked Randy. We mentioned it to him just before we came on. So that's pretty much gone, the bounce off to 50. I showed you guys, I was mentioning that 21 is the simple moving average, the 200 period simple moving average on the daily. That's where we're sitting at, with 22 being the exponential. And that just coincides perfectly with these tops from January. That's the reason I think you're going dips today on Rivian. I wouldn't be as aggressive with the longs up here because you're at that resistance zone on the daily. And if you do get a pullback, we closed at 19.5. There's that psychological level of $20. That area makes a little bit of sense for some Rivian dip buys. If you're looking at the other end of the spectrum, I forgot to mention this. Rivian up 6%. You've seen the blowout. You've seen the breakout on the daily chart. But if you look at what Lucid did off the $7 level, I'm not going to complain about Lucid long on Monday. I mean, Lucid gave you the breakout. It then took out the double top. It bounced off 7 twice. It then took out the double top and got to 750. That was perfectly fine. But on the daily chart, Lucid is not nearly as explosive as Rivian and lagging this a little bit. It's getting ever so close to this $8 resistance point is Lucid, and it's a very slow churn. Just a couple more presses up. If it breaks 750 today, that 8 area, it's almost like asking to be shorted. So nice little stair step up here in Lucid. Couldn't really break 750 on Monday. If Rivian's going, I suspect if Rivian gets through 22, Lucid's probably going to make that 750 break. $7 even has been pretty good. If we do head to the downside and see some size on that bid, I'd have a look at that. But if there's one of those two names I'm shorting today between Rivian and Lucid, it's definitely Lucid, just given how much slower the move has been here. If it were to make a big breakout at 750 and go parabolic, I think the 8 to 820 area makes sense for a short on Lucid. Cross that bridge when you get there. Some really good things have to happen in the market for Lucid to get to that price. So it's getting close.
Yeah, for sure. Agree with all that. Hey, Sharif, how's it going?
What's up?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the same kind of thing. You're running into $22 here on Lucid. We have to go because we have AMD coming up soon in a minute right there. But there's that $22. I think it's a fade off that. I mean, it's great news, though. The momentum could carry this higher. I think it's Rivian is, what, 15%? We did this last week. It's because we always go back and forth with Lucid. And yeah, so there it is, 15%, 16 right there for Rivian. So I'd say look out for that short. A lot of people want to talk about Tesla. It's also on the sticky note. You can go find Tesla right now. I still like this at 275. That was that day on Friday, Monday. We definitely saw that 275 hold. So I'm looking for that as a good spot to get long for Tesla, possibly right off the jump as well. If this market wants to go, we've seen Tesla really rip out off the open, right? right? I mean, if you just go back to Monday, and I know we're going to get to AMD. I mean, the market, we saw 5 minutes. There's the market on Monday, or I keep saying Friday, but now I just said Monday right there, so that was good. Right there, right off the open, really got going. Went up about $8, man, like 276 up to 284. That would be the bottom to the top, but you could see it barcoding a little bit, then taking out that pre-market high right there of 280 basically was key. So I don't know if it was so much the pre-market or just 280, but look for some bottoms. So if we're going to look at Tesla here today, we say this all the time. If you can get down to 277, might be worth taking a shot to see if you can get that extension back up to 279. But if you take out 279, I guess, here this morning, then yeah, I think you get to 280. I mean, that's $1. I think you take $1, right? And then you can see what happens at 280. So watch out for Tesla here this morning. I could see a dip, but the dip isn't that much because you could easily dip $1. That's why we wait for that 275 area and then just see what happens. So I have an actionable event here at 275 on Tesla. Hopefully that can fill.
TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and has an extensive inventory of locates and pre-borrows on many non-easy borrow stocks. Go to tradezero.co/tradertv.live. All right, guys. Last but certainly not least, AMD. It's actually still positive, up 0.16 at the moment. It's the only one that's positive in chip world. You'll recall this one caught an upgrade or price target increase today. NVIDIA down 0.81. Just to give you guys some context here, the White House announcing last week that it may ban certain GPUs from being exported to China. China, in response, now may ban certain raw material exports required for chip making in response to that. So some of the chip names down on the day. What's the look here, guys, on chips?
Yeah, I mean, the look on, I mean, AMD, like you said, is already up. It didn't quite get to 117, but I mean, it's pretty much close enough on Monday there, getting to 75, 116.75. Nice little trend forming back into the upside, bounced off the 50 period. I don't know, is this move headed all the way to the top? As a day trader, we don't have to be concerned with that. All we care about is that it's trying to break out this consolidation. And that previous support right now looks like it's that resistance line. And that's the one. If it breaks 117, I think this is the one you want to look for the long. NVIDIA is a wait and see for me at the open, just simply because the 420 has been the line, and it's really tight to that level. Within $1 on NVIDIA at that level, it's very likely we just run some stops at the open through 420, whether it's up, down a couple of times, and then have a bit of a direction. I just want to be with the direction on that name. We mentioned the relative weakness, or Sean mentioned the relative weakness in two names, Intel and Micron. 33 has been a good level for Intel, with the notable exception, we had one big breakdown there last week. Every other time, we've been able to bounce off of that level. So if we do head down into 33, I will have a look at that long once again. My 34 line is not there anymore, but I don't have to tell you, last time it was up here, we're looking shorts off 34 on Intel. It's diddling in the middle right now, so I don't know if this one's going to set up for the trade. NVIDIA is going to pick a direction off 420. I just don't want to be in it right at the open and then get shaken out. I want to make sure that we've had some opening volume and then can settle in on NVDA.
Yeah, I really like this 116.50 break on AMD. I think we can get up to that level. I mean, if you missed the bottom, so did I. Down there at 106, I mean, it's still up $10, like 8% or so from that level. Still a nice move up for AMD. Again, relatively strong and getting stronger right now. Let's look to see what just happened with the imbalances right now, as we only have 2 minutes to go before we get that bell going. Nothing.
Those are penny stocks, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing on here. Nothing NASDAQ related. That's any. There's Nikola, and Neil talked about that a little bit above that dollar still. Other than that, man, I mean, Ford's still at 15. Okay, I was just going to double check that. Other than that, yeah.
Wait a minute, that's fun there.
Sorry, still dead. Yeah, Funware, Phunware.
Only because DWAC was moving.
Oh, there it is right there.
Oh, God, that's a penny stock.
Yeah, now that's a penny stock. That was $4 or $5, I think, in its heyday. We could check out DWAC really quickly.
It's already back.
You only have a minute. Yeah, so $13. So that was, I guess, there wasn't a settlement there with the originators, I think, of DWAC, where they got $18 million or something. I don't know if it was a fine, a settlement, or whatever, coming through on them as I'm going to.
All good. So.
Doggy.
There you go.
All right. Thank you for that. All right, only 45 seconds now as we go. Yeah, so I'm going to be looking at, honestly, I think there's a few names right off the jump, right? Tesla looks like it wants to take 280. When that happens, yeah, giddy up on that. Looks like AMD as well, trying to get up to that 1650. That looks like it's going to break as well. It's going to be hard to take breaks long with a market that is so red. It's not so red, but down 0.5 and not really moving right now. So watch out. We'll see if we can get that going back up to the top side. I like Disney. We've talked about that as well, and we will look at that as it gets ready to get opened here with not much on the imbalance locator. So let's close that and watch out for some AMD looking at 116.50 or some break levels as well. Here we go. It's Fabian. He's on the ones and twos right now on the bell. So with only 4 seconds to go, 3, 2, and 1. What's up, Fabian? There it is. Thank you so much. In his Canadian tuxedo today. We like that.
I just saw that. Love it.
All right. Let's go. Here, Tesla's already at 280. So bye-bye, Tesla.
That didn't take very long. Tesla's already at that 280 level. Is it going to break? Just one little touch of the level and a bit of a fade. Okay, it's probably going to hold up there. 279.50 has a bit of a refresher at this point. So I think we might see that 280 break
the market is.
right quick. The market's already starting to go upside. Watch out, Rivian's starting to go as well. That's back up to almost 21 bucks.
All right, we'll try a small little take here. I mean, like I said, we don't necessarily want to be breaking out the tops on all these names. Sorry, that's not Tesla. That's Tesla. This is AMD. So there goes AMT. It did break, but we had a very, very small take on this to make sure that we get long. It's really going to, there's Tesla.
Tesla, bro.
Yeah, we got it. It's really going to test us on some of these early breaks. So they're just really brief positions here and relatively light. So we're just taking them here off the open. There's Tesla on that break. We got 09, so we got a pretty good fill. We'll wait to see what's up to fill as well. We'll wait to see what's happening right here on this break of Tesla.
I actually got twos, but again, it's sad. I'm telling you, it's Edge A is giving really good fills for a stop. Forget about the levels on Friday necessarily. I just got Nicholas short. But 280, the absolute top was like 284, where it curled in a lower high, 282.50. That's where you could be headed if we hold on to this breakout. I just got a Nikola fade, and I'm looking over at Coinbase out of the corner of my eye because I know I want that one short. So Nikola just broke channel to the downside here, and I was able to get 33. So first short, giving it to the high. Second short probably at that 50 mark. Oh, Tesla just failed the breakout, so I just got in and out of Tesla, but Nikola short engaged. AMD broke?
Oh, AMD is already joined the dollar club right there. So AMD right now, absolutely huge trade for me on AMD. I mean, 116.50 up to 117.50 right now. So there's the first member of the dollar club today. We missed that very top. So it's not like, you know, we're sitting here, oh my God, we got $1. Oh, there it is. Now it's going. Okay, so we should be able to get that now up to 117.50. That's where we're waiting on AMD. But like we said, there it is. Yes, sir. So we'll do that again. Hit the sirens for that. Yeah, okay, so let's go over to Tesla because we have one winner, one loser so far here today, but not going to count out Tesla yet. Tesla did make that move back down through 280. I didn't play the back and forth break there, but you know, probably a wise decision to get out of that. Just wait to see that bottom today has been pretty tempting. 278.50 there. I mean, I know there's a lot of traders that might have got long right there off the opening shot. I think we got to wait for 278. Even if we break back down below this, 277 or so here. I mean, I want to make more than, no, I don't want to, I want to make more than $3, but it doesn't mean you're going to get that. That bottom right there is 277. So we'll average in a little bit more into this name, but yeah, watch out, man. If we could break below this 277, then this is going to look disastrous. But like I said, that's why we don't take a huge position early on this name. Let the market settle down. I mean, look at this market. It is absolutely ripping, and Tesla's actually quite obviously going the other way. So probably a good out right there. Let's just wait to see what happens now on Tesla as it's coming back in. We do want to take a little bit more down here.
Apple just went green. Bit of a bet. Look, Netflix broke that 448 as Tesla was obviously going. I got in and out of Tesla and just grabbed some Nikola, but there was a test up to Netflix, 449.50. So it almost got to that 450 level. 448 was a local high, and it's trying to hold on to the pre-market top at 447. I'm going to like that area for a dip buy if it can hold on to it. Apple as well starting to go. Absolutely. I don't want to say ham is the word, but you guys can see for yourself. That 191, there was never a dip into that 191, which is a $3 trillion mark. But Apple, now that it's on one, I'm going to be all over this. to the upside. I definitely love Apple for some longs above 191. I think you're only looking long above that price. Let's see what can happen. Next available dip, I'm going to try and take this one into that 191 level, probably starting at some 92s. But Netflix, I think you're likely to get a test of the pre-market high in Netflix before we get anywhere close on Apple.
All right. So far, so good there as we are banging it out right now on Tesla. Great hold, great back. Now we're in the money on it. Let's see what it does now at 280 one more time. We just took a piece out there at 279.50. That's our average price. So flat right there. We've made no money on Tesla. So it's just battled right back. Let's see if it can hold it. We talked about holding that bottom there. So we did buy a little bit more at 278.25 there. So let's see if it wants to work. AMD did pull all the way back down. We only have a third left. So out a third, out a third. Remember, it was a relatively light position. So when it enters the dollar club, you got to take something out, especially when we're battling the long over here in a name like Tesla. So, we don't want to be double longs Tesla and AMD at the same time in case this market does crack down below. But we've already seen this market starting to go upside, and there it is right now. Take out pre-market highs and getting right back to where we were early this morning. So we'll have to wait to see as now it's starting to fade out a little bit. Maybe that was the high, 15,350. We'll wait. Right now, the NASDAQ, be very patient with all of this. So, we're still in Tesla. All good on that. We don't have to worry too much as AMD right now is
Netflix.
Netflix just took it out. Oh, so the strong name's strong today. AMD and Netflix definitely keeping with that high pace.
Yeah, this one's going to the upside. It's definitely, so we got the dip at 48 and then played it into that 450 one time, and then it just took out 450, so I added up there. We'll have a 49 half price. If this holds on to 448, I mean, there's no telling where it can get to. Definitely a strong move already. So 1 for 1 on Netflix. We'll see what happens with the buy up at that top. Momo mentioning, they were in the news at Moderna, so maybe just double check the news catalyst. I don't think this didn't make our watch list, but Moderna, strong move up 5%. I'll quickly point two things out for you. 128, this is the 50 period, and then 135, pretty monster level as well for mRNA. But strong move up 5%. I'm not chasing it. This is not one that I've traded in quite some time, so I don't want to force it. I am short Nikola, and I'm not short Coinbase. I'll get to Coinbase in a second, because quite frankly, Nikola is now starting to roll over. 125, I like that for a nice little bottom. If it makes any kind of a bounce, it makes sense at 125. Going to get some bids under 30 to try and take some profit. I've been sitting in this since the open over here on NKLA. Oh, and Coinbase, not really getting to that 80 level. So I do like 80 on Coin, but I have to short it up there. I don't want to short anywhere else. He's starting to get a bit of a fade here. So Netflix, that the 450, not really holding out. The 48 seems like the better level for now.
Nope. Yeah, I'm saying nope to myself because same thing. Like AMD failed, Tesla's trying to fail as well. We're still okay. We're in the money actually on Tesla. What the hell am I talking about? But I do see that as a dump off spot there for NFLX. I like that 240. Ooh, there it goes. I was gonna say I like that 248 level. But there it is, man. Nice downside push here in Netflix. Where can you rebuy it? I mean, maybe right here, 247.50, something like that. But it's a big move down, man. Yeah. I'd rather stay away from that one. I don't need to be on that. Okay, here goes Tesla though. We're in Tesla, so now Tesla's trying to go. Nice move upside for Tesla there. Let's see, go. I'm in the 90s. Yes, sir. There it is. Let's go, man. We're rocking and rolling today as we go, man. Pound that table for some Netflix, for some Teslas. That's ripping up to the upside. Let's go. There it is, man. Dollar club again for Tesla right now. Starting to get back up to the upside. Just trying to watch out. I do want to get some more Netflix at some point, or not some more, but some Netflix. But let's go over to Sharif.
mRNA, guys, moving up big, touching 129 there on the news that it submitted its application for the RSV vaccine for adults, up over 5.5% right now.
Right. There you go, and thank you, Sharif, for getting that news for Moderna. Can't necessarily cover everything. We try to cover as much as we can. It's good to have Sharif on the desk. Just going over to Netflix. Coinbase is not really, I don't know, I thought that'd be more of a thing.
Kablam.
Netflix just held on to that bottom end of the channel here, so that's the pre-market breakout price. It just held. It cannot seem to fight back to that 450 zone, so I want to get some profit out in front of 450 because this is not as strong as it was before. I'll hold on to a piece for above 450. Oh, there it is, Rivian.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's get to Rivian in a quick second because Rivian just wicked underneath 20 bucks. Wick bottom, Rivian 20 even. We like 1950. That's where it closed on Friday. If it wants to hold on to that area, had to do a bit of a sell-off. The stock has been an absolute churn, but there's a 20 bottom. That was the first place I was looking for a dip buy in Rivian. Low is now 1978. So I want to see if I can't give it to that. But if it can hold on, this one can absolutely churn possibly from here. I like to see that failed breakdown at 20 even. We like Rivian here. Just got to 2020. I haven't really checked out Lucid. We'll check on that in a second. But yep, starting to get back to the upside here is Rivian. I just want to add to it in front of 20 if I can.
All right, it's too bad that we missed. It's too bad that we missed Netflix. We had a buy then down there at 447. I looked at it too late. But the thing about it is, man, you don't. How many trades do you need? I mean, there's Tesla right now. We're already at day's goal. It's a huge move to the upside right now for Tesla. Hey, man, welcome to the club. It's $2.50 now in the money right there. So let's go. Holy, there we go into the upside now. We've got shares, man. We've got shares. We've got shares. Yeah, so there it is. Let's get some out here on Tesla to the upside. If we just keep on blasting, 281.80 for some reason I just put it at. So let's go. It's $3 now trying to get, try to go. A little bit more here on Tesla to that upside, baby. So there it goes. Hey, maybe it's going to stop a little bit now. What is it going to? Is it going to stop? What's it going to do right now? Nobody knows. Let's put it one at 281.50 right now. There it is. Okay, so we'll take that out. Now we'll see if it can go back up to the upside. Great trading on Tesla today. And if you're wondering about it, hey, it's the Sticky Note. It's Sticky Note Nation Stand Up. It's Rock Nation. Oh, by the way, look at this one as well. You want to talk about going 2 for 2 today? Where we at? It's in our veins. That's what's up right now. Look at AMD. 80 cents now on the reload. So that's what it is. Nah, I don't need your help right now today, my guy. Look at this. Huge move to the upside. $1 in the... We have 2 trades on board. $1 in the money, AMD. $3 in the money on Tesla. And that's it for this guy as we're cruising right now. Just need to use more shares. But that was a good trade there on AMD on the reload and on Tesla as well as it's taking out eyes. Missed that upside on Netflix again.
Well, it just tapped 450 for the 3rd time now. So it looks like it wants it. I think the trend is definitely set in. If it holds the breakout from that pre-market high. Oh, I got a bad wick in there. Apologies for that. So if it holds that breakout from the pre-market high, I don't see any reason it doesn't retake 451. And then where can we be adding? The add on the dip is better than the add on the break, almost 10 times out of 10. We just got that little bounce on Rivian, wicked underneath 20 bucks. I didn't get anything till 2008. And then we just got some out at 2030. So this one headed back into the upside. So we'll ring register on that. There's another name which is making some moves, but it ain't the right way. We said Lucid was relatively weak. Well, Lucid did not get to $7, but it did fail that 750 break. So Lucid lagging once again. And oh, there goes Apple. Damn it. Okay, I wanted Apple. Obviously, we talked about 191. I'm cancel my bid already in 191.50. This just bounced off 192 and is headed higher. So above that 3 trillion mark, all systems go. The top on Monday was 194. I think we're going to test that 194. I just have the Rivian and Netflix longs still sitting in Nikola, which is flat. So as long as the market goes up and Nikola doesn't want to go up with it, I'm still going to be okay with that one to the south side. And I'll take several shots at it. This could be a 193 break on Apple upcoming. Room to 194. So I only want to be long Apple above 191, and that 193 looks as juicy as any.
Yeah, 193. Yeah, 193 looks okay. That 194 at the top, but yeah, in the market running. Good. Okay, so I don't know if you're going to get $3 out of Apple, but we have it right now on Tesla. So that's going to be a good one to the downside, plus that $1 on AMD as well. That Netflix 450, yeah, I mean, just the fact that we missed that dip by, yeah, should have had that one there. Right into 247, 248. Again, we were just too busy loading up on Tesla, which quite frankly is the #1 name here. So we're really happy with Tesla today as that continues to work out for me. Microsoft, I mean, what other names are we talking? I mean, we're looking at Riv. So think about Rivian is, I know it dumped below 20 bucks there again. I don't love the story here, to be honest with you. Like, it's up so much. The story's nice, I should say. The story is fine. But it's up too much for me, this name Rivian, right? I mean, that you might think, oh, that's not true, but it is actually true. Right there, so 240, 250. What just happened again?
Meta broke 290.
Oh, Meta broke 290. Oh, yeah. So we're $4 in the money right now on Tesla. So that Meta break is going to be pretty important too. Let's go back over. I mean, let's go market, man. I mean, the market's back to green now today. Screw that bear beside me, man. This is bullish one more time. I was wearing my bullish shirt on the weekend. I should have thought that was something there. But yeah, 193 on Apple, and NVIDIA now taking out that 420 level that it hovered around all pre-market and then blasted to 426 and still going. AMD is pulling back a little bit. You know, it was another $1 off that reload. Maybe we just take that out at 117.20. But right now, Tesla is really cruising up to 282 and change. This is breaking out, man. Again, like, just keep on going up, man. We've done really well holding on. 280, 280.70, 281.50, 282, and here it goes back up to the upside. This time, I have no FOMO whatsoever about Tesla because I feel like we trade this pretty much perfectly. Averaged it in, got it back up to the upside. Now we're holding for this huge move here on Tesla, which coincides. That's 284. So that's 284 on Monday was the high. So I think we're getting pretty darn close to that right now as the net is skyrocketing here.
Yeah, I'm going to get trailed out of Netflix. There's only so many times you can get above 450 and fail before I'm going to take profit on that. And it's just how many times is it going to get to this level and pull back? It couldn't get through 451. I think the dip buy is still going to be on. 47 to 48 is going to make sense to me. It was Meta 290 we were just sort of mentioning, as this stock is, I mean, there you go, right? Again, you're not going to catch every single trade. That's why we have our rundown in the morning and go over all these names for you. But you're now pretty much through local support, or sorry, resistance on Meta. And the only question to me is, can you hold out this 290 level on any kind of a dip? The market just went green not that long ago on the NASDAQ. So if we do have any kind of a pullback from here, I want that resistance to turn into support and then show me a 290 entry on Meta, just breaking out. They do have the news of Threads, which is their Twitter competitor, launching. I want to say it's tomorrow. I think it's already in the App Store. You guys let me know. I'm not an Apple person. I think it's the App Store in the U.S., though. I don't know. You can double check, but it's supposed to already be there.
It's supposed to be Thursday.
It's tomorrow. But I think it might be in the App Store already.
Oh, maybe, and then it just doesn't launch till tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but either way, that could be another catalyst for it. Apple about to break that 193 as well. Rivian just bounced off 21 more time. I'll probably take some profit if it can't get through that quarter again. But Apple 193 looks like the next shoe to drop to me if we do get it. Let me know if you find it.
It says coming soon, but you can get it. So I'm getting it right now from Apple. Okay. So dub right there. All right, so we'll watch out to see what's going on with Threads, as we've already talked about that a couple times over and over again there on what we're expecting from Instagram on that. So there it is right there, man. Let's go one more time, man. We did reload it, and it is a good one there on Tesla. So we're now getting lighter and lighter as the market is fading out a little bit on that. So good trade for me there on Tesla. Where are we going to get out if it does break? Eventually we do have 280 coming through. We're long at 278.20, so it's $5. We just took $5, $5, 282.63. Sorry, $4 on that one as it's starting to pull back. But when things pull back, we got to find areas to possibly get out. Maybe 281.50, maybe a 281 break. That little wick down there. Let's get out of some more of Tesla if that does break to the downside. We only have now 20% left. No, 25% left. A little bit between 20 and 25% left of our Tesla trade right now. So if it breaks below 281, we'll get another piece out. Looking to reload AMD. Been pretty chilled out so far here today, but we'll look at some more. Was that a call for my guy over there? Oh no, Rob's on the desk still. Okay, so we don't have to worry about him. I want to look at Palantir. Go ahead. What else was there? Because Palantir's moving a little bit.
There's so many things breaking out, but Google just broke out 121 as well. So down. Up 1.1%, sorry, 1.3%. This one is going. Look at that 120 level breakout. I like Meta a little bit better, maybe at 291. If Meta holds 291, I know I like that. But Google 121 looks equally good. Sorry about that. My daily chart is absolutely hating me today. But that 121 level looking good on Google. I kind of prefer the strength in Meta above this 290, quite frankly. So that's where that's where my bread's going to get buttered. But Google looking pretty strong. I did get a reload off 20 in Rivian, but this is not what I want to see. It's a higher low, but I don't want this to turn into lower highs. So I took the 20 cents up again. That's 1-to-1. I want to see this start making some higher highs. If it does that, then it's time to get in a little more earnestly, as this is trying to hold back on to some big levels. Here comes a bit of a dip. Apple could not break 193. So looking for that 193 breakout in Apple. Hasn't happened. Looks like we can go dip buy hunting A couple of higher lows here, 191.50, then 192. So that lends itself to a 192.50 dip buy. Want to see it start to bounce first. Once I can see some strength come in, then the long into 193 can be in play here on Apple. Coin's not there yet. I see you, David Kyle. I'm watching Coin. I have a dedicated level 2 in chart for this one, but it's only at 78.80. If 80 is the level and Coinbase is going up, I've learned my lesson about shorting the stock when it's not when it's not at the level you want, and it's not there at that 80 level just yet. So I'm going to back off on Coin till it gets there.
That was a great look on that Google one. That should have been, I wish, again, there's just so many names to look at. I wish I would have had that one, obviously breaking.
I didn't even look at it
through 121. That's great on the daily. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for, man. I mean, that's why I like Netflix so much today. That's why we like Tesla, trying to break up above. When you get good news on stocks that are rallying like that, not that Google's been rallying, because it really hasn't been, but it is one of those names that I was saying before that, oops, not New York, that gets thrown out, I felt like it was always like, oh, it's pulling back, but it didn't really. Its high was 127 or so on Google. So, you know, it only pulled back into the 120s. It did get low that one day, 117 right there, but then just battled right back the next day to 120 and just been hovering around these levels as well.
Ooh,
so,
meta.
yeah, nice move, but here's the pullback again. Like, here comes the pullback back down in AMD. So what was relatively strong early is not anymore right now for advanced micro devices. So, yeah, if we can, I'm going to get this out in the 60s if we're able to do that, or just before then. Sorry, why did my chart not switch? There it is, okay. Sorry, the level 2 switch, not my charts. We got 117, but look at this. Now it's fading out. You could think, I mean, normally I would say this is a potential reload area, but I don't really think so right now. It's coming back in. If anything, it looks like it wants to break lower. So you know what? I'm just going to crack this trade and get out of it right now. There it is. So I'm going to get out for flat right there of our last piece. So that's a money-making stock today. We're 2 for 2, AMD and Tesla. That's it, man. 2 names today, 2 trades, both here, both on the sticky note, and we did exactly what we thought we'd do. So that's good. I like it when things do work out for us indeed. $4, Tesla still going upside now $4 in the money, still $4 in the money, I should say, as that's going up. It did come close to almost breaking our level there of 281. Maybe we get another piece out, but the thing is, if this market wants to keep going up, then I know we want to be long. We want to be long Tesla, right? So I feel like that's going to be a good one for us. Let's stay there. And then Netflix is pulling back again into that range. So 248. It looks like on the upgrade, this name never could really get going. It did get going because it's positive right off the jump there, up to 450, but then really stopped. So we've seen this high before, right there, 450 for Netflix. Looks like it wants to stop and hang out a little bit. We're going to try the long down there at 447, but if it breaks that, then we're gone. So we could have an L on our hands here for Netflix. I just want to try it as it continues to make lows here. Not lows, but sort of session lows right back into those levels. So if we can come up to 446 or so, I think that's worth trying there for Netflix.
So a couple of things. I mean, the NASDAQ just pulled back off 15.4 and just threatening to go red. Apple broke down beneath support levels. It didn't really bounce at that 92.50 that we wanted for the long. Just did not find any strength down there. XPeng, another one starting to go here. Another EV name starting to go at least. $15 Friday. So 15 was a big, big level. You know the stock has been on a run. I don't have to tell you that. But if this can shoot through 15, we've seen it do 10% moves, I think, multiple times in the last couple of weeks. So we'll watch that one for sure. Good point out in the chat. Thank you very much for that, everyone that's been talking about it. I'm not going to reload a third time on Rivian until I see a little bit more strength. Not going to happen. Like, it's managed to bounce after holding that 20 level, but it's only gone to 20, 30 a couple of times, and now looks like it wants to give it up. So I'm going to stay away from the reload. If it gets under that low, we just stop it out. Does not look like it wants to get there whatsoever. I mean, Meta and Google look like the ones that are holding. You mentioned Netflix is already broken down. I just told you guys that Apple couldn't hold 192.50. Well, it's trying to bounce off 192. So the opening range still in play as long as we can hold 192. I do not want to be short Apple unless it's off of 94, which is the big level on Monday, and underneath 191, which is that $3 trillion mark. So 92, that's starting to hold. I think this is the place now for the dip buy in Apple. If we're going to have a green day today, I don't see us doing it without this bad boy. Wow, Netflix is really starting to give it up. Maybe that 444 is the next. The pre-market low on Netflix is 444. That could be the next area for that stock.
All right. Yeah, no, I agree with that. We got out of Tesla broke through 281, so we got out of half of what we have left. So now we're just waiting to see what does happen now. I mean, there's 280.50, which is VWAP for Tesla. We don't really want to trade too much under VWAP. So if we have to get that, we have to get that. But we'll wait to see what's going to happen now as the market's well above VWAP. So no fret there for me. Google, if it pulls back into 121 again, we're taking that long. So watch out for a 121.20 long to come in for me on that name. So I'm here for that, by the way. So if that can hit, that's good. We'll wait to see if it does hit. That's going to be Google 121 flat. Something else. Let's just check out another name that we haven't looked at today that I thought had a chance to go off the open, and it actually did go, was Carvana. It went all the way to that $27 level that I was sort of looking at for a breakout, but that didn't happen. So there's 27 back last week on the 30th, where we made some levels there at 27. Doesn't look like it wanted to respect it very much there. It went up to 26.80, stopped, doesn't even test those wick highs. Now you're trying to break down on Carvana again, and I just kind of feel like sometimes the loudest voices out there when you're reading on social media, Carvana's going to go. It's probably because they need it to go. And when it doesn't go, then you get these flushes. So I would say watch out right now. This 24.50 area has been a level to watch on Carvana. It looks like it's coming back in right now again. So 24.50 on CVNA, a level for concern right there on that. Tesla's nicely bumped up, so that's going to be a good one for us that we're able to hold on to that. SoFi, again, directly down right now on SoFi. So that move happened, and it happened pretty bad. If you're in there, $8 down to, $8.60 down to $8.40. It's not so bad, but again, got people trapped up there maybe near this 870 area. Now all the way back down again to some pre-market bottoms here. So, Tesla could be a good long at some of these levels. So let's watch out to see if Tesla can come back into 820. That will be a level for me. Did I say Tesla? That was SoFi. Tesla, I was looking at it, 281. I don't know.
281 was not
the same area.
It was not a bad level.
Should have rebought Netflix, but I was waiting for 247 flat.
It would be nice to have said was short Intel, but didn't like it until it got to 34. But it did just get to 31. It bounced twice exactly at 33 even. So I've had this trade a couple of times. It's worked 2 out of 3. I think in the last week or so. I'm just pulling my 3-minute chart back. You did break it. It's bounced off this level a couple of times here. So I'm long at 4s. We'll see if it can go again off this level. The market is relatively strong. Sometimes a rising tide can lift all ships. Looks like it was the right decision not to reload a third time on Rivian. So wick the 20 level, went for the long off 20, was able to get the 1-to-1 a couple times, then it breaks down. So that's a nice structured trade, but doesn't want to hold on to these levels at all for Rivian. As I said, Intel, the newest one. But my goodness, Meta. So about 290, 291. We're going to see 295 today on Meta. And then the question is going to be, how much do we like to break at 295? Because there's not a red candle on my 3-minute since, fine. The first red candle at the open was, but you guys can get the idea. This stock is just absolutely on a tear. I think you want to look to buy dips if you can on this. We're pretty much all systems go. I might just say every single dollar, if I find a consolidation level, I'm going to look to join the trend. This is the strongest one out here, and Meta is absolutely churning. I am still sitting in Nikola, but it's still in the same range. I was able to get some and wick the pre-market high. It doesn't seem to want to break back above Friday's close and hold above that price. So I'm sitting in the short, looking for the 20s, and then a further move to the downside, but it's not really going anywhere. Meta is strong. NVIDIA is just as strong, someone's saying. Oh my goodness, yes it is.
Is it going up?
Oh my God. Congratulations! If you're in those two, quite frankly, NVIDIA has a 435 top, but 430 looks pretty intriguing as well. I don't think you want to fight NVIDIA today. Neither Meta. I'm just gonna look, unless it's 295 even, I don't think you want to fight either one of those names. I still like Apple 192, but this is, you're going to have a relatively tight stop on this. It's trying to hold VWAP. If it doesn't hold on to 92, the bigger level is the $3 trillion mark down at 191. So I'm probably going to stop out 15, 20 cents on an Apple long if I get it here, maybe 25 tops.
So I thought Tesla was having a little bit of a problem here at 281.50. So Meta's the easiest trade on the book, and it's so stupid not to be there. They're releasing a new product that everyone's going to download and everyone's going to use, and then they're going to say, I don't use it, but they do. So that's what's going to happen with Threads, and it's just, so stupid not to be long that name, man. To the upside, it's just ridiculous not to be long it, actually. So that, obviously, every trade that I make is my own responsibility, and I feel horrible because I've taken money out of my family's pocket. This was an easy trade, man. 288 long. Anything long on Meta today. They released should be probably a long tomorrow again. Like, here comes 300 just as fast as you could say Meta, because this name just continues to fly high. It flies high and no lie, and you know that, okay? So, ballin'.
We used to have a key. Oh, my goodness.
Right now, we used to have the ballin' key as well, but ballin'. Right now, anybody long Meta, which you know your boy is. I mean, how many times below $100 did we, I mean, I know Sharif took it, obviously, but were we talking about this Meta when we got near that $100 level that had a PE of 13? Forget about it. Now that PE is, you're never going to see that again on Meta. Well, maybe you do, but who knows? I mean, I shouldn't say never. Not in the near future for Meta as it just continues to climb up. I think this is now my largest holding in my portfolio, especially now that what we're doing today, up another 3% as this just keeps on rocking, man. There goes Meta. Yeah, so Tesla, okay, so although you mentioned NVIDIA relatively strong, AMD has been relatively weak. As the market hangs out near highs, AMD is nowhere near highs, and quite in fact, it's near the bottom. So that's why we got out, and I have shorts. So I have shorts waiting here on AMD if we can get anywhere back up near VWAP. So we're waiting to go short on AMD. So that's one trade that you know that I'm willing to take if that does go back upside.
Factory orders
AMD. And we have some orders coming out pretty soon. Okay.
I think we have factory orders in a few
Netflix
seconds.
making the move down. I just cut my first Netflix long here at 447. Not probably, looks pretty sketchy here at this level. Watch out for a 4. Well, it's going to break right now. I don't want to be in this for very long. The spread is quite spready, so let's wait to see what happens with these orders.
Yeah, just quickly, I think it's 10 o'clock. We're going to go to Sharif in a second. I got out underneath 33 on Intel. We went 4 long. It's underneath this. If it does not break back above, I am looking for the short in this underneath that 33, but it just broke seconds ago. Let's go to Sharif for happening now.
Yeah, there it is, guys. U.S. core durable goods revised. Here it is, 1.8% higher than the 1.7 expected. 0.7% versus the 0.6 expected for the U.S. core durable goods. So both above analyst expectations. Let's see what is happening now, guys. Meta, you saw this with Sean talking about this big move up. There's no actual specific catalyst of Meta at the moment, but we do know that analysts have been liking this stock for the monetization of Reels that is coming supposedly, according to the last earnings call, later this year, now up over 3%. Google, the other big name on the day, I'm not sure what's exactly happening now with this chart, but it got a price target increase to $128 by BOA Securities. It is up now 1.41% near highs at that 122 level. Last but not least, XPEV continuing to make gains to the high side, continuing on Monday's ascent up. There is no news catalyst on this one, but it is now 5.5% to the high side. The Chinese EV reporting that it delivered over 8,900 vehicles. I believe that was Monday or Friday. Now, looking at day's highs, 1480 incoming.
$14.80 right now when you talk about XPeng. But Meta did briefly break that 95. I had a crazy wick up there. I thought I was looking at the level 2 and didn't see it break, but you do have a new high. Oh, it just took it out again. So Meta, I couldn't get it there. It was just a 95. What am I bidding? Oh, I'm bidding 9s. This stock is absolutely insane. So it wicked underneath 94. Then made a break of 95, came right back underneath, and now it's challenging this 95 again. Missed the breakout. It got to 95.50. If it's going to go dip, let's see if I can get under 95. I do have Apple, and we kind of mentioned Apple off 192. Haven't added to it just yet. I do want to find a place to add in front of 192. I have a couple of bids. If we see 193, got to take profit in front. We've already rejected 193 once. On Apple this morning, but that's not the beast. I mean, Meta's the real beast here. So the longs are working overall, unless you're looking at, I mean, Intel's underneath the bottom.
Yep.
There's a couple of chip names out there that are not NVIDIA that look weak. I have not looked at Micron. So much happening at the same time. XPeng's at 15 as well. XPeng 15 might just take some precedence here. XPeng at that 15 level, that's been the big one. This stock has been on an absolute tear. There's your double top on the daily. XPeng looks like it wants that 15. If it fails the break, I wouldn't excuse anybody that wanted to be short this, but I kind of like the 15 break here on XPeng. Give it to 95 instantly. If it holds above, then maybe we're in it for the rest of the day.
What about Rivian right now? We still have some Netflix, but did just take out 446 there to the downside. So we did get some out. We're back in it. Well, I'll talk about Netflix in a minute. Give it to that 445.50 level there because it is pretty weak. All right, so VWAP coinciding right now with this level break right there of 30. So I don't mind this, man, on Rivian. If we do, I mean, Tesla's been a good trade. Like I said, the #1 stock for me, Tesla, there today. But what about this? $20 and maybe, I mean, I'd like to see us break through VWAP, which would be 35 there. I feel like that's going to be a good level. So let's just take a long if it does break above 20, 35 or so here on Rivian. We'll try it. We're going to see if it can work out for that. Okay, here we go. All right, Netflix. All we've been doing is sort of playing with it here at the bottom. But now let's see if we can get back in to the dollar club. So we did get shut down. We did get stopped out of 75% of our trade. So here it comes. So we got a 47, right? Then we got a 46.50. Then we took a piece out there at 47 again. So that was a winner. So that's a winner. Then we got dumped out. We lost 50 cents. That's the loser. But then we got back in, and then this happened. Right? And then that happened. So there we go. We're right back up to day's high for us right now for our net. So we just took $1.50 there on Netflix. So that was a good trade. We just got out at 447.50 right there. Want to stay long the name, but at the same time, not afraid to dump it if we're wrong, right? I think that's the one thing that you have to be willing to do. So we dumped it. It held 446. Remember what I was talking about with the spreads? You know, like, that's part of what got stopped out there. Like, the spread is just too big. It's 25 cents. So once it broke 446, we actually wound up punching out 80s there. So we do pay 20 plus cents there on the break. But then it came right back up. So it's like, okay, let's just make sure it tests it one more time. So that's what we're doing right now on that one. Testing it one more time here on Netflix to see if it wants to hold that level. AMD never got us back into that. So we have to wait to see where that one's going to go. But AMD right now, yeah, not the greatest stock to go long on, as we're waiting to go short. If it gets anywhere near VWAP, this is the name we want to be short on that. And then I do want to get long on Meta. I know 295 is right here right now.
Yeah, it's right above that 295. So no break on XPeng. It got real close. Like I said, it got to 95.5. That could be coming up imminently. I do have a stop to try that long. Meta 94 looks like the dip buy. If we do fail this 95, I think you want to try the 94 long at least once. As mentioned, I want to get something out Apple in front of 93 so it gets halfway, starts to stall out a bit. Not nearly as strong as I would like, but 92 is definitely holding on Apple for now. Man, there's so many things that are moving. I forgot to mention, like, give me a break, Neo. So Neo does hold a 10 at the open, breaks a local high, and this is already going as well. Obviously, if XPeng is going strong, it's not that crazy to imagine that Neo's having a decent day as well. But holding on to that 10 level at the open, which is what you want to see, and then breaking out from there, that's low-hanging fruit. Maybe you get a dip that you can long in front of 9.95 or 10 even on the way back in. TMC apparently moving. Coinbase, I see a lot of people yelling about Coin. So yes, it's going down. I decided, you know, be patient, wait for it to get a little tighter to that 80 level. Never gets to 80, fails at 79. Now it's pulling back. If it puts in a bottom here and starts going back up, that would still be a higher low from the open. So there's still room for this to trend back into the upside, but might have just missed my chance to be short this morning on Coinbase. Meta high of day again. There's one red candle.
Yeah, it's nuts,
one
man.
red candle since, ever. Well, not ever, since the open.
We love Meta. We love everything here today. As it's been a really great day, man. We don't have any losing trades yet today, although we are slipping on Netflix. We're still going to be positive, but not if it goes down. That will be our losing trade right now on Netflix if it does take out this 445. We just got a great fill up there at 447.50. So, all right, new position alert. All right, so AMD, we just shorted that again right there. Look at that move up to 30. Look at that. That's 20 cents right there.
Oh my God.
Not a lot, but we'll see if we can go back down in here if AMD wants to break lower. We've got it, man. We waited for that short to pop up a little bit. We were waiting for up here, but there it is. We'll quickly go short 30, out 9s or 10s. That's 20 cents. Now we're looking to break lower. 115, I mean 115.80. I mean, we're doing it again, man. We're doing it again and again.
Another one.
And again.
Another one.
Because here comes another one.
Another one.
Right now. So it's a good trade for us on AMD. 25 cents in the money real quick in 2 minutes. And then the new position for us, and we're going to go to Sharif in a minute, or a couple of seconds, is Amazon. We just bought that one down here as well. Let's take a little bit of profit on this if we can for 15 cents. Then let's see if Amazon wants to continue to go to the upside as we're waiting to see what happens there at 130. So again, we'll take a little R to R here, see if we can get it going to the upside for Amazon. What's up, big guy?
Plug power, Sean, almost 6%, 5 2/3 to the high side at the moment, testing that $11 mark, 10.90. No specific news catalyst, maybe riding the green wave, 5 2/3 now.
See what you say. I see what you're doing with the green wave there for Plug Power. 15 just broke on XPeng. It went to 7s. That probably, I don't know, sometimes when it goes at first 10 cents, it's a decent scalp trade, but there's a bit of a battle already going on. It's been underneath seeing 99s like 3 times since it broke, and then the buyers jump right back up. They need to start buying 2s and 3s. I have 2s on that breakout trade. We'll see if it wants to sustain. This stock has been on an absolute tear. I don't have to tell anybody that, but if it fails this break, you can be back at 450 in absolute heartbeat. Rather get out of it underneath 90 and try to re-enter at that 1450 level if it's going to do that kind of a dip. You can pretty much stick a fork in 94s on Meta. I mean, maybe that's a little bit harsh, but yeah, now we're holding above 95. This stock is the strongest one out there, so it just touched 96. Okay, well, if it's not dipped by at 94, let's see if it holds on to 95 on the way back. There aren't many consolidations to grab hold of on Meta because it gets down there for like 2 seconds and then immediately bounces. So if 95 is going to be the new level, let's see if it holds on to it. It's bouncing here right now. And watch out for, well, anyways, we'll get to, I'll get to Virgin Galactic in a second because Meta's bouncing here.
Yeah, I like that. The play is to be pulled down a little bit here in the futures, but yeah, it's not really pulling down that much. We did get stopped out. We did talk about our Netflix trade. If it broke through 246 again, we would take that out, and there it is right there breaking through. Or sorry, 246, 446 right there as that's making the move down. Amazon, good trade. Obviously, we took out that. Now we're going to wait here because, so again, really light for now. I don't like going short necessarily when this market is doing what it's doing, just ripping and staying above. But right now, if there's going to be a weak name, we talked about it. It's funny because on here we have upgrades. Right? We talked about going long through 116.50, which we did early, but now it's telling us that, hey, we might have been strong early on some upgrades, but maybe not so strong late here for AMD. So there's, oh man, I was offering 63s and it went to 63. That's pretty crazy because this would be a monster winner if we had it on right now. But here comes AMD trying to pull back just a little bit now. So far, so good on this pullback. But that sucks because I should have had, that's funny because I had that 63 sitting there. I didn't even realize that it went that high and stopped on it. But there it is, a nice pullback down. Let's just bid again and take some more of this one now. It wasn't chicken dinner winner. We had shrimp last night. We had some pork on the barbecue as well, and then some grilled up tofu. So far, so good there on the barbecue. But we'll barbecue up some profits here on AMD. We just got to get filled. And there it is right there for a couple more trades to give you guys a winner there on AMD for another one to the downside. 40s down to 20s again. That's another 20 cents. And here's a reload on Amazon.
Yeah, watch out here. Oh my goodness. Coin is going to do flat bottom break instead of that 80 high. 77 was that flat bottom. It wicked underneath it. If it starts holding underneath 77, I'm going to get into that short and chase it to the downside. Meta, I got a little bit greedy there. There was a scalp into that recent high. Didn't take it. If it gets back up to that high in front of 96, I'm going to take it out. But you're getting a bit top heavy. I got 20s long. I'm giving it just underneath that 295 zone. Does not seem like it wants to hang on to it. And at the same time, Apple's retesting 192. I'll show you the 3-minute chart. Got up there to 70s. Does not seem to want to hold on to that above VWAP. I'm trying to get this 192 again so we can rinse and repeat that easy 50-cent trade. But we're starting to get a little bit of a pullback in even the strongest names. Look at NVIDIA, 430, not quite, but certainly 429. That just topped it up there through said high of the day, Sharif.
Canopy Growth, Neil, had a big day on the shortened day Monday. It was it's down big today, down 13 and almost 0.25% with this 51 penny bottom, Neil.
I don't want anyone to cry about weed stocks because we always talk about them going up and then coming basically right back down the very next day. They can't hold
Unless there's
bids,
size at 50.
that's for sure. So I would say forget about that. But we've been reloaded on that. We'll look at Canopy for anybody there. Let's go a little bit of hot dog cannon here because if you were celebrating yesterday, you probably had some dogs by the Barbie. If not, you probably did something by a barbecue because we're reloaded right there and firing it off on Amazon. And big trade alert for me on Amazon. That's why we're only taking out 20 cents here. Let's go, man. We really protected that 130 level. Now let's see if we can get going to the top. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Besides getting out of Netflix long, that sucked. That's the only red name that we're going to have on board today is Netflix. So hopefully it can continue to make this move higher. I am getting a little nervous. I'm going to get out another piece here and then another one again if we can get up to the 30 level here for Amazon. We'll take out a 23. Remember, I'm getting paid pretty much for every single trade that I'm putting on here just by the gateways. So, you know, to scalp out here 15 cents, it sucks, but the market is trying to figure out what it wants to do. Let's see if Amazon can get going one more time back up to the upside. But we're just taking pieces out. I'm using more shares, less profit per share. Yeah, that makes sense. More shares, less profit per share, meaning that we're taking out more on the less on the gross side, but more on the net side. So that's what matters. At the end of the day, you get paid on that. So let's just continue with this long on Amazon, but watch out if it does break 130, we have to get out because we're only taking 15 cents here. 25 cents was our best take on Amazon, so let's not lose more than that if it does go down. We're out of more than half of the trade though.
So I'm going to tighten up this stop on XPeng. It doesn't seem to want to get past that 1507 marks. We have the twos long. I'm tightening it from 90 to 95. The longer it holds here without sustaining that break, the less I'm gonna like it. Quite frankly, you want it to go almost right away. Meta, we got the long. Oh, we got the reload, I should say. On Apple, it just bounced off 192 again. VWAP and then 192.70. We're gonna take it out in the same range. But you have a couple of lower highs here. Well, at least one lower high into the same level on Apple. It really needs to start to get going like the rest of the market. Like when you look at something like Meta, every single dip, it's just immediately going to the upside on Meta. As once again, there's Meta at the high. Like this is the thing about Meta. Like Meta, you get into it and like it bounces like right away. Like it bounced off 95 and once it gets going, goes right into 96. That took seconds. I mean, Apple, which we got the exact same reload at the same time off support level, and when Meta went $1, Apple went 20 cents. It's not that it's bad, it's just that it's quite obviously not as good. But I like Apple as a stock, so I'm not going to complain too much about it, but I am going to complain about it. There was something else I wanted to get to. I promised, oh yeah, someone asked about Virgin Galactic. It sucks, but it's trying to go. $4, I shouldn't say it sucks, that's a bit harsh. It's a weak stock that doesn't look very good. $4 was where I liked it short on Monday and Friday.
Shit.
If it gets there, I think it's a bit of a fade. But this market is only upside. We just put on Apple. We just got Meta, now breaking out the highs of the day. I think you're long until proven otherwise in pretty much everything. Even XPeng just started to break out. So all you had to do was show a little bit of patience, make sure you're trading the right stock at the right levels, and now it's starting to break. I mean, if we get 116 on Meta, if we get 296 break on Meta, I think 300's incoming on that stock. And I feel like everybody is going to be excited to watch that level. XPeng got one leg out. It'll take 20s, 30s, 40s, that kind of a thing for this breaker. But congratulations! If you got the longs, all three in the money right now. And quite frankly, it's just a matter of what's the next big shoe to drop. Maybe it's going to be Google. I don't know. Google kind of holding up that 121 still.
No, Google's way up. Yeah, so Amazon, I'll take that, congratulations. Amazon on the reload big tech names, and Amazon right there goes to the #2 stock right there for the day because of that move, man. I mean, we're trying to make some money short on AMD as well, but here's a big move for Amazon, man. We just talked about that. The #1 stock today is going to be Tesla. There's Amazon right there, making that move higher. I'm just taking some pieces out. Like, I think the move can sustain and last. Back, there we go, take a 45 again. But hey, man, we're going to be here. Like I said, we're at the highest spot. We've only shorted one name today, and that's right now, and that's AMD, and there it is right there. We told you we were waiting for that upside move. So, hey, if you're following other traders, that's fine. But I'm giving, like, these levels that we're giving, we've been on fire the last couple of days. Look at this Amazon, 50 cents. Here's AMD, 30 cents. It's just like, take the levels, make sure you're there. VWAP, we've already identified, although AMD is only up 0.49 right now, we've identified that, look at this move. Yes, sir, holy shoot. If I only had held onto the shares that I had, was a little nervous on that break higher because Amazon was rocking, and now here is AMD. Wow, pulled back. Oh my God. I don't even want to look to see how many shares I had up there, but we're lighter on it now, which is all that matters. Nice move. Wow, nice move to the downside here. Oh my God. That is quite the pullback there for AMD. Hopefully you're on it, because if you are, then you're making a little bit of cash on that one. But the important thing is, don't let it come out right now. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. AMD pulling off VWAP just about, like, almost as if this is a textbook right now coming through right there. You could write it on this trade today for AMD. Go long early, go short late. This is exactly the trade that we thought it would be, and that's it right there for AMD. So we're definitely taking that out. And then this is having a hard time too, man. Amazon seems to be having a hard time getting too much higher than where we are right now. This was another one of those trades that was reloaded, and now is just dropping down some of this. So there it is, upside. Let's go Amazon. Let's go AMD. We're just sit back and relaxing here today. It's 10:20, man. But you know, the way we've been trading the last couple of days, we'll keep this going. And we're back at 2. It's the big guys on the midday show in 40 minutes.
Absolutely. It should be a good one. I mean, the way this market is turning, go red to green and only up 1/4%. 1/4% means there's more room to go. I just pulled back by 15 on Amazon. I had 131 written down. I didn't. That's from earlier this week and last week as well. But yeah, it's got some resistance at 131.5, I want to say, but that's $1 away. If this gets back up to that high, that's a pretty decent breakout. My daily, there you go, even better on the daily chart when I show you. Like, if we get above 131, like, that's another stock that could absolutely go. You're right, Google is already gone.
Yep.
So Google broke 122. I like Meta and Apple at that moment, but I mean, Google, same thing, 121, now breaking out 122. It's just, the long ain't wrong right now. That's the best way to think about it. Meta, fresh high. I think we're seeing 300 today. It's about where to add next. I suppose 96 could be that next dip buy. Let's go to Sharif for the small cap recap.
Small cap recap brought to you guys by Huzi Holding Limited. Huzi is a prominent digital Chinese insurance platform that has formed a substantial partnership with China Pacific Property Insurance, resulting in the launch of 98 insurance products, including co-developed offerings since 2011. Shout out to the folks there at Huzi. All right, this one at the moment, ALLR, guys, Alarity Therapeutics, halted at $9.09, up 44.29%. Initial data from Alarity's phase 2 trial indicates potential improved clinical benefit for DRP-selected metastatic breast cancer patients. You always want to see positivity coming from a field like that. LPTH, another mover, making a test there at 198. Suspects amounts of volume, though, 1.61 million. TMC done a bit more volume, 6.56 million shares. This one's trading at $2.41. Has got a float of 167 million. At day's highs, up 23.5%.
Be careful with that ALLR. I mean, I pulled that one up. I see 300,000 in volume for multiple halts. There's not going to be a lot of liquidity with this name. So it sets up, like, I don't know, if you look at it since it's split, reverse split, $10 on a breakout looks really good when you pull out the daily chart or the 15-minute chart. I just question, it's indicating an open of $10, which would be on that breakout level. I question what kind of slippage you're going to be getting on a stock like this. You go long above 10, you might be long at 10.50. And if you put a stop underneath, you might be out at 9.50 or something like that. So I'm going to stay away from this. It just feels way too dangerous. For me, there's plenty of liquid names out there that we can trade. Don't need to force the action over on that one. C3AI, very popular name. It's back above $40. Man, everything is breaking out today. This is just stair-stepping up 7%. This one is another ridiculous runner so far this morning. There's not much resistance up here, so not a red candle in sight. If you're in it, great. I don't see anything until it gets up to the mid 40s. So if it gets up to the mid 40s, that's been a decent short before. I gotta be going back to XPeng here. I tighten up to stop. It's trying to bounce. We gave it to 14.95. I'm gonna start getting more aggressive above this 15 entry. But I'm going to reload 15s. Now, you know what? We just took out 15 on the north side again. So I missed that chance for a reload. That's a 15 break we're getting one time. Only took profit once on a quarter. Still think it can trend up. But giving it out at 14.95 is going to make sense. Here, Meta's still trying to churn. I haven't really found another good reload zone just yet. You can see what this sucker is doing. It's just stair-step to the upside. We got the one decent dip after 94. We got 95s. I think it's 300 next. Quite frankly, if we can start getting some kind of a consolidation again, we try to join and then tighten up the stop here. But 297 is just breaking now on Meta. The stock is ridiculous. Two-set upside. Lucid apparently impressive as well, but no, it's not. Lucid's actually only up 0.2%. Up decently from the bottom, but that 750 has still not broken. This is unbroken, 750 on Lucid. No, I don't want to short that name. I was just thinking, well, do I want to short it if I see size? I'm going to stay away from the Lucid short for now. I know Rivian was weak, but I don't want to assume Lucid will do the same.
I say, oh my God, because those of you that are part of Sticky Note Nation, obviously you're having a great day, I'd hope, but this Rivian long at 1950, okay, so let's just go back over and see what Rivian's bottom was. 1950. I mean, it does wick down to 1940. Obviously, you're not going to get out anywhere near there if you do take the 1950 long, but there it is right there. So another trade, if you had it there at 1950, you know, have a look to see if there's anything going on there for you guys. If you did like that, I think we'll probably take it if it does come back into that 1950 level. So let's just put it out right now for Rivian. Let's give it like 1955 or so. We'll try it and then we'll see about that low. We'll address that once it comes through. That's 45. So okay, we'll let it come through. Hopefully it does, and we'll be able to take it. But for right now, that's the trade that I'm looking at. It's Rivian, and it is at 1955. Hopefully, AMD definitely pulling back, bouncing off 16. We've already seen that one. Amazon as well. We did take some more out in the 30s there, but my best outs were in the 40s and 50s right there as we bounced off VWAP again. The market is not pulling back. It's just a shame to not be $10 in the money on Meta, to be honest with you. I know Neil's long, which is great, but look at this name. Man, with releasing Threads, that's like all I heard about this weekend. Huge move to the upside, more money for Meta coming through, and there it is, man. Huge move to the upside as Meta just going to be another one of those, you know, apps on your phone that you're going to have, Threads, and there it goes. Huge move to the upside, 295 there. It's continuing. So, yeah. Trade the best names and trade them to the long side today, that's for sure. Netflix, not one that's been to the long, so we'll maybe look to pick something up down there. Tesla, I'm glad to get out where we did, but it was a good pickup down there at 279 as well. It looks like it's having a little bit of an issue, but look at the NASDAQ.
The NASDAQ's
it's not having any issues at all. 15.4, taking out what, last week's high or Monday's high, right? Again, like this is not... This is, I can't ever pull this. There we go. There has to be a better way to do that. Right there. So here it is right here. You're getting back to this 15,450. So watch out for 15,475 is the actual high right there on that. So watch out, man. I mean, the NASDAQ is up. It's taking, whoops, chart tutorial. Maybe that's what I need. Starting to take out some highs right there again. So yeah, great pull up in the NASDAQ and continues to work, man. So hopefully you're one of those guys that's long right now, the NASDAQ, as we're long a lot of NASDAQ names, but short AMD waiting for that to go back upside and then short it again. So far so good here. We're at the highest spot, like I said, and just watching out for this market, man. There goes Amazon. There goes AMD. I don't know what I was just on right there, but there goes AMD breaking through 116. So we're short this one 70 cents in the money. So
there was just a wick top through 298 on Meta here. I don't know. I mean, it's close enough to that 300 level. I do want to respect it at least a little bit, but this is having some trouble. It's broken that 298 two times, and then there was a big offer that showed up on the north side at like 2 or 3. I didn't quite see the price. Jammed it back underneath. It's now done that twice, and there's some size stepping up every single time at 98. So if it doesn't hold on here, I'm going to look for a 97 half trailing stop, and the rest we want to hold on to 300. So either it holds on to 97 half and we get it out into the 300 level, or we're just we're kind of diddling at this level and holding on to the position. XPeng just broke the top again because it still wants to go. It's just, I don't know, man. Everything just seems like it's going to be arrows up today. So it bounces off that 15 breakout again. Wish I could tell you I had a 14 break, but that wasn't the level I was waiting to go. It was that local high on XPeng. Got through that 15. I think it's got plenty of room to run. I'm sure NEO's doing exactly the same thing. Yes, it is. Very close to Friday's high. Sorry, Monday's high as well. NEO about 15 and 20 cents away from a 1050. Maybe that wants to break out. So whether you got NEO, XPeng, both those names looking awfully strong. The one that's going to be kind of a boring nothing burger, sitting in Nikola, it's trying to break out the channel from Friday. It's 1 cent away from getting through the top. I've been sitting in the Nikola short. It does not want to break 140. It doesn't want to break down, but it has not broken that 143 just yet. 142 was essentially the top of the range on Monday. I keep saying Friday. I mean Monday. It feels like it's a Monday, so I keep thinking of these levels and thinking it's Friday. If we get to 150, that's a separate trade for me, but Nikola will take it out. It was going to be a one for today, and it was definitely going to be a short the way this market is played out, but Nikola just broke out of that channel. I like the 150 short as well, but it has to get there first. So what's good? No way ALR. Okay, so if you took it to the long side, I said be careful because of the spread. Well, if you took the open, it opened at 10. It's halted at 1178. And it's indicating an open of 1220. So this one continues to go there. Congrats if you got it, but not a lot of liquidity. Now it's over 1 million shares, though, on that reopen. So it looks like the liquidity just stepped into this name. We went from 300,000 to 1.4 million in just 5 minutes. Maybe this does have a chance. I think at some point it's coming down. So no one ever went broke taking profit. That's just my 2 cents. Meta just trailed out for me. So this temporary journey over. We got 95 to 97.5. But as Sean mentioned, we went over this name and then we did mention 290. I did not have the 290 break and then did not get it till 295. Let's see where it dips to next. 95 makes sense to me, but who knows? It hasn't made big dips before.
I see you guys yelling at me in the chat about AMD. Come on, son. You know I've got AMD right now as well to that downside as it's breaking through 116. So I don't know who's on the board right there, but 116 just broke there for AMD. A nice move to the downside. All right, let's go over now as Sharif. I mean, I'm not going to get out of AMD. So there's that. We just did get, well, I mean, I will at some point. And we just took out some more Amazon right now as that's trying to go as well. So, all right. What a great morning, man. It's been there. We don't have any missteps today other than we do have a... The out on Netflix is out, but again, I guess that could be, I mean, it is a losing stock, so we do have a red mark on our account today, but a pretty small one at that. Waiting for this 42, I mean, that might be a good little level there on Netflix as well, but why trade long on a name that you know isn't overly strong today? We can avoid that, and that's why we're on Amazon, that's why we're on AMD for the short as well. So far so good, man. We'll leave you right now and throw you over to Sharif as we're at the highest spot. I hope you guys are too today, and hope you're having a great time. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. It's time for a crypto update with Sharif at the big board.
Bang on, Sean. Yeah, crypto update brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the international organization, the Royal Court of East Breton O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. Shout out to the folks there at Riley Coin. Yes, the main coin we're looking today is Coinbase. 2.81% to the downside today off the Piper Sandler downgrade from overweight to neutral and lower the price target from 65 to 60, basically citing ongoing lawsuit against the company by the SEC and the lack of regulatory clarity in the United States. They see a possible downside move of 25%. Some other movers, Bitcoin down 0.9% today. ETH as well, 1.37%. The speculative assets not having much of a good day today, but Coinbase, tradable name.
Yeah, it hasn't been that tradable. Hasn't been tradable for me because I've been waiting for 80 to short. But yeah, definitely a tradable name off the open. It's not been my cup of tea. So you can be patient, wait for key levels, wait for key prices. We're bouncing VWAP this time on Apple. I know 192 has been the level since the open. But look, if we hold on to VWAP, I think we're breaking out 93, and then we're trying to add VWAP dip buys until proven otherwise. The bid's at 92, and then 93 breakouts still in play for me. Meta, it feels like it was the right out, but here it is, holding on to 297 and possibly heading back up toward that high. So it's actually holding out exactly where we got out of the trade. Pretty crazy how strong that's going to be right now. Someone was asking in the chat if it's a place to get back long on Netflix. I don't know, like this stock, it gave you the opportunity here off the pre-market breakout highs. It was 450 rejected multiple times. So all the good outs were underneath 450 when it was failing, like trying to hold on for a break at the top, and then it couldn't hold on to that 50. Well, trend down just broke the low. It's doing the right thing, let's put it that way. But that 444 level, look at the wick tops and the rejection of 444. This has to be above 444 for me to want to long in this stock. Otherwise, you're trying to go long in a trend down, which is not necessarily the way to go, not in a strong market. I just got the top there in front of quarters on XPeng, but you got to ring the register on these. This stock is strong, but this 15 represents the top of a big move. So I'm taking that profit in. I have a 95 stop on my 01 long. I just can't turn into a bad trade unless I were to hold it past my stop. And then look back to VWAP to see if it wants to hold on to that. And at the same time, NEO is running into resistance as well. So if you're watching the Chinese EVs, they've been good longs, but there are some signs that we're slowing down here, and you want to grab that profit while you can.
That Meta top at 298 could be something there. Also, you know, we can keep talking about the same names. What else? ALLR. So Neil already talked about that. I mean, I wish there was something else going on. We can check out Roblox is moving a little bit. That's back to VWAP as well on the downside. Oh, Roblox moving right now. Where's Sharif at? There he is. I don't know if there's any news on Roblox or not, but it is starting to go upside a little bit there. It's not that big. Nah, I don't think there's news on that, no. 41 doesn't seem like that's enough of news there. Bouncing off 40, so let's have a quick look at that once it comes back down, and if it does. That Rivian long at 1950 is probably going to be a little bit haunting for a bit, but it's right back down now, so here you go. Now you have an opportunity to try to get that long one more time in for Rivian, but remember, we've already talked about this and missed it the first time, so often when a stock will come back again, you know, that could be a problem. Whoa. So I am going to respect that 1940 bottom. If it takes it out, then we're going to get out of there on Rivian. We're waiting for 1955, so that's coming in pretty soon right now. So yeah, let's watch out, and we're just going to take out, if it does break through, I'm just setting the stop right now, even though I'm not even long yet, to get out at 1940 if it does break. So let's watch out. Ooh, we just missed that dip buy in Rivian, as if. All right, we'll try some at 59. Just lightly here, just in case we miss it, of course. But we do want some 55s. Willing to take 15, I guess now it'll be 17 cents worth of a hit here on Rivian. So we'll take a small piece as it dips in. We just missed our 55, which would have been a full position for us. But if it comes back in, great. If it does want to bounce back up a little bit, that's 80s right there, so let's put something at 75 in case Rivian really gets going back up into the 70s. Again, we'll put a 69er, and then we'll put a 79 or so. See if we get to, there it is, yes sir. See, so right there on Rivian, we're very, very patient on it, got that bottom, and then did we get out? Oh, see how it just missed us at 69? Okay, that sucks. Again, right there, we just missed it for 15 cents, or no, we didn't get for 12 cents there. Hopefully Rivian can get back up, but there's the quick buy on it. Now let's see if it continues to work upside right here. We should be getting that lottery ticket if they, tonight's Wednesday, yeah, we should be getting one, or Friday, but I never play the lottery, so Prada was running those thing. Don't they do two now? They think they do Wednesday or two, Lotto Max.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
I thought it was once a week.
It used to be only Fridays.
Yeah.
But then they realized that lottery is like a tax, you know, to everybody, so let's do it as many times as we can.
Used to, like you said, we used to just give money to Prad, and then Prad would buy one for the office.
Yeah.
So like,
and then Prad took all our money because he won, and then claimed he didn't win. No,
oh, so that's okay.
If Prad won millions of dollars, I don't think he'd be here. So,
he wouldn't be complaining about having to pay for the Platinum Prad if he won millions of dollars. Exactly. That's for. You just mentioned Rivian. I'm just going to point out Lucid for a quick second here. It's battling green to red, red to green, yada yada, back and forth. Monday's high 744. This morning's high 753. It looks like. If this breaks out the top, this morning I was willing to tell you I thought this was relatively weak, But I didn't short it. I was again sitting in Nikola, which didn't work, and this would have given you that same trade. But now it suddenly looks relatively strong if we take out that high. So 753, you got to be willing to change your tone a little bit. That's a good wipeout bottom. If you're short at 930, great. It looks a little bit different if it takes out the 753 high now. So I want to respect that. XPeng is still trying to hang on here. It just bounced off 15 for the third time. I don't know if this is going to be the charm. Come on. There we go. It bounced off this, then started to reject that 1510. I took some out at 1505. This feels like it wants to make a run at VWAP in here. And I did not reload a third time, but it did bounce a third time. So the question is now, is that third time a charm? I'm still holding on to a piece of it, but we've been getting out steadily. Oh my goodness, Meta. I keep thinking this is the pullback in Meta where it's going to get to like 95 or 94. And then I look over and it's right back up to 97. So I think this is where you get patient with it. I do not want to be chasing the move up here. It does not feel like it's the right play for Meta right now. If we get to 300 without it, then fine, fair enough. We'll just look for something which might be lower hanging fruit. I think if that happens, Apple should be breaking 193. Maybe Google, which we haven't traded yet today. That looks a little better. If you pop the, well, my daily trade doesn't want to work on Google, but if you pop the 15 up, like this only just got through 120. It's 2%, but this had been lagging for a while. I'm just going to use my trade ideas chart to show you guys what I mean here for Alphabet. This had been lagging a lot of the bigger tech names. And if you think about us just now getting back above 120, if it starts to rally on the daily, that's a 129 top. The local high here is at about 125. That's $2.50 away. So Google's playing some catch up here, and if it trends up, there's not a red candle on this name on my 15-minute chart, which means you should just be looking for the long, especially if we get a 1% day here. So I know I like VWAP, but 122 was this local break down into 121.80. That could give you a nice base for the lunchtime trade. It's already 10:40, which is kind of crazy. This day has been flying the way the market has been flying as well. But Google needs to be on our radar for the long at some point. AI off the 40 break. I just saw there Santoro in the chat. I want to say it already broke 40. This is a lower high. So I'm not sure what you mean by off the break. You're looking for a break now? I mean, the level's already gone, so I don't know if I like that as a break. I'd be looking, I mean, dip buys make a little bit more sense. Stair stepping to the upside, grab some dip buys, or allow it to regain 40, break this high here, and look for a consolidation above to join the trend. I just don't see a 40 break when it just broke out at 1018 off that level. There's really no significance to 40 anymore that I can see. As we go back to Sharif for Sector Watch.
Yeah, completely different board than what we had in the pre-market today, guys. We had half and 2/3 of a point to the downside for some of these indexes here. Now the S&P about to go green, only 0.05% lower. The blue chip Dow, though, not faring much better, still down 0.4%. The NASDAQ up 0.4%. And the materials and energy heavy Toronto down 0.43. Some strength in crude, as we talked about in the pre-market show, up 2.44. And Bitcoin and Ethereum continue to suffer on the downgrade to Coinbase. Let's see how the different sectors are doing. You're seeing it's a big tech-based rally at the moment. The big tech names all green, being led here by Meta, up over 4%. We had good strength in Netflix earlier. Now Google also leading the way with a 1.95% bump. NVIDIA, the lone green name in microchips, up 1.4. Yeah, you'll see that. The entire microchip sector red at the moment, save and except for NVIDIA. Good strength there. We know about the Coinbase downgrade today, but look at the mining names. Mara, Riot, they're still positive on the day, hanging on to 2 1/3 and 2 1/4% to the high side. EV names, we talked about the upgrade for Rivian and their deliveries, barely holding on here, up 0.97. We saw some interesting weakness today in Nikola, which was downgraded as they gave up their battery business. Market liking that after the bell, up 3.69. Chinese ADRs are mixed, with the outlier being XBEV here, up 7.8%. On continuation, no specific news for this ADR. The Chinese ADRs mixed at the moment. Energy, we talked about this one being strong, 2.36% to the high side for the CL August contract, but the equities certainly not catching up with that at the moment. XOM, CVX, Oxy, they're all red. Airlines, they're green as demand for travel and leisure continues to bump up here. Consumer spending shifting. Good month, I would say, for airlines along with their cruise line cousins, guys. Banks to the downside, mostly red, except if you're big tech.
I mean, Dollar Club, another member, right there. AMD now. I mean, look at this tank. I think it's a tank considering they're looking against the market right now as it just continues to make flushes downside there. Once we broke that 115.80, man, it was see you later. Normally we'd be sitting there taking out profit, but there it is. It's a huge move to the downside right now. We just, thanks to Bears versus Bulls there, we just tweeted out sort of some of our updates here to the sticky note, right? And what we were doing, Tesla, AMD, and Amazon. So we put on there, we like Tesla long. We hit that huge, man. That was $4 there to the top side on Tesla today. Rivian, we just waited right now and got that long, and the rest is history on that. You can see that we're trading nicely to the upside. And then we had that 116.50 break that we talked about, then the reload on AMD. All my money was made there early, but then we noticed relative weakness against VWAP right there and shorted it back down, and I just tweeted it out at 115.80. But as you guys can see quite clearly right now where AMD is at, 115.35 and continuing to tank down. There's the short right now, and here it is, breaking lower and lower and lower. Let's just stay in this name, man. We've got everything, man. We're out of 60% of our Rivian as it went right up to 80s again on that trade. So let's go. Out of that name, see you later. Amazon, right back into 50. Okay, we'll do that again right now. I don't like that Brendan and Kat aren't here, but if we're going to be doing these kind of trades over the last couple of days with these guys out of here, now we want them back. But be well, Kat, and hopefully Brendan does come back all energized from his vacation. Neil on vacation next week, Brendan on vacation this week, and then I go to Rome at the beginning of August. So, we're going to have a couple changes around here for hosts, but I hope you're liking the show so far as you get ready for the midday coming through with Prad, Obi, Max, all those guys coming through soon. Shreve will be back on that next week as we get Brendan returning. But you're welcome, Blake Colton. Shout out to... You're on vacay. Okay, so he's on vacay next week, the big guy over there. Thank you, Blake Colton, for watching, man. It means a lot to us. We put a lot of work on. What's up to Darwin and everybody else up there? Kenny D, trading with Alex. Now you're trading with Sean. Lillian Nene as well, Nick Chauncey, everybody, and my guy right there, Bears versus Bulls. So thank you so much for everything, man. We're really on one today. We're going to be at our highest spot as we close the show, but we're looking to make more money as AMD now $1.30 in the money as the market stays green. But AMD is red.
Yeah, TSM almost got green. I know it was at the high of the day, and I heard Sharif say, oh, nothing is strong in chip names, but TSM is relatively strong, but it just rejected the high of the day. ALLR, shout out in the chat. I just saw Tigger Hummer saying they made 5 on ALLR. If you get these early, look, they can absolutely run, but it had a halt down from 1350 to 11. And then actually holding the bid here. So that's the kind of swing you're seeing in this. It's barely staying open for more than 5 or 10 minutes. I still think you got to be cautious with this. I doubt I trade it. I checked the price of locates. It was 60 cents a share for a $10 stock. That's over 5% at the point where I went to get them. So like that's not very tradable. 5%, that's a lot. Xpeng, it tries to hold on to that $14.95. We did reload it only twice. You got a $15.25 local top. It doesn't hold on to that. Apple, the only one still going. Just in time, I am not going to France. I already went to France. Every year, we go camping, so we're doing it's car camping, which means we parked it a lot. We get our tent up and then just unwind. My daughter absolutely loves it. Maybe we do some fishing. I have no idea. But I'm going to get back over to this name. Double top on Meta. Meta feels like a short to 298 at this point. We got out 297.5, and the way that it's rejecting this level here, I think 98.12 is the actual high of the day. If we bust 97.5, this is starting to feel a little bit top heavy, but this name has been the strongest one. Intel is now underneath that 33. We had a 33.04 long once. It broke underneath 33. Now it's trying to hold on to this level in the other direction. If it's a good level one way, then you got to be respecting it the other way when it's relatively weak. You have room to 32.5 to the downside down here. So I want a 33 short into the local high, give it to 33.10, and there's room to 32.50. Apple long still playing out above 192, but if this market starts to roll over and goes red again, I don't know how much you want to fight the long. We've seen this time and time again. We have a nice great open for the long, and then you get a bit of a retracement day when we can't follow through. So got to look for at least a few shorts out there. And C3AI, congratulations! That one's still going to the upside. I think 45 or anywhere in the mid-40s is going to be a bit of a short, and we'll get to coin in a second. But Intel's going to start to come in for me.
All right. Yeah, I don't mind looking at Intel, maybe looking at some Apple here as well. I mean, right now AMD's at the lowest spot it's been at all day. So what's up? This is for you, Chef Joe, right there, as we're cooking up some profits there today as we barbecue. There goes it to the downside, 115 breaking lower now. 115 is the next spot. It hasn't broke 115 yet, but see when it does, you have the 20-minute period, the 20 period chart here, trying to give us some more levels. So I feel like there's a lot of buying happening here. That's 115, and then you dip it down. You got that top the other day, 114.75. Like, I don't know. That's all. It's all right there right now. You know, I'm just going to let this fall down as we're breaking below the 50 period. This name just continues to get more and more juicy as you go 20, 40, 60, 80, 20% left of Rivian. I don't even think we're going to let this one break. We're long right here. So I'm going to put out a stop right now to get out of everything. If it does break lower than what we have, why not? 1954, good year. We'll get out of everything that we have left because we trade this quite well, man. And again, you want to talk about risk to reward. I mean, that was a good one, right? You know, there's 50, we're in at 58, 59, are out 77 with our best out, but not letting this one bleed too much to the downside. And here comes Amazon right back to 130 again. It's trying to bounce, but again, the market's not holding up right now. So this is one of those things where, is it worth a reload? Sure. Let's buy a little bit here. We'll punch a little bit through at 0.5 there, 130.50 or 130.05. Making sure that we do have that stop. Yeah, so a little bit of so we just got long 0.5, a little bit of a break lower through 130 and we'll get out. You see the 200 periods right here? You know, we trade very under control all the time, waiting for key prices to come through. And that's why today, one miss up, 30-cent hit on Netflix is all that we've taken today to the downside. So far, so good. And look at that. There's a reload again on Amazon. Let's see if it wants to continue to go back up to the upside. We'll take 15 cents if we can get it there. We got 04s. There it is right there. So there it is one more time, man. So we'll just keep on doing bangs, I guess, and keep saying that was a good idea to reload that trade because there it is. So it's a good out for us on Amazon. Let's see how high it wants to climb now. There's another reload for us. AMD's lower. Rivian's holding. I mean, this has just been a really, really great day today to trade everything. I don't feel like anything's really been misstepped. So hopefully you've enjoyed the show. And if you have, make sure you hit the like.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
And the like and the subscribe. And if I had Sharif's, I'd hit it as well, but I do not. So let's go over to the big desk right now with the big guy. It's Sharif. And there goes Amazon, another 20 cents on the reload. So that's good. AMD down. Well, you guys can see everything. Let's go to Sharif with Money Talks.
The U.S. dollar index in the green, but barely, Sean, 0.12 to the high side. The euro, though, down 1/3% against the U.S. dollar. The quid up against the greenback. The franc down 1/4. The yen positive, but barely. The Canadian dollar, this was kind of weird to me because usually we think about this as a petrol dollar, and well, the barrel's up today. Canadian dollar is down 0.16, much the same way with the Australian. New Zealand dollar, though, faring quite a bit better, up 2/3 of a point against the greenback, guys. Not much in the way of a currency update.
Quid.
You got that right.
Quid. I like that. That is the first time anyone has said quid on this show. I like it. I don't mind it. Why not? We'll go with that. Hey, look, I just got back into Apple. This is the third time. It's not the third time it's tested this level, but it's the third time I've been in here. It's bounced off this pretty much all morning, but these are lower highs. It's been rejecting 192.80. Like, we got our best out there and held on and did not get that reload today because it didn't get down to the 20s where we've been buying it. Now it is back down. Apparently, Tick says that Sharif says quit all the time. If that's true, and I've missed it, fair enough. I feel like that's the first time I've heard it, but I could be 100% wrong about that. Netflix is all the way down at 440 right now and just went red on the day after that upgrade. So the breakout initially was good. It did stall out at that 450 level. It is trying to hold on to the 440. If that goes, it gets really ugly to the downside. I think it's a Coinbase because this feels like If we roll over, this is the one short that I wanted that I never got into, never got into 80, and it's trying to make a run at this low. 77 was the bottom on Monday. So if it retakes that 77 downside, that just feels like it's a short underneath that 77 level. C3AI, by the way, if you're still tracking that one, it just got back underneath that 40. I wasn't a big fan of the 40 break. You want it to take the next level up, but this is now coming back down in. Looks like there's a few names starting to come back. Apple's starting to test to the downside as well. We just got that reload long. That could be a little bit of concern. Team PJ mentioning PayPal. I have not looked at this stock in a bit. It's been a minute since I've looked at PayPal. Oh goodness, that is a nice move for PayPal. 67 to 68 in just the last hour, running into this resistance at the top. Okay, I'd file this one away. If the market makes a bit of a turn, let's look for a 68, like a long above 68 here. I don't want to be punching long at the top when it just made that run, though. That's a little crazy. Plus, I don't know of any catalyst or reason. Good, strong churn up. I want it consolidating and then breaking the top.
Yeah, so we got it at 40% of, okay, Amazon's about to come out right now. We got it at 40% once it broke and then didn't retrace right back up. So you can see a bunch of outs there at 130 as it's looking to take out some levels to the downside right now. So watch out for this. Amazon breaking lower right now. So again, it broke to 200. So here we go, man. This is going to be a 15-cent hit right now if it does continue to go down. It looks like it is going to break. There it is. So now we are out of Amazon. See you later. Breaking through that 85, and that one will flush ourselves down the toilet for that last reload there on Amazon. But like I said, nothing to worry about as we are still net positive here today, obviously, on Amazon as that continues to go. Nice job on the move back up for Rivian, but we didn't get the reload. Didn't like it, didn't trust it. We're still waiting for 55s. Gets as low as 57s there on Rivian, so watch out for that. AMD, I guess it bounced off 115. Maybe we could take a fill down there at 115 again just to make sure that we grab some profits. 115.30 if it does come back in there for AMD. It might have just got flushed, right? And we were there. We participated in it, and we made money on it, a decent amount. So we're really happy with it. I mean, we made good. I mean, how much you make on it is relative to how much risk you put on. So hopefully that was good for you back into the downside there. Coinbase is back to VWAP apparently. Yeah, so
it's just
there
chilling.
it is right there, 77, 77.50, 77 bottom. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're gonna have to look at Bitcoin to do anything there. And Bitcoin right now, 30,400.
I was gonna say,
It's
Bitcoin,
not doing much.
It's not, but I feel like if you look at the 15-minute on Bitcoin, I'm looking up at it and not showing you guys. Every time I try to pull my Bitcoin chart over and resize it, it does that, but it feels like it's on a bit of a downward trend. If it rolls over from here, I think that's where you get the pullback that I'm looking for in Coinbase. I'm not even thinking about the long right now in the stock, but there's no breakdown at 77, there's no test at 80. I think you gotta be cautious with it. Quite frankly, it's diddling in the middle. Oh, there goes Intel. There's my 15-minute chart. We just got a reload, and this one looks like it wants to take out the top. So this is, I don't want to call it a secular move because it's at the low of the day, but as the market starts to roll over, this is actually picking up steam. 33.10 has been that local high. Had a long initially off this level, but it can't hold on to 33.10. This one could be breaking out and playing a little bit of catch up. I do still have Apple long, but that has done absolutely nothing off that last bounce. So it bounced off 192. I'm looking for VWAP and then a break of VWAP. 192.75 would be the last out before 193 potential break. Meta, however, is getting pretty darn close. So I think we're right to get out. Never really got into the short off 98. It was no last test of it. But remember 95. That was the dip buy that we ended up taking. I like this 95 dip here on Meta, and we're underneath 96. So this is going to give us an opportunity, I think, to get back into the trend, the only place where we picked it up, which was the 295 long incoming on Meta. I want to be patient. This is all weakness right now for the stock after leading the way in the overall market. Netflix as well, bouncing off 440. So there's a couple of names that are picking up some bids here. Netflix is, hopefully Meta in a couple, maybe like 50 cents or so into 95. Intel's kind of starting to do it as well. I want Apple too because that's the one I'm long, but there's other names out there. Meta, priority one because it was the strongest this morning.
Yeah, I'm going to put a bid out there, 294.50. If we can get that, it just dipped down. So we're going to wait for Meta. Hopefully it does come crashing back in. Look at this, man. Mr. Bad Luck right here on Amazon. We got out at the bottom, and then it just ripped right back up, putting us in the money again there on Amazon. So we'll go short a little bit here, just waiting to see where it breaks higher now. Big move back up there. Not big, but just we got out at 80 break. There wasn't so much volume, so I didn't get back into the long. But here it goes right back up to the upside as the market is trying to hold out some of those bottoms at 15.4. So watch out for that as we get ready to throw it over to the guys here. So yeah, it looks like AMD retraced pretty good. We'll wait to see what it does at 116 right now. Rivian's 20 cents in the money. And then yeah, Amazon, I think we can, I don't know, let's wait to see. It did break down, but then I feel like I don't want to be the only one that got, washed out there. So we will put on one more trade there up to that 130.30 level for them. And if that breaks, again, we don't want to give everything back. I'm just going short now because the market seems to have wanted to hold, and Amazon did break pretty good there. But let's just be careful with this one as we still remain net short on Amazon with only a couple minutes to go. Thank you so much for everybody for watching. And then in today's, we do have right now what's for lunch. So this just came in. So let's talk about what's for lunch today. This is a brand new segment that I've come up with. I hope you like it. If not, it makes you hungry. I know. Well, it's 11 o'clock, so today is okay. If you guess chicken today, then you are a chicken dinner winner today, because today's meal, Mexican roasted chicken with bell peppers, onions, shredded cheese, and Santa Fe rice. So not bad, a couple of good sides there.
Okay.
We'll see if it's all right. Of course, Neil and I will get the salad, and we'll see how that. On Rivian today, we called that 1950 bottom, and there it is right there. We're long on this bottom of Rivian. Let's see if it is a bottom or not. But Rivian right now trying to get back to $20. That's a good one, man. How is Mexican food in Canada? I mean, we have tons. My son's best friend. It's actually good. Of course it's actually good. My son's best friend is Mexican. There's tons of amazing food in Toronto, man. And the Greek food's amazing. Italian, everything is great here. Very, very diversified.
It is a great city for that.
Whether it's the best city, I think. It's New York, then Toronto, I think, for diversification of food easily. It might even be Toronto #1. So, all right, only a couple seconds left. We've been banging it out today.
Size on the bid here in Apple. I'm long in their size on the bid, but I hate it when this shows up, because if this breaks, it's going to shake some trades out. 120,000 shares on EdgeX at 192.30. Again, it pushed up to VWAP. I got a fill there. I'm going to take another fill, because if that breaks, I think it's going to try and flush this 92 level, quite frankly. These kind of trades, I'm not punching long in front of it, because that has not been a good trade, quite frankly. But testing it right here, was able to push it up to be able to get 20 cents because of that size. But I'm not sure that even matters. It's done 15 million shares. What is 120,000 to Apple? I hope it holds, but if it does not, expect a test of this 192 into the downside. It is 11. We do have, I think it's going to be Pratt. Okay, we got Pratt. Oh, they're just working. They're working on the other PC, so we're going to throw you guys over to Prad for the midday.
Unmute myself first. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am your host, Trader Prad, just getting a couple things ready over here. Got to do the ad first, so obviously if you can go to my screen, you guys know what it is. It is Surge Trader. Surge Trader account up to 1 million funding, keep up to 90% of the profits, enjoy relaxed trading rules, up to 8% max trailing drawdowns on all new accounts, brought to you by Surge Trader. Go check out their website by going to surgetrader.com. A lot of trades on the board today for myself. We'll talk about all of them, obviously, as we have the next 3 hours over here. We're actually figuring out the problem with Obi's computer. Something happened all of a sudden that we don't know what happened over this weekend. But he will be on with us first, and then afterwards we got the beautiful, the wonderful Maximilians, the demon himself, gracing us with his trades. Can't wait to see what trades he smacked today. My day, I'll be honest, red. I tried to size up today. I wanted to size up on my trades that I usually take. Tried to I was tired of keeping my low risk trading that I was doing because I started seeing a little bit of stability in there, sized up on it, got hurt, but thankfully still within my risk parameters that I wanted to be. So that's exactly why I'm like, okay, everything's fine. If you lost today, we can come back tomorrow and still try to do the same thing that we usually do. And if everything works out, this loser day ends up being tomorrow will be, twice as bigger or so on. So that's my mentality at the moment, and we'll try to keep, risking on the day today, but with light size, light trades, and look for what we really want to look for, called A+ setups and A+ trades and so on. I'll show you where we really got hurt today, honestly. It's going to be Rivian, man. Trying to hold this Rivian longs all the way from the open into where we are right now actually burnt the crap out of me. I was so bullish on Rivian, especially with how Tesla played out last week, Lucid played out last week, Rivian coming out with over 50% increase on their deliveries. You know how I've been complaining about I don't see any Rivians in Brampton? I guess I should have had that mentality kept in mind at least, because right off the open, this stock starts selling off. I'm fighting the longs all the way down here. Later on, I'm looking at the tape, I'm looking at where VWAP is. VWAP is around $20, and this stock is clearly showing me, resistance at $20. A lot of selling on the tape around 20. So right around 10 o'clock is when I figured, hey, let's punch out of the longs, let's eat the loss, and now let's flip into shorts, because clearly there is some sort of program selling happening on VWAP over here. A good example to talk about this actually comes from, shout out to Neil and Sean for lending me out the Anchored VWAP book. I think in chapter 3 or chapter 2, Brian Shannon talks about how one day Warren Buffett apparently sold 7 million shares of Southwest Airlines. I don't know if you guys remember that example, Neil and Sean. But Warren Buffett apparently sold 7 million shares of Southwest Airlines in a span of 2 days, and his average price was basically where VWAP was. And how that works is, you might have a market maker or a broker that you contract to sell your size to, and they have, VWAP programs that all trigger around the prices where VWAP is. So we're looking at constant selling coming at VWAP. So why am I trying to fight my sentiment against what the market is telling me? So as you guys can see, since 10 o'clock, I've been short and I've been scalping the ranges to the downside. Let's actually do that one more time over here on Rivian, as there is some size over here on 1980. So let's take some profits in front of 1980. As you can see, the buying building in front of 1982. Only 200 lots for a stock that's traded 61 million shares today. 20,000 shares is not a lot, so we could easily wipe out that level and push lower. But once again, that same idea of why do you want to fight what the market's telling you, right? So if we're telling me 20 is being resisted right now, but 80 could see some buyers, then I want to take some profit in front of 80. But there you go, 80 just got wiped out. We're seeing more selling come in. Clearly the stock doesn't want to go up to $21 and $22, where we were expecting the stock to absolutely fly to the north side too. Here's Rivian. I'll actually show it to you on this chart instead, because this is my chart that I use at my computer. I was expecting for that $20 break, ripping up to $21, $22. Clearly, we saw that rejection coming in and push right back to 20, and right now we're seeing that 20 come in as a barrier right around where the stock's VWAP is, and now we're seeing more sellers pile in on the ask, and the bids getting absolutely slapped to the downside. So more profits coming in. Rivian, which was our worst stock on the day, actually we were able to cut down our losses by half on it so far. Maybe we can actually keep winning on this idea of the short side instead of trying to win on the long side, and turn the stock from being a sour to a somewhat of an okay stock for ourselves. Another stock that we're currently in is BTAI. Not sure what the actual catalyst is for BTAI, I'll be honest, but I saw the stock pop up, and if you look at where the stock popped up, or sort of moved recently in history, on the 29th of June, we actually gapped down from 1680 to 950 with the high of 950, 940 area. So with the last few days popping back into these ranges, I'm not expecting the stock to have some sort of an insane catalyst to break out of this high, at least not today. So I started building into some shorts around these areas, scalping them to the downside. Now this area is being tested again, not giving it too much of risk, obviously. We don't want to get burned on these trades. We don't know the actual catalyst for it. I'm just playing a simple setup over here that could possibly keep giving me this 20 cent, 30 cent range scalp for 5 cent, 10 cent range risk. So if that keeps showing up to us as a trade setup, like there you go. We're seeing it push right back down to the south side. I want those 1920s to come into play. But as always, if you want to trust the teal, keep in mind my teal indicator is different than what is for Max. I think mine is actually the 50 period EMA on the 1 minute chart that you're looking at right here. We're holding it so far ever since the 10 o'clock period, or even since the open, I guess you could say that, above VWAP, above the EMAs. Both the EMAs, actually, the 100 and the 50, and ever since we've been holding the 50. But I'm just going to play the setup the way the setup is planned out for me. If we break that 960 area, I'm out of the trade. If we keep coming back and giving me that 20-cent range scalp, I keep trading that 20-cent range scalp. Pratt, thoughts on Netflix? Yeah, I got hurt on that stock too a little bit today. Let me show you this one. I can't buy a win today, guys. I just can't buy a win. So I tried to take this 450 area long. The stock was I believe it's a 5-minute range break setup. So I let the stock first open up, trade around a little bit, and then I tried to take the 5-minute range break later on in the day. Didn't work out, had a tight stop, got hurt, moved on. Then later on, I tried at the lower end of these ranges. Had a tight stop on that one too. Got stopped out, and eventually it does move to the north side. Later on, I just say, you know what, my confidence is not really there right now after taking, non-stop constant losses on Coin, on Netflix, on Rivian. Why would I just keep trying them again? Coinbase over here I was very confident on the short. Got burnt on the short over here. Got burnt on the shorts a couple times over here. Later on, obviously, that was the area, but just stayed away from it. Stayed away from it. You got to know some days where your trades are working for you and some days where the trades are not. BTAI right now taking out the high of day. That goes to stop. And looks like this stock might get ready to close that gap at the moment. And our idea that we had that the stock might not actually move to the north side anywhere too far to the north side might be wrong, and we might see $10 coming into play today. My trade setup was as simple as taking shorts off of this. We got a few scalps off of this and now a loser on it. The trade's done for me. We wait for BTI to see what it wants to do. Does it want to close that gap? Does it close $10? Does it keep going to the north side or not? So far, though, the strength clearly to the upside. I believe the short flow for the stock is around 60%, the last I saw on it. Let's go to Flow Checker, BTAI. It's also a therapeutic biotech stock. Yeah, there you go. Anywhere from 20 to 60% coming in for short flow, and only 28 to 29 million flow coming in overall. So not really a lot of flow either. You could get easily squoze on the shorts. That's why you don't want to fight the shorts on this position, especially when the squeeze was happening on a day like today. The longs were obviously the easier trade over here. Yeah, you could have built in the longs, hindsight's 2020, right? You could have built in the longs in multiple positions. Look at the squeeze coming in right now for BTAI. Clearly, they want to close that gap and keep pushing upside. Congratulations to anyone who's actually long on this position. I'm also trying to log in over here at the same moment onto my Trade Ideas account. So just give me a second while I pull up my password, and then I can pull up Rivian over here and talk about Rivian and also Tesla. I mean, monster moves on Tesla to the upside today too. 80% increase. I'm gonna just do this fun, guys, because I have to focus. KV, almost said my password out loud, eh? Wow. Okay, log in. Now that we're logging into Trade Ideas, we should be able to get our scanners active and so on. Tesla, what a monster move today once again to the north side, but sadly only 0.15% up. NASDAQ with a pretty insane reversal, getting back through 15,300, 15,420 actually coming into play, so no complaints for that side on the EV sector, obviously. Rivian today coming out with another positive catalyst and up 1.3%, but I believe we were at one point up 7% or so. So all EV sectors still hanging out with this new, not new, but pretty good catalyst overall. I want to see what Lucid did, because Lucid popped up to 750 yesterday or Monday, if I remember correctly. We're still hanging out with the same 750 area, up almost 1% at the moment. You could have got some dip buys around 715, I guess, but that was pretty much the low of the day, 715 over here, and the high of the day, 753. Rivian popping back to 1990 right now. So I'm going to throw some orders over here at 1990 to get more short, like I've been been doing all day, and just keep trading this level until it fails on me, and then we're gonna be done with that also. Looks like, where's the chat? Where did my chat go? I have to open. I did have a chat open. Let's see. There it is. It was just hidden by all the trade idea stuff. Do it, Brad. Keep going. Google analysis. Okay, I'll give me a second. I'll just take a sip of water. All right, we want a Google analysis, says chat. I mean, on the daily, we did kind of give up this range that we were holding for a little bit. So that might be coming in as a resistance. That previous supply and demand areas could turn around now. So demand now might turn into supply. Supply could be more supply. So expecting possible resistances coming around this 122.50 to 120 areas. But look at where the EMAs are, right? The EMAs are just telling you it's an upward trend for the overall market. Another good point that I just read in that anchored VWAP book that I'm reading is, lower period volumes are actually not bad if markets are still, when they're going down, they're not bad because it's not a bad sign overall. So right now, I guess you could say in the time frame that we're looking at from the starting of the year, let's just go to year to date, the market's in a clear bull trend from year to date, and now we're crossing the halfway mark here. What is the plan for the rest of the year for the market? It's anybody's guess. Keep in mind, we do have FOMC minutes coming out at 2 o'clock today. That will tell us the possible direction that Papa Powell is indicating to go towards in the upcoming meeting and so on. I think that one's on the 26th of July. The FOMC meeting on the 26th of July, FOMC minutes coming out today. I'm sure Sharif at the Big Desk will be covering all the moves for you that might possibly come out. Even Neil and Sean will be on the show for you, so watch out for that transcript coming out. It will basically be a piece of paper with a bunch of lines in red and white. Everything in red will indicate the difference from the previous meeting to this meeting. We already know from everything that's been happening in the ECB and every time Papa Powell has been on the testimony chair or seat or whatever it's called. We've seen the bearish sentiment or the overall idea of having the need to put in 2 more rate hikes for the upcoming year, I guess, or for the rest of the year. If that's the case, obviously we know that the market might pull down off of that, right? We still got 2 more interest rates coming in. Money's still going to cost a little bit more. And if that's the case, do we really see money being spent as much as I mean, people are seeing a lot of money being spent still. I think that was the idea behind a lot of these credit card companies also popping. Even Affirm popped up pretty recently too. Today, down 0.4% though, but look at the year-to-date move on Affirm. Let's do that. Yeah, Affirm had a couple pops, but overall, still in this all-time low range. I don't think Affirm fits my basket of buy the all-time low stocks yet. It's got to be still Unity, GitLab, and Lucid. Let's go check out GitLab today. I haven't seen this stock in a while. That's a lie. I probably look at it every day before I go to bed. But here's GitLab still hanging out in this beautiful range above $30 now. That's actually a beautiful indication for those of you interested. I think Stop Console Wars, if he is in the chat, he will know how much I love that stock, and he usually buys the position too. People talking about Lucid. I mean, look, that call out was insane. Congratulations to anyone. The gap close has now come into play, and now we're actually struggling, if you can zoom in a little bit more, right around the gap close. So the gap close has been achieved. The trade has been closed. For those of you who did take that call out of the swing trade for taking the Lucid all-time low long for a possible gap close coming in, the risk to reward were so tight that you should probably cash out by now if I were you, and hold some for a possible win to the upper side, maybe 8, maybe 9, maybe more coming in the near future, but a beautiful swing trade. I would be out 75% of my size over here. Now the next expectations are obviously, how do we trade around these areas? What EMA is that? Let's just change one of these EMAs to a different color so we don't get so confused all the damn time. So the 50-period EMA is a red color. Do we pull back to the 50-period EMA? Maybe we pull up to the 100-period EMA, see some resistance there, or does the stock just continue ripping up with Tesla's catalyst, with Rivian's catalyst, with more earnings catalysts coming in soon with the Rivian and not around Rivian, NIO's earning maybe soon coming up. Let's go see when that is. In 83 days, NIO, so never mind that one. XPEV is in 49 days, so still a little while for that one. I think the first few sectors of stocks that are coming out with earnings next week, Monday, will be banking sector, if I think correctly. So why don't we actually go look at the banking sector today? Very flat after the recent stress test pass that XLF has had. The banking sector on an absolute boom and holding these levels at the moment. So very happy for the banking sector itself. I'm guessing JP Morgan still holding in the higher end of these ranges. Good job, JP. Uncle JP not failing yet, and don't think he will anytime soon. Way too big to fail, I'll say. But hey, banks are scary sometimes. JP Morgan, Bank of America. Bank of America has been the one who's got hit a little bit more. Wells Fargo was also the one that got hit a little bit more. So these guys are still struggling over here, not able to get back into this double bottom and use that double bottom as support. Previous demand now acting as supply still getting rejected by the two EMAs over here. So I would like the stock to kind of show us a trend reversal. EMAs curling back to the north side. Quick shout out to Rivian, which has not been able to reclaim 1990 at all, is now quickly 10 cents to the downside. You're able to take some profits on that area if you want to, but we're going to hold it a little bit longer. People in the chat talking about AMD. I actually had some longs on AMD off of 116 today, absolutely flat on the position for myself. Actually wrong, I'm a winner on it, but I am absolutely flat on that position, meaning I didn't make too much money on it. So I had some longs around 116. You guys know how much I love AMD, especially being a long-term investor. This 115.75, 116 area, I figured after we, make the gap up, hold these areas for support, close the gap to the downside. That was another trade that I gave you for a possible swing trade. It took 1, 2, 3 days, exactly like Lucid, to give you that trade finish, and you also could have gotten a little bit more profits and then flip long if you wanted to. As you guys can see, the 50-period EMA holding support, that range high holding support, taking us back into that previous gap support area, now acting as resistance. So 116, 115 area coming back into play. Today's high, 117.66. Before me, that 116 area was the most key area. What I should have done, I guess, is flip short. I saw constant rejection coming in at VWAP, so I was scalping VWAP for possible 20, 40 cent wins. I should have possibly, flipped short on the resistance of these EMAs and VWAPs, and we knew that 116 was a key level in play. Notice that 116 comes into play again to give you that short. Now AMD turning red on the day while the market's going back to being flat. That's going to be the QQQ markets. NASDAQ only up 0.06% on the day, heading back to VWAP around 15.37 thousand. S&P 500 heading back down, already down on the day, down 0.11%. 44.85 most likely incoming. AMD now red, taking the SOXX with it. Rivian, more profits incoming. Obi?
What is going on, everybody? Sorry for the delays, a little bit of technical difficulties, but we've sorted them out. Thank you for your patience. Not a bad day today. Started a bit of a short there on Meta. Kind of started pulling back. Of course, I traded a little bit of Amazon as well. Let me just pull that up here real quick. Which one is that one? Okay, AMZN. AMZN, again, last week, or not last week, sorry. Time kind of gets a little blurred. On Monday, we talked about 131 being a significant resistance level, right? And we kind of talked about why that level is so significant for a sell. And coming in today, got a little short again, but I was a little disappointed. I was waiting for kind of a little bit more action to get some more size, give me more reason to size into this. Never really came in, and I think I could have attacked it a little bit more here at VWAP. Just 1 second, please. Yeah, so here at VWAPs, so it never really followed through. And now we are getting a little bit of follow through here. Nothing too crazy, right? Wasn't necessarily able to get all the size that I wanted, but the move is kind of happening. We got a piece of Meta as well. But yeah, no, just watching these markets. It's not showing my my main screen here. If we can get this screen to show, so we can kind of talk through that. Let me just make this bigger here for now. Okay, so yeah, we saw this 131 here. Significant resistance, start to sell off multiple times, and today we're getting the same thing kind of happening today. So that's what I'm watching for. Crazy move on the ES. We're testing 4,500, 55 on the NQ. So just keeping that on watch. Let's see what happens. Prad, what are some of the names that you were looking at today?
I mean, I look at a lot of stocks at all times, honestly. I was looking at chip sectors, Oxy, Bitcoin, Coinbase, and so on. Netflix came into play because we had it on our Trader TV watch list. Rivian, which is, semiconductor, Rivian EV sector. So a lot of things on my plate as always. Just trying to do the best I can with my setups that I have on board. Didn't really work out today too much. The even dollar breaks didn't work out for me. The buying at supports didn't work for me, which was around yesterday's highs or any levels that I thought were supports. Even if the supports were working, for example, like Rivian, you would immediately walk into resistance, which was a good $20 area. So multiple trades over here. This trade actually was a lot of fun to be in, even though it was a loser. ALLR. I was watching the stock pop up on my scanners. Halt off the open over here at 9:40. Opens up at 8 o'clock. Halts again 8:90, 9 o'clock. Pops up again. Halts again at around 10:20, around $11.70. And then I'm watching the tape. Okay, it opens. Let's see what happens. I'm being very patient to where I want to maybe enter into this position. I see the stock holding up around $11.80. So around $11.80, it comes down. You see a ton of size being traded, but not a lot of size actually being shown on the tape. So I figured that could be an iceberg. I'll get into the trade. I'll risk it to the low of this candle over here or the high of this candle, and I just threw my stop out and let it trade. The stock went as high as 1340, 1350. So I just sat back. I figured, hey, my lowest my lowest position notional size on the day today might just end up being my biggest winner on the day today. And it was coming down. I said, nope, I'm not pulling my stop. I'm holding it to my stop because this is what always happens. I take my profits too quick and then I take out my stop and I move my stop up. The stock eventually comes down, triggers my stop, and then makes for that $1 million move or whatever. So I figured, nope, I'm not moving my stop. I kept my stop in. The stock actually comes in, triggers the stop, halts down, and then goes back up a little bit, but then eventually you see the overall story, which is pull back below 10. Now find some barriers around 10. But ALLR, man, this stock has been a little wild, without doubt. I think it's a low float stock. Keep that in mind. Let's quickly open up our trade ideas box. Where is, if I can quickly just do this box, I guess. ALLR is short float, very small, 0.93, but the float's only 400,000 shares. So, you can really easily suck up the whole float if you're an institutional trader and trap people like you could have trapped me over here pretty easily. But thankfully, I had my stop. I stuck to my rules. The money that I lost on that trade is next to nothing. But what I could have won on it and what I was in the money on it was pretty good too. I should learn to maybe take some profits on these small float stocks. Still learning how to honestly trade low float stocks. There was one that I had a pretty good day on, DWAC. That stock had another good day today. Not sure what was going on with DWAC. I saw it pop up on my radar multiple times on the scanner, and I'll be honest, I did look for a long on it. I tried to look for a long around 14, but that was the second time after the initial pop, so I wasn't that confident around this 14 area. I tried to look at the stock, what the tape would do around 14. It just wasn't holding it, and you would clearly see selling coming in multiple times. Even though if buying was coming on, it would just immediately sell back down. So I figured, hey, even if the stock is up 11% on the day and has a relative relative volume, for those of you wondering what relative volume is, it is how much the stock is doing volume relatively today compared to its average volume in the past. It's doing 38 relative volume right now. Anything above 2, the stock is in play. If we're doing 38 relative volume, the stock could maybe have a potential minute squeeze back up to the north side. So I tried to look for a long, didn't find an area to find that long for myself. I guess you could have, got in over here at the double bottom, which is now triple bottom, including the pre-market bottom over here. That is some idea over there around 1340s to give you a potential move back up to VWAP, but I'm not going to fight DWAC over here, especially if it wants to trade under VWAP the whole day. After making that run up to the north side, the setup has been shown many times to me by a lot of small caps and a lot of large caps. I mean, look at Netflix. It's a very obvious setup over here. You can see happening on Netflix itself. Netflix with a positive catalyst from a bank coming in with an upgrade. Pre-market holds very strongly over here in an absolute range, breaks that pre-market high, runs up to the north side, tests 450, traps everyone at 450, breaks VWAP and pushes the downside, and now turns red on the day. The setup is so obvious. We've seen this so many times, so why would I now think about even getting into a long, especially where the stock is on DWAC? Might as well just go short DWAC instead, or just wait for the longs at 1340, so we're not going to be worrying about this one. Rivian, after taking some scalps to the downside around 1960, now popping back up to $19.90, where we do have more orders to keep taking shorts on said trade. So let's see if 1990 can trigger, 1995 can trigger, and $20 can trigger. It looks like they don't want to give me any size at $19.90. Come on. I'm not asking for much. I'm just asking for a little. Give me some.
Yeah, Mark So saying Disney rocketing up to the upside. Like, look at this thing go, man. 90s breaking V-shaped recovery right now going on Disney. Check this out.
Stock that I wanted
look at this
to look
right
at.
now. Like, you could potentially, like, if I was a couple minutes early, this 90 break, you could potentially go long, because look at all the shorts from today. They're all kind of underwater here with this price action. Disney making new highs on the day. Nice shout out there. IQ's going up, SQQQ, nice, yeah. No, does Disney have a catalyst today? I don't know if it necessarily has a catalyst, but this is a pretty crazy move. We had some buyers there on Monday and kind of revisiting those prices today on Disney. Now, I am still in this Amazon trade. I'm going to probably take off another piece here. Like we said, I should have been way, way more at the 131. Like, there's no reason why I was not more at 131. So now this is something I'm trying to work on in my trading. It's like reasons to cover, reasons to buy, reasons to sell, but also like reasons to get aggressive. Like at which point in the trade, when you are in the money, like reasonably, of course, right? You don't want to start sizing wherever, because then you can mess up your average. You can really kind of shoot yourself in the foot, to say, when it comes to averaging in improperly to a winner, I guess. So that's something I'm kind of trying to figure out. Like, the move is there. 131 sellers, we've talked about them. They're there as well. Meta, I was looking at this 300 test. This 300 never really came. I took a piece off the 297 to 296, just $1 off there, and we kind of are starting to pull back. But like we held the 295, and my target on this position was 295. I didn't necessarily hold it till that long, but it is what it is. 295 over/under potential on Meta. That's what I'll be watching. Now, I know some of these other names are going as well. I know we haven't really talked about NVIDIA. NVIDIA doing the opposite of kind of what Disney's doing. Disney's doing a V-shaped recovery, where NVIDIA is kind of doing a V-shape breakdown, like a revisit to the back into the 420 area. But yeah, this 420 break, I think 420 was a good look in the pre-market. We see that it kind of held that price, and then strong drive out the open. We hold the closing level of Monday, like closing price, and then just continue to 424, 430 test, back pulling in 5 points down. So, I mean, a lot of momentum, a lot of opportunity here, but a little more difficult to capitalize on relative to other days, I think, because I think people coming back in, this rush out the open was really, really strong, real fast. Like, you had to be quick if you tried to catch this drive. Like, look at these 15-minute candles on the futures, right? So the first 15, like, good luck catching that. I don't know what it necessarily looks like on a shorter time frame. Let's pull up the NQ on a 3-minute here. But yeah, look, even on the 3-minute, it didn't give you much time out the open. Like the first candle literally does like almost 50 points, and then another like 20, 30 after like a 6-minute consolidation. So like you had to be quick, you had to be fast, and if you had the direction right, you caught the move. And when it did start to slow down, I think it was a great short on some of these names. Like 15.5 has been a key look, and we couldn't even get back up to there, right? So we kind of test this 15.4 and pull back off of it. So for the rest of the day, I will be watching this 15.4, like a whole number, just to see if we stay above or below, and kind of maybe give some direction on sentiment for where the rest of the market is going, right? Now, I do have eyes on Apple. Like looking at Apple, Apple's retraced the whole move, right? Looking a little bit like NVIDIA, but even stronger in terms of literally recycling the whole move that we've had. The first 15 literally wiped. What time is it right now? It's about 11:30. So an hour and a half after the open, and we've kind of retraced all the prices we've done on Apple. So potential short coming in if we kind of break these levels, pre-market support levels at 191. If 191 breaks, I think 190 is definitely in the cards, because like looking left, look at this significant consolidation. I mean, not necessarily significant in the long term, but like in the recent last week, we had 2 days that consolidated within the $2 range underneath 190 before breaking out on Apple. So I think if we can kind of pull in, 190 is more than available within the trend itself. I think that's a price we can revisit. And if that is in play, we should see these futures kind of come into this 15.3 and potentially ES watching for that break of 44.80s, these wicks down here to really give some direction and maybe give us some more conviction on these shorts.
I'm just looking at XLF. Impressive rally coming in on XLF for a last little while. No red candles since 10:50 on the 5-minute chart. Non-stop, just green moves coming in for the XLF sector. So I was just scrolling through some bank stocks, and I see BAC now up 0.56% on the day, taking out the high day and actually ripping almost to 29.50. So we were just talking about the banking sector not too long ago. So I'm surprised as to what happened. What was that big catalyst that came in not too long ago, around 11:14 or so, right before the show started, or right after the show started, taking out the high day and giving us this impressive rally across the banking sector. Look at JP Morgan here. That's not JP Morgan, but there you go. Here's JP Morgan right around the same time, 11 o'clock or so, ripping up to the north side. So looks like the banking sector over here getting a nice little rally in it. Makes sense why the S&P 500 also has that rally within it. You know, the banking sector has been saving the S&P 500 for quite some time now. It's been hurting it previously, but now coming in for the rescue, still keeping right on the day. Not sure what sector is actually getting hurt. I guess we could go take a quick look at that one over here. Where is FinViz? FinViz is currently at scanner. Oh, that's not the one I want to go to. I think I want to go to, I forget which one it is. Let me try to find it. Maps. Heat maps. Let's go to the S&P 500 ones. Looks like this is all the stocks. I want to go to the ETFs instead. These are the ETFs that are down. It's like the miners are down a little bit. Semiconductors clearly up right now. Or no, short semiconductors are clearly up right now, which is up 4% because semiconductors are red. Someone brought up a good point about AMD also. AMD trying to make a little bit of a bounce over here. So I'm looking at this area or this range over here on AMD right now. If you look at this day's low and the Friday's high, that's kind of where we're finding the stock find resistance for the start of this week so far, and support at the start of this week already. So if all of this week, if we're just gonna keep kind of ranging in this box, I might just wait for the stock to show me a breakthrough past this area, 116 coming back into play again, or the breakthrough of the downside over here of 114.50 for a possible short. So right now, if you guys are looking at AMD, a move to the north side kind of coming in, gave you a 50-cent bounce maybe. But we're going to go right back to the downside to test those lows, apparently, as the SPYs are pulling back down and the NASDAQ is red again. So it looks like AMD might just break that bottom of 114.50, give you a beautiful short setup over here as we just looked at the chart not too long ago. There you go. Give us that short setup to the downside, already down 1% on the day. Maybe we do see 113, 113.50s coming into play today for a possible target. It'd be hard to expect 110 to come into play, especially with FOMC minutes coming in at 2 o'clock. So I can't see that number coming in until 2 o'clock maybe, especially if the 2 o'clock catalyst is strong. And talking about a strong that had a pretty strong catalyst in it today. Here's Rivian trying to get above 20, and there is some size on the ask right now, trying to see if there's any sellers who are trying to step in and put in some barriers for us. Take the stock right back to the downside. Here's something that I usually do. I'll show you. There you go. Some action back under 20. Some sellers, but buyers are stepping in. Let's see if buyers fight for it. So this is what I usually do. I have 2 time of sales. I'll put 1 time of sales to around 1,400 shares or so, 1,500 shares. And then I'll have 1 time of sales as the normal time of sales. You could even default this to 99 shares so we don't see anything below 100 shares. This is a good way to kind of, read tape and also learn how to read tape. You can see all the normal size, 100 shares, whatever, where they're taking place. Are they on the liquid gateway, meaning they're not on the dark pool, or are they on the dark pool? And then you can also see, maybe a little bit of a bigger size. You could put this filter to exactly around the size that you're trading at, or maybe even a little bit bigger than that. And that shows you where the actual big players are in this trade. And then around that 20 area, if I saw, a lot of yellow like I'm seeing right here show up on big size, then I'd probably get scared, because yellow on my tape means they're wiping out levels on the bid and above the bid. They're being aggressive on their prices to the long side. Maybe they're trying to cover their shorts, or they're trying to build into their longs, whatever it is, and I would probably punch out of the long. But so far, we're seeing the stock showing us resistance around 20. I'm going to keep leaning on that level until it burns me, because clearly it's been my worst stock on the day. I don't want to get out of my risk parameters for the day and lose more than I want to lose on the day. I'm nowhere close to my shutdown, but my mental shutdown is way before my shutdown. That's the way I'm trading.
Nice, nice. I really like that look on Rivian. Now, Sachko blowing up Tesla in the chat. Now, before we get to that, I just want to talk, just continue a little bit of talk on Rivian. Now, I did trade this name a little bit earlier as well. Let me pull it up here so you can see what I did on it. Like I said, like Brad said, the 20 area is very, very interesting. I like it as well. And I'm kind of waiting to see what it does. Can we reclaim that 20 effectively and hold? Because the real trade, I think, is the squeeze. But yeah, I came at to 20 a couple of times. Take a look at Rivian on the longer time frame. Like look at the hourly. This thing is poised for a squeeze. Like this is all the right ingredients for a potential parabolic move. I'm looking at this consolidation from before, this 21, 22 area. If we do break and hold that 20 area in the coming weeks, I don't see why not. Like we can kind of squeeze up into this 25. We've already started breaking this consolidation from before. Look at this volume increasing down here at this flat accumulation, right? And then we kind of break that range top, and then we're flying. We're kind of squeezing into this next range. So this range high over here is 22. If we break that 22, and if we hold 20 and break that 22, I think that 25 is well within the cards. So I think Rivian's gonna stay a good look in the coming weeks. We know that Tesla's pushing as well, which would give this a little bit of fire. And now, yeah, let's move to Tesla. Let's talk about Tesla, because I know some of you guys are blowing it up in the chat. Tesla not really doing too much today. We know that 280 was key on Monday. I know that Max had a few trades off of that. Some great prices to trade around. And today coming in, we're kind of doing about the same thing, a bit of a churn in and around this 280 orbit, right? Plus minus $2. You can see that range is kind of clear here. So whether you're recycling the 280 or you're kind of playing the range around that, I think that's a great look. But once we kind of break this range, this 282, 283 area, and this 276, the ends of this range, I think we could get some direction. But like, look, this looks pretty strong. We've gapped up. We're holding above the gap, right? We haven't necessarily failed these prices too heavily. We kind of pull in and rebid, pull in, rebid, pull in, rebid. So this 277, 278 area looking like it's showing some support here. So a little bit more towards the long side, this 283. Now on Tesla, I think it has room to go. Let's make this bigger screen here for a second and look at this trend from before. Like we are testing this right here, this bit of a trend here, roughly. Not too perfect, right? But it's in there. We kind of tested it. We're holding it. So like we could really get a move up into the 300s if the move comes, or we could just exhaust and kind of wick back in. So like Tesla, it kind of makes sense why it's consolidating in this area. It looks like it wants to make a decision, and that decision could be pretty decisive for the price action we might be seeing in the upcoming weeks. So Tesla is a great look. I think I like this observation. I like to observe this consolidation, this price action, to really see if Tesla is going to be going up or down in the coming weeks.
People talking about Disney in the chat about a short
Disney's been
clipping,
going
how
off,
they're
man.
shorts right now. I mean, yeah, Monday, that buyer coming in on Monday, big buyer stepping in on every single level. I believe it was right under 90. We see the stock reclaim 90. The buyer keeps stepping up all the way up to the north side. That was a pretty monstrous move to watch the stock, do that. I think, how high did the stock actually go on Monday itself? Let's go check out Disney Monday, even with the half day monster move coming up to almost $91. And today we did try to take halfway through that area. 91 not coming into play just yet, but 90.40 was the high over here for the overall move for Disney. Did I say Rivian? For Disney, pulling back to $90 at the moment. We could maybe see that buyer coming back into play around now 90. So I'll probably keep looking at the stock, have it up on my second screen somewhere, keep watching how the stock reacts to any important levels or so. And if we do see any buyer coming in, any bidders stepping up, showing their cards, we will for sure step back into that one. Rivian keeps playing around VWAP one more time. We are right now pushing back above 20. I am giving my stop up to VWAP. We'll see if that one burns us on that re-entry to VWAP, as NASDAQ is holding S&P. Is holding S&P 500, is holding, let me just quickly type this, there you go. Nope, that's the wrong backslash. I think it's this one, U23CM. Nope, that's not that one either. Why can't I access it? There we go. NASDAQ market currently holding VWAP at the moment on the 1-minute chart and on the 5-minute chart, pushing back to the upside. Let's look for those possible longs coming in across the market. I'm guessing AMD still holding that 114.50 and not breaking that low just yet. Ooh, actually it did break the low slightly. Probably a quick little burning of the stops coming into play on AMD over there near the low of day, and now ripping it back to the upside with the market holding VWAP. So congratulations, the bulls are still in power today, and so is for Rivian apparently, as we're fighting VWAP. Let's see if VWAP gets taken out, and I have to get burnt on Rivian one more time today.
Yeah, the bulls are definitely in power, especially out the open, like we said. But doesn't seem like they're really there on Amazon here or Apple. Like some of the larger tech names are kind of selling off, testing lows. Like we just had Apple up; it tested that 91 just now, and we are doing a bit of a bounce. So let's see if that 191 kind of holds. It is pre-market support, right? So I think this is a nice area to get long. You have about a 25, like risking about a quarter. For a potential, like look at this fade, potential 50% retracement would give you like a 191.80. So risking a quarter to make, like 50 cents. So that's a potential trade there. Just keeping that on watch. 191 was probably the level, but yeah, no, let's see if it can kind of consolidate up here for a little bit longer. I am still sitting short this Amazon, on this Amazon, still underneath the 130, still underneath VWAP. Let's take a look at some of the levels here. Throw on a VWAP, throw on a moving average. All right, so boom, right there. Like this rejection underneath VWAP. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like I need to find places where I can get really aggressive. Like, yeah, sure, you have a winning position on, that's great, but where is the point within that position that you can really start to get aggressive as it works in your favor? And I think a place, looking back, into VWAP. Like once we do break VWAP, sure, I get short on the front side a little bit because I know this. I have conviction that this area has strong sellers in it, so they do show up once we get there. And when we break back below VWAP, I think potentially in here, that's a potential add. And when we retest the VWAP and fail, that's also a potential add. When we consolidate under VWAP and try to push above VWAP and then fail again, I think that's also a potential add for the short. So again, learning every day, trying to figure this out, trying to get more aggressive on the winning positions and trying to be more repressive on the losing positions. So trying not to bag hold, right? So it's a work in progress. We'll definitely get there, but one day at a time, right? Meta does not look like the shorts are really coming in. I thought that 300 rejection might give us a significant pullback, but it seems like 295 is holding. Let me pull up Meta on a longer time frame to see whether there's anything sitting here at the 295 that might be giving us some trouble. All right, so 295, it's 290 wick here, down here. Maybe let's get some after hour price action in here by throwing up an hourly. Okay, here we go. So 290, look at that, 290 break, like that was the trade. There's nothing here as of recent above the 290. So as soon as that 290 breaks, yeah, we get the 295, 300 test. Now, let's see if we can look a little bit further left to see what we have in store. It looks like we're doing a bit of this gap fill. Like this is a crazy drop on earnings. I think I might even remember this, February of last year, right? So crazy drop on Meta, 320 breaks. We opened the next day at 240s. So it seems like we've slowly started to grind up and kind of fill this gap up. We're testing this consolidation from before the drop. So now it kind of makes sense where we're struggling a bit at this 300. This was a consolidation going into that earnings move where we consolidated, kind of pushed up, failed to follow through, and then slam right down on the earnings. So 300, good look. I think this 290 as well. Definitely, if we fail to follow through on the 300, we come back into this 291 area. I think that's a great look for a potential short on Meta. But no, Meta is looking very, very strong today. Let's see what it does with the 300 in this week or maybe this coming week. This 295 seems to be holding right now above that 290 area, right? So I like that. I like that look. If this 295 holds, like you can risk about $1 here. Now, I'm not willing to do that right now, but potentially you can risk $1 here for the long, or you can take a look at this like, okay, we've had this strength. Sellers have kind of started to pull in. Let's pull up the 15-minute. Only 3 red candles, right? And then we hold, we slow down, kind of dojing on the greens. Let's look at the hourly. Hourly looks perfectly fine, but 10 minutes to the close on this hourly for a potential first hourly red candle. So are the shorts in on Meta? Potentially, I'll be looking for them. 295 is what I'll be watching.
295 is what he will be watching, ladies and gentlemen. Take notes of that level. We're watching Tesla as people in the chat are expecting 300 to come into Tesla today. I mean, last time I made a prediction about a stock going to a certain price and not going to a certain price. We know how that one played out. I don't know if 300 is going to come into play today. I'll be honest with that. We were not able to take out Monday's high. Monday being a half day still brought in more volume than Friday, which is pretty surprising to me. You know, Tesla monster move coming in on a half day. So if today doesn't bring in the same amount of volume as Monday, I'll be surprised to actually see a move to 300 coming into play today. But the fact that we aren't really selling off on Tesla, even on lighter volume, is the fact that buyers are still holding on to the shares. And you know, they're okay with the little bit of a move down over here. They're not scared of you know, only a 0.8 decrease on a day like today, especially with even the move that Tesla had in itself to the upside today to start off a monster rally towards that 280, 282 number, and then a rejection right past that area too. So I mean, all things over here still looking bullish to me. The red line that you're seeing over here is actually the 5-minute opening range low, and you had a couple chances to get long at that price too. The 5-minute opening range breakout high gave you a $2 move to the north side also for those of you interested in that setup. I mean, Tesla giving you every single day so many setups to be a part of. Right now, I'm just looking for that breakout of the possible 282, 285 area that we created around Monday to Friday. Monday itself, which is yesterday. If we get past this area, then I'm looking for that move to 300, and I would love for that move to 300. Obviously, that will be a new 52-week low. No. The 52-week low is actually 314. On Tesla. So if we do want to march up past 300, then I wouldn't be surprised with 314 coming into play, because that's a 52-week high. I think that's the next target that Tesla is really chasing for over here. I mean, an 80%, guys, once again, an 80% increase on deliveries for a company as big as Tesla is not a joke. And you know what is a joke? That Rivian move above 20, eat my, go back down. There you go. Where's that down arrow? So much stress today on Rivian for me. Oh man, I'm so
ES is coming in, man. ES is coming
Forget
in.
ES. I
The
need
ES
Rivian
just broke.
to die,
You could
Rivian
potentially
just go
have some
down to zero.
tailwind. You could potentially have some selling tailwind. ES just broke that consolidation. Look at this. Past 4 15-minute candles, the lows, the closing and opening lows of these green and red candles just wick down. We are testing these lows on ES, and that's kind of starting to bring in some selling across the board. Like I was watching, so that kind of corresponded with this 130 fail on Amazon. Like I was watching this 130. I was like, oh, are we going to make it above? Are we going to make it above? And then shunk. ES just makes a heavy red 15, breaking through these
Is that your
closing
Quadung?
and opens. What? What's
that
my
your
Quadung?
Quadung? Shunk?
Yeah, I mean, it
I like
shunks
it.
down. I mean, I think that's a word, right?
Is that when you get shanked?
Yeah, maybe shank, but I was shunk. I don't know where that comes from.
All right.
Comp SRX saying Meta, he's holding long on Meta. Yeah, that 295, man. That 295 could be something. You got a bit of a failure to follow through on this wick here. So decent potential until this wick gets kind of negated here. This what's the low on this wick? 294.60, right? So that gives you about a 40-cent risk if you are sitting at the 95 for the long, potentially. Yeah, I like that as well. But again, I'm still waiting for a decisive move. This ES kind of broke that consolidation low and not really kind of bid right back up into it. So if this candle closes right here, we pretty much did the same thing as we did in the past 4 candles. Right? We kind of wicked in and closed above, so we potentially just going sideways, and that could have brought in a little bit of selling all across the board. Now I'm still sitting on this Amazon short, still looking fine. Like no real reasons to cover. Didn't necessarily hold that 130 test just now. So let's see if we kind of come back in and test this 129.50. Right? Some of these levels playing in from last week. Now looking at the bigger picture. On Amazon, like this is just doing its range. This is literally just doing its range for the past couple of weeks. There's nothing new going on this name. Like look at what it's been doing. 131.50, 131s, and then down here 128, right? So like if you're okay, sure, maybe you're not going to be able to capture that move on an intraday swing, but if you're just churning this range, swinging it long and short, like you're clipping these prices every 2 days. Right? So this is what Amazon's doing. Like this is pretty much a diddle in the middle on a longer time frame. But yeah, we're able to take chops on the shorter time frame just because some of these longer time frame players are kind of consolidating here on Amazon. So I like that look. We have potential for the downside. 127 test. We're still within range. Like look, let me pull this back in. 127 range. Like look, 127, 128. We're still within range. Right? This could just consolidate here and then continue for the move forward. So I like the look. Potential short on the day today, still holding. Markets are coming in. That was a hot morning, very aggressive, potentially too hard, too fast. And we are getting a bit of a retracement, right? When things go a little bit too hard, too fast, I like to look for at least like a 30 to 50% retracement. I think that's fair to ask for, and if it's not there, it's not there. But when things move like this, a little bit of balancing out, a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Like supply-demand mechanics, it'll even out. Like I think the probability of that kind of evening out becomes much higher when you get a move that's too hard, too fast.
Thank you, Obi. Just looking at my scanners to see what I want to talk about next. I found DWAC-W, which is actually the warrants for DWAC. Anytime DWAC gets halted, you can jump on DWACW, and that stock doesn't get halted. Not doing a lot of volume today, only 270,000 shares, but it popped up as the most high gapper on the day at 36%. So I figured, hey, let's just circle back to DWAC, see what the stock is doing. Is it moving around again? And our idea of, don't get into the long side of DWAC because we are seeing an obvious selling, a bot program being kicked in and just constant selling coming in around VWAP areas. So if you look at this area around 1425, I mean, the stock doesn't just constantly consolidate so perfectly around an area like that unless there was a machine program selling coming into play. And then you can see that happening again over here for the span of about, 20 minutes or so, just constantly holding. You see this happening a lot of times on buyout stocks, like a company getting bought out or so on. But that just getting constantly sold out for so long. And now you're seeing it actually squeeze. Look at that buyer show up at the 231 shares on 3 different gateways. So that's obviously splitting one order on 3 different gateways. A user can do that. I could do that too. But so perfectly, so evenly, so randomly at a price that when the stock is going down, I mean, clearly there's some sort of a program over here. Very active on the stock today. Traded 3.6 million shares so far. And if you want to be active, then you got to know what games they're playing. If you don't understand the game that they're playing and you're trying to get inside over here and get cute, get pretty with it, they'll show you what that feels like. So be careful, man. Be very careful. Not sure what the overall idea is. Now, look, we could throw some theories out there saying, hey, maybe the deal's coming closer. Maybe Trump said something about Truth Media, social or something, right? We could throw out theories and ideas over there. But I like to trade on actual news, and I'll just wait for DWAC to come into play. I can't say that, though, because last time there were 0, as Neil just said, on the other side of the table here, facts. And without 0 facts, last time that was my biggest trade of my life. So I can't say that, but at the same time, look, there's games being played. We are seeing constant program selling coming in at some level and then a random buy order coming in at some level. I don't want to be part of this game. That game looks risky. That game looks scary. And the spread for a $14 stock is more than a penny. That doesn't look good to me. So I'm going to stay away from it. Looks like that's a game for someone with more risk appetite. Someone with bigger cojones, maybe. Not me today for sure. I'm going to keep playing my game here with Rivian. Rivian pulling back to the downside. Like I said, that same idea as we're seeing on DWAC. The constant selling happening at VWAP, even if the stock has a positive catalyst behind it, the constant selling, a machine program, could be, I'm not saying it is, but could be triggered. A market maker might be selling off shares that a company offered them to him to get off of, and his contract says it will be best priced around VWAP. And if that's what's happening, then why am I fighting the longs for it? I'll just flip short. And as I've been doing so for the most part of the day, I've cut my losses to a half, and I'm trying to do more with that.
Yeah, I think that kind of, what's that saying? How's that saying go? I think one of my favorite artists, Russ, he pulls it out in a song. Believe what you see, not what you heard. So I think that goes well with like the news can be one way, but like what are you actually seeing on the tape? What are you actually seeing on the board, right? So that's more likely believable than like what you hear, what's being sold to you by PRs or whatever, right? So the real facts are right here in front of you. So the tape, the book, the size, the flow, the charts, it's all there. And yeah, sure, news is there for sure. That can definitely drive volume into the ticker, but the truth is right there in front of you most of the time. Now, I got to pass it on to Mad Max because he's coming up next. Thank you for having me. Again, apologies for a bit of a late start. Thank you, Prad, for holding it up.
No problem, man.
Cheers.
Take care.
We'll see you guys around. Take it easy.
Have a blessed day, Obi-Wan Kenobi,
well.
the Jedi himself, coming in here, gracing us. We will see him tomorrow again and on Friday, as far as I know the schedule. I think Monday it's back to Sharif on the table, if I remember correctly. Not sure about the schedule just yet, but I'm sure you guys will know as we get closer to those dates. Right now, Max will be coming back on. I'm just patiently watching what Rivian wants to do around this 1980 area. Obviously, have more orders to take profits to the downside if we get below 1980. But like right now, we are seeing a little bit of battle from the buyers and the sellers. You're seeing buyers step in now, not at 1960 or 1950, but instead showing up at 1980. But the sellers that were around 20, are they going to keep fighting for the price to get pushed down over here as NQ/U23CM? Here you go, as NASDAQ on the 1 minute, on the 3 minute, and on the 5 minute, all showing you that we are below VWAP at the moment, and below EMAs on the 1, 5 just above the 100, I believe, over here, and on the 3 slightly below the 100 on the NQ NASDAQ futures. The futures still pulling down over here. S&P 500 almost back down to VWAP over here on the 5-minute chart that I'm looking at. Let's go see the overall chart. There you go, almost back to VWAP on the chart. We could see some buying coming in around those areas, obviously, around 44.80, 44.82 or so. That could give the overall market a bounce and give us some long opportunities across the board. I'm guessing AMD is below the low a day. Not necessarily, no. We're still hanging out right here around the low a days. AMD showing us good support around the Monday's low/Friday's high. So this could be a possible areas to try for a long, especially if NASDAQ and S&P 500 show us some longs coming in around these areas, around VWAP or so. But if S&P 500 and NASDAQ, which both have turned back to the red side today, don't show us buying coming in around these lows, around these VWAP areas or so on, then it would be pretty hard for me to think about a long on AMD or even on NVIDIA or so on. I think NVIDIA had a pretty monster move today. I'm sure the demon next to me who's logging in right now probably had some longs off these 420 areas or so. I think that was the problem with me today too. You know, stock selection, absolute piss poor. I could have had a way better stock selection. My whole mind was just on one stock, which was Rivian. And I was glued to Rivian. I didn't want to look at any other positions, even though I did trade other positions. Didn't trade them with too much size as much as I've been trading Rivian today. I mean, Rivian alone, how many trades do I have on this stock today? Let's quickly go see. 58 trades on Rivian alone. The next best stock that has most trades next to that one is BTAI with 11 trades. So clearly been trying to push my will, my power, neither of which worked on Rivian, because as I guess the quote in the book that I'm reading right now, Anchor VWAP, is price pays. And for me, I had the wrong price, did not get paid.
What's going on, Brad?
What's up, baby? How you doing, Maximilian?
You know, terrible volume day, no liquidity, keep punching sides.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
No, it was a terrible day. It was
Oh, it's a Lambo,
horrible.
Max, baby. You see that?
There was a Lambo there?
Yo, let's
No
run
way.
that. Run that again. Tell me the code. We're putting it installed.
Oh my God.
It's a Lambo for a Max. I love it. Is there a
Definitely
car
not-
noise for it or
Not
something?
a Lambo day today, Brad.
Run that, rev that engine, baby. I want to hear all 12 cylinders. All 12. Sorry, Max. I saw a Lambo. I got happy. How you doing?
Pretty bad. It's been a brutal day. Not a lot of great opportunity yet. Still kind of going at it for some reason, as if there is good opportunity. Market's still asleep from the holiday shortened week. So am I. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I was trying to long Tesla all day. Well, not all day, at the wrong prices, and then it does end up making the move. I got kind of distracted by that Netflix 450 level too. I was kind of messing around with that too much.
Oh yeah, that one.
I was
Yeah.
really interested in taking that breakout, and I was thinking like I'll give it $1 because Netflix will do that to you.
I mean, the spread was like 50 randomly.
Yeah. So I gave it the $1, but then I get slipped another like 30, 40 cents on the out. So got smoked on that back in when it was holding this 447 price.
I tried that too.
And
okay,
I was
but you held it.
I held it. I was looking for the
Nice.
breakout, and it just never happened. So like that was almost a flat trade. Like
Yeah.
made like 70 cents or something on Netflix, which is nothing. And
Did
then
you punch out
Rivian
on the
was,
re-entry of VWAP or the breakthrough of the TO?
It was the break of this price here. This, well, I guess I don't remember. I set a stop for some reason.
Yeah, okay.
I think I had some reason for it. Maybe there was some size that got broken. I don't know. But yeah, it was just choppy. Netflix, obviously, the fade off of 450 was the play today. Rivian too. Rivian was so tough off the open. I was trying to go long.
So you were stuck by the same stocks that I was. I thought you would probably be smashing those NVIDIA longs, Tesla longs or something.
And Meta was probably the best idea that I had on the day, and didn't take that 290 break, and that 290 break went like $8. That would have been a great play. We haven't seen prices really above 290 for a long time. I mean, we've got to like 290.50 or something on Meta before, but yeah, I missed that one. And that Rivian, off the open when it came down into this these 80s and then started to hold 20s, I just started adding, thinking we were going to get that explosion back up. There's so much buying going on and just nothing. It came back down for me. So yeah, right now, I mean, that Tesla at that 277.50 was a decent kind of long area. I think I kind of liked the idea of shorting it down into that 278 price, but it's bouncing around so much today. The volume is not what it has been recently, so hard to execute really tight on that. And I think the idea you have to have is take smaller share size and kind of give it a bit more room. But I wasn't really willing to do that today. Yeah, I don't know what else is going on right now. What do we got on the scanner here? I got not a whole lot. Rivian leading the market in volume with 75 million. It must be a holiday week, guys. I think the market's a little hungover from the celebrations yesterday.
Yeah, what did you guys do in the chat for 4th of July? I mean, in Canada, we do fireworks. I'm sure you guys do fireworks over there too. Did you in the chat do anything special? Maybe you went fishing like Obi did. When Obi was here, we could have talked about fishing, but obviously his computer was glitched up and we had to get that fixed. So thank you for Rob. Shout out to Rob coming out, fixing that computer for us. Smoked and drank. Okay, that's not bad at all. I like that. Tesla four-wheeling today. What does that mean? Four-wheeling? Wheeling, dealing. I'm trying to do something over here with my blotter, so my screens are kind of stuck. So I'll actually open a different chart so we can look at charts instead. Oh no, why did I close that one? Come back. Tesla. I mean, I did mention earlier how I'm looking for that breakout of 282, 282.50 area for the run to 300. Do you see 300 coming by end of week, Maximilians?
End of this week? No, but next week, I think so, yeah.
Okay. And the next week is saying not this week.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, we do have FOMC minutes coming out.
Yeah, they're coming at 2 o'clock,
If they're bullish today, maybe?
300 today?
I mean, someone in the chat believes it.
Yeah, I think that's a little aggressive. You know what else I missed today? AI.
Oh, don't tell me.
AI squeezed, and I loved that
Wow,
37.50 from Monday for the breakout. Didn't have it. I was thinking, you take 37.50 break, you add on 38.30, which was that kind of breakout price that I had highlighted, and then you hold for the dream, and that idea really worked out. Man, Netflix and Rivian really just kind of ruined my day. Just distracted me from all the good stuff today.
Yeah,
I don't know why I was so bullish on Rivian. It's not like that Amazon news was all that amazing, and I mean, people have been so bearish on this stock for such a long time. You got to wait for that 22
Because what Tesla did yesterday on a half day had us all with these beer goggles.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, Rivian's the hot chick. We're going to go dance with her. And everyone showed up to the dance floor. And then Rivian obviously picked the market maker as the dance partner and decided to screw all the longs and go to the downside. I'm looking at Disney right now, Max, still pulling to the downside. Let's pull up Disney over here on the time sales, on the level 2, still pulling to the downside. We just recently saw it not too long ago reclaim that $90 area, monster reversal back, a V-shape, V for Valeria, shout out to Valeria. V-shape recovery coming in for Disney over here. Why does it say the? Walt Disney Company in brackets the what? That's weird. But yeah, monster recovery coming in for a little bit of a recovery. But now that we're around VWAP on Disney, do we hold these areas? Do we continue crumbling to the downside? That's the question. If you remember, Max, actually on Monday, that buyer that came out of nowhere chasing the stock up to the north side gave us some long trades opportunities from, what's going on?
Yeah, that buyer is...
Giving us some long opportunities randomly from all the way from 90 or below, just below 90 through 90. That was insane. On my way today to work, I actually had only 2 stocks in mind, which were Rivian and Disney, because I wanted to see if that buyer showed up again. Randomly, once I come into work and I start reading all the watch lists and so on, Disney erased out of my mind. Now I'm only looking at Rivian and Netflix and Coinbase. And the 3 stocks where I put most of my risk towards are my 3 worst stocks on the day. Anyways, no complaints about it. I'm sure I sound like a broken record about these stocks. Let's move on. Let's find for the next big stock because that's the only thing that matters. What's the next big trade? Disney still wants to go down. NASDAQ holding slightly under VWAP and S&P 500 still above VWAP at the moment. UVXY, what is that doing? And where is the volatility ETF? What is the overall market looking like today? Volatility is going up. We are 3% to the north side. Perfect. That is what we want to see as day traders. Can volatility keep on going up going into the next few days? Obviously, if the VIX is going up, it might mean the market's going down. So that's not what you bulls in the market might want to hear. So be careful for it. The 52-week high on the NASDAQ market is at 15,475. We could look for the possible retest of that area and the possible break of that area coming in next week as Maximilian is expecting probably that too because Tesla and so on might just play out next week.
Yeah.
But so far, I think this week we might just see constant rejection of this area as people are still on their yachts returning back and some of them might be held at Border Patrol for all we know.
Yeah, I feel like these FOMC minutes could give us a little bit of downside today, and then we just chop around for the rest of the week before we get a breakout next week. Yeah, usually, you're not going to see crazy moves on one of these holiday shortened weeks. Just nothing tends to happen. So I'm expecting a lot of chop. I was kind of not expecting this big move up on the market today off the open, but I don't know, kind of interesting there. Ponzi Fonzie asking what the trade is. I like the idea of this 38.40, 38.30 kind of area holding on AI, and then maybe we get another move up. VWAP is all the way up at like 39.30. So, you got some room there to VWAP, and then if you end up holding VWAP and then maybe breaking out of 40 in the afternoon, there might be some opportunity there. Also, Tesla just made a new low below that 278. So I liked the idea of potentially 278 breaking down and then flushing, and it didn't do that. But it is still kind of just holding the 50 period to the downside today. I'm wondering if we get kind of like a reverse head and shoulders kind of action here where we hold 278 on the bid soon, and then that makes the next kind of leg up back towards 280, VWAP being at right around 280. And, we hold 280. This is where we turned around from before, 280. So if we start holding that, maybe that's maybe there's some more room to the upside. But Tesla doesn't feel like it wants to take out those Friday levels. Clear inside day here, and that 283 providing quite the resistance level. This was 283 is a price from somewhere back in, I don't know, I can't find it. But I have 283 highlighted on my chart from like back before we did this huge move down. Makes some sense. Cass H asking about Nikola. I don't know about Nikola. Let's check out, where is it? If Nikola is above like $1.80, then maybe that's something. No, but it is up today. That's interesting that just trending up all day. Where's it been recently? Because I know that $1 hold was quite amazing on this one. Yeah, so it holds $1. Now we're making the next move back up. It looks like it was at $1.50 on Monday. Yeah, so like $1.50 break could actually be something on Nikola. The volume is extremely light, though. You want to see this thing doing like 100, 200 million shares of volume since it's such a low-price stock. I just don't think that you can expect any kind of outsized move without a lot of volume on this one, because look how thick it is. Look how many levels need to be taken out. 1,000 lots, 1,000 lots, 1,000 lots everywhere. This is the kind of thing that you want to see, though, when you are trading one of these low-price names, is lots of size everywhere so that you can execute and you're not going to get, hurt as bad if you are wrong. But definitely not enough volume for me to get interested. What's this BTAI that's going for $10? That kind of looks interesting. Short float 60%?
Nah, don't look at that stock. It's a scam.
Look at this. 60% shorted.
I know. I was
20
trading
mil
earlier
float.
today.
Going for $10. I don't know. Like new high a day could be something.
Did you
on
look
this
at the
one.
dailies on that chart?
Not yet. Let's take a look. Oh, okay. I guess there's a reason why it's shorted.
Yeah.
But I mean, gap fill back up to 17.
That's the trade. I mean, that's what I was doing, but on the other side, I was figuring, hey, if the stock has that big of a gap fill to make, and especially if it made that drop on Friday, or not Friday, on Thursday made that drop, I think that high should be rejected. So I got a good little short off that 1950, but then now, as you guys can see, obviously taking out that 10. Am I unmuted? Okay, I am unmuted. Taking out that 10 and continuing to go to the north side. Rivian now getting back above 20 again. What do you want to do, Rivian? Rivian wants to clearly keep trading in this previously 40-cent range, now in the 20-cent range. So it looks like the range is tightening, and the stock wants to start trading above 20 most likely. Let's see if that VWAP seller is still there around 2010 area. If that seller is gone, then I'm going to close this trade over here. Take that L on the last few shares after scalping some wins to the downside, and then deuces on this trade. We'll come back to a different time, different stock. I mean, look at NASDAQ holding VWAP, pumping back up. S&P 500 also launching back to the north side. I'm guessing that's taking, wow, AMD taking off right now through the 50 period and the 100 period EMA, soaring to the north side. 115 being reclaimed at the moment. Can we now stay above 115? Which is that the 8 o'clock candle low? No, that's not the 8 o'clock candle. That's the 8 o'clock candle. Okay, which is not really the pre-market lows, but I think that's a dark pool candle. Let's see if we can hold 115 in general. Let's throw that number out there. Trade above 115 and start marching back towards that 116 VWAP area. That's where we could possibly look for some shorts on AMD. We missed the long because we were too busy grabbing some actually decent looking lunch for once. It's rice, chicken. We got, what else is on here? Some sour creme.
A little cheese melted on top.
That's not real cheese though, let's be real.
It's not real cheese.
That's not real cheese, man. And, real cheese, if you put it in the microwave, oh, what the?
Whoa,
Yo, these guys are snapping over here. Yo, take it easy, guys. Take it easy. Yo, what the? But yeah, lunchtime, obviously, I got to be here for the next few hours. I'm starving, no breakfast in me. So if you hear me, you know what that is.
Maybe mute yourself while you're eating there, bro.
But no, it's like ASMR time maybe make an ASMR time video too, ASMR with Prad. And then we could do some hot tub pools with Prad too if anyone's interested.
What? Well, that AI area did actually hold. So I was looking for the long there on AI, but I wanted it to dip a little more. It just decides to hold the exact price that I was talking about it at. I wanted it like at least at the 50s, kind of doing a little wick down and then go back up. But yeah, starting to curl. It did take out these consolidation highs barely. We got to get back above like 39.50 and then $40. I don't know. How do I get long AI? I mean, the volume's pretty light though, so not that much edge there on AI. Tesla also held that price that I was talking about. Come on. NASDAQ. Held 278. It didn't even get down there. It just kind of blew through the 50 period here. Now trying to take out 279.50. I think that if we hold above 280, that could be a spot where you could get along. It would look like a bit of a curl action. get this wick out of the way. You know, it would finally be curling, not making new low. It's been in this channel down, channel down, channel down. If we get back above this price and hold there, that looks like kind of the right side of the V, I guess you could say, and potential move back up. So I'll be watching that. XPEB,
Well, that bounce was
$15.
long-lived.
What?
That bounce was long.
Yeah, heading straight back down on NASDAQ there. So I feel like there's just no volume in this market right now, and it just every move gets kind of. Mullen is?
Are you trading Mullen, Neil?
Oh, no.
Tell me you have a position on Mullen today. You have it?
Look at the chart and tell me why you're not taking every penny break.
Mullen is doing 400.
Okay.
12 break. Look at the 13 break.
Look at the 10 break. Look at the
13
11
break,
break.
right
Look at the
there.
12 break. Look at the 13 break. These are the words coming in from the penny god himself, Neil. I mean, look at the size on this stock, man. There's actually size on this stock that you can front run. And I've traded this setup before on OCGN, and it's very fun. It's probably too late now. It's also lunchtime coming in. You just saw lunchtime action coming in from the animation god himself. Oh my god, the chair just crumbled. What the heck? The chair just fell to the downside on me over there. This is why never fold your legs on the inside, right? Always have your feet out. But hey, this stock over here is making those moves, but right now reclaiming or coming back down a little bit to that 14 area. He said it was holding every even penny dollar and then making another run up. I mean, we've seen EV stocks go absolutely crazy not too long ago. Rivian obviously struggling, so we are short Rivian at the moment. But if Mullen wants to start being active again, and I don't know how long Mullen actually has to get above $1 before it delists, but I bet that time is coming close. Do you know when that date is, Neil? Neil says he does not know, but it just rejected 15, so it might be the
if
short.
Neil's theory
but isn't
is
that
to
what
be
just
right-
happened at 13 too, though? 13
Yeah.
rejected, pulled to 12, ripped
Oh.
up. Oh, there you go. 14
We broke
rejected.
14.
Okay, that
We
might
broke
be
14.
it. That might be it.
Yeah. We'll see if it can, maybe it wants to hold the teal or something, but
Hold the teal, which is what?
right down there at like 13.5.
Okay.
It's kind of been holding that all day. I don't know. I'm not going to trade Mullen. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to be looking. I mean, AI is still kind of holding up. I'm just not loving the volume on it. Coinbase. Oh, Brad. We're trying to short Coinbase so hard on Friday or on Monday at that $80 price. It opens below it. It clearly doesn't want to be at 80. It's just trading in a range below 80 today. But going for the high today, I wonder if you can kind of take the range play right now, short 79. If it shoots up another like 80, 90 cents right now, and then just take it back into like VWAP 77.5. Because it seems like it just wants to chop today. Coinbase not wanting to do a directional move, but it is giving you this really nice scalping range that it's respecting quite well. I guess you could also say that like 78.50 is kind of a breakout price if you're saying that this is a downtrend and then that it would break it right there. But I don't know. I think respect the ranges this week probably if the volume's going to be light like this. Then the ranges will probably not be breaking quite as much as that BTAI just breaks out, actually. I should have had that high of day break on BTAI. Hopefully it's NASDAQ. Yeah, that high of day break, 10.07 breaks, and now we're in 10.20s. I am going to take the next high of day break, 10.25 here if we get above it. I think this one has the potential to squeeze pretty hard, so... yeah, I think take the 10.25 break, risk it down to 10, and then I don't know. You're looking for like $11 or $12 here. It came down from 17, right? So where does it want to go? Let's see. Let's see what happens here. 20 million shares of volume, not that much. Maybe not enough, but I don't know. I think that's a decent risk to reward there. You risk like 25 cents on this. Maybe you don't even have to. Maybe you can only risk to like tens, so you're only risking 15 cents, and then trying to get like $1.50 out of it. Yeah, let's see what happens if it rebids right here and then sends it over the high. I will punch a small position long and potentially add to it at like $10.50 or $11. I don't know what else we got. Rivian's back over 20. Oh my god. Rivian 2010 break, I feel like could
That
be
is
something.
a level. There's some size on there 2010 before. That's what I'm shorting off of.
Like I've wanted the long on this name all day.
I want to take more size here, actually.
Where's VWAP at? VWAP's like right here, right where we are, $20 area-ish. Yeah, I think that 2010 breakout could be decent. There's a little bit of size there. I think I could take that trade. I think I'll take a smaller position, though, because it is 12:30. It is lunchtime. I think, like, Rivian keeps making these higher lows, right? It's kind of curling back up. It's gone down. It's tested the gap, filled the gap, and now pushing kind of back up. I feel like we could get I think we can get a little bit of a squeeze here on Rivian. Maybe we actually see that 21 break come in this afternoon. We've seen names like this where you think they're going to go up, and they're these kind of like $20 mid-cap names that, you know, they do the dip, fill the gap, and then by the afternoon they're at like the pre-market highs. So yeah, I like the idea of this 2010 breaking and going up. So I will take that trade. And AI back to that 39.50 price. How do I execute on AI today? I just don't have a setup for it. Maybe back through $40. You can imagine that a lot of stops are at $40 on AI today, I think. So that's probably the way to do that as I try to set up this Rivian trade.
Yeah, that 2010 area on Rivian is where my stops is set. So I like the fact that you're using that same kind of level, not too much size there, kind of area, the VWAP area, to possible flip into long. Might just have to join you if that trade ends up showing up at the moment, but I did take a little bit more add on my size, just leading off that level one more time over here. Going back to that topic of, you know, how long does MULN have to delist and so on, or get back above $1? Apparently on NYSE, they only have about 30 days, 29 to 30 days to get back above $1. I believe on the NASDAQ, though, it's about a year, if I remember correctly, which is where MULN is registered under. A bounce coming right back into MULN, taking it right back to almost 15 cents, but that 15-cent area showing you a barrier one more time. Like, look, 2,000 lots is what, 200,000 shares, I think? 2,000 lots, add 2 more zeros. Yeah, 200,000 shares times 0.15 is 30,000 notional. That's not a lot of notional value, and 200,000 shares is also not a lot of size for a stock that's traded 400 million shares, and it's only lunchtime, right? So you could use that size to lean on as a resistance or support, but you got to be careful because it could easily get wiped out. It's only $30,000. Trust me, very easily. One of the trainees on the floor here could wipe out that level if they wanted to. So be careful if you are leaning on said levels. Long way to $1, says Bear versus Bull. I mean, all they have to do is some sort of a reverse split, and then if they're immediately back above $1, then they trap some new buyers. New buyers get caught in the dilution. They drop back to the downside. They get burned. We've seen this game happen a million times.
We were just talking about this on Monday on the show. We were talking about how that setup to short below $1 is perfect because they do these reverse splits, and then people just sell off the reverse split, get it back below $1, they do it again, and now you're like infinite percentage in the money. Well, you can only get to 100% when you're shorting, but like, you know, you can get really in the money, just re-short every time they reverse split, and yeah, just keep the game going until these companies eventually do delist. I'm waiting on AI.
But what if you get a put? Then you're more than 100% of the money if you short.
Yeah, you could. You could. AI is kind of holding below 39.50, which is a price that I had highlighted. So wondering if just like taking the break above, there's a lot of size everywhere though, and not a lot of volume. It just, I don't know. AI is not exciting me today. I wish I was watching it in the morning. I think I'm getting a little FOMO here from not having the morning move and maybe wanting to just get involved, which not really the way to be. Although Meta is one that that's NASDAQ. Meta is one that you know you you may want to get involved with though. That 295 level has been quite something today. kind of want to be involved in the long side on Meta. Maybe a dip into 294.50 if we get it right now. I think this is one of the names that can actually go today. Maybe hit that high of day once again. We've kind of shown that we don't want to trade anywhere near like 290 again. That 290 break is so far in the rearview mirror that I don't know. I think that like a lot of people are probably offside on this one. If they're short or writing options. So maybe this is the one to get back through 295, something like that. Volume again, super light. So I think you have to get good prices today because, you know, this just spiked up like, what is that, 70 cents, and then we're, you know, right back down 50 cents. So got to get a good price. Let's catch a dip, see if this dips into the 50 here and holds it at 294.50, and then back through 295, and we'll see if we can get into that like 296, 296.50, and then ultimately see if we can get back to the high of 298. Mullen just did a quadruple top at 15 cents, so still an interesting look there on Mullen as Meta starts to pick up above 295. Should I just take the starter size here? No, I got to see a big bid or something above 295 to get involved here. NASDAQ's still kind of messing around with that 15,380 price that has been kind of resisting today. So got to get this back above there, get into that 15,400, something like that, and get, you know, some momentum to the upside before I start taking, you know, longs on these large caps. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not seeing a whole lot here, Brad. Not seeing a whole lot. That BTA, I can't get through 10.25 for some reason. Did Mullen do it? No, Mullen didn't do it. PayPal, I don't know. Like, is PayPal a tradable name? Not really. PYPL, where is it? I mean, 6 million shares is okay. Oh, that's the meta chart still. Yeah, I mean, high of day though, like, but it's only up 1%. Decent recovery from that sell-off this morning, and then just rips up. Now trying to make a high over $69. What's going on?
No, I just took way too much size than I wanted to. I'm just realizing. I'm just going to hold it with the tighter stop, I guess, even though it's not what you're supposed to do. If you guys are asking me what stock it is, I am long Disney at the moment. I like where Disney is. Trying to create somewhat of a bottom over here at the previous top that we created after making a low a day over there. So I'm expecting this area to come in as a support. We have some decent chunk of size, a lot more than I want to. So I'm not going to give it too much risk over here. We'll see if this bad boy can pump up to the north side. Rivian at the moment still hanging out near the 20. Honestly, I might just have to close this trade over here. That VWAP area is still acting as a wall, so I'm going to lean on that wall a little bit more. But if that wall gets taken out, you know what's happening, which is I'm getting cleaned out, and my shares are probably going to get transferred over to Max over here because he's going to go long, right? So that's how our internal matching system works, I believe. I think if we both have the same orders on the same price, it should internally match us, right?
It should.
So we'll see what happens over there.
Wait, no, we're going to be both buying, though.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm not shorting it. You're right. Okay, so no, it shouldn't be. We're chilling then. We're chilling. Disney kind of wants to most likely go back down here, though, so be careful for those of you who are trying to go along with me around these areas as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are still pulling down. I think SPY wants to really get below VWAP over here, or at least test VWAP properly. We're hanging around near, let me pull up the chart, there you go, hanging around near VWAP on the S&P 500 futures. Let me also unfilter the time of sales for you so you can actually see where the price is transacting as. Price is transacting at. Oh, there's a nice little buy wall, nice little green wall, buy wall. 25 contracts on the big futures, eh? Okay, big stack bully, take it easy, buddy. 38 contracts, 62 contracts, okay. I mean, look, contracts are being pushed around, money's being thrown around like it's nothing. It's just money. So let's see who ends up being a winner over here. Is it the longs or the bulls around VWAP for the S&P 500? We did have a pretty big volume candle to the downside there. If you're noticing on the 1-minute chart, pretty decent volume candle to the downside, bringing the market right back to VWAP. But looks like we could just hold this area as bounce, or if we break that, then the longs, which were the plan of the day, no longer the main recipe. I don't know what I'm trying to say. No clue what I'm trying to say.
I just got long Meta.
Meta? Ooh, did it break the high there?
No, we dipped into this 294 price and some buying started to step in. I saw a bid, so got long. Looking, this is starter size, by the way, so I'm looking for a 294 area to hold, and then I want to add to it either like on a wick down below 294 and then straight back up, or I want to be adding back through 294.50 and then back above 295 as well. But yeah, we'll see how this one goes. Looks like the buyers are stepping in there around 294, but I don't want to get too antsy about adding to this position yet. Obviously, as we've been saying, volume and liquidity have been at a premium today, so you know, you don't want to be going too hard too early. Wait for this to kind of play out around this area and then figure out if I want to add to it. I am looking for this to break that 296.5 and then potentially go back to the high of day today.
Not gonna hold that anymore. Yeah, I just closed my Disney. Not gonna hold that trade anymore. That trade hurt. Rivian's still working though, so that's good. Rivian still working. Disney still going to the downside. Maybe we see a double bottom coming in. Did I just see size on Disney? No, I'm not looking at that stock anymore. Get out of my face. Meta's still pulling down. I mean, wow, S&P 500 did not want to hold VWAP over there. We got the Quadunk Master back in the seat, so maybe he can find some market movers for us over here as the market is pulling back. Let's go check out AMD. Is AMD back to low a day? No, but we are under 115 again on AMD over here. So maybe we see the lower day test coming in. If NASDAQ breaks its range consolidation around 15,000, what is that price? Just trying to look at my chart. 15,400, let's say. No, 15,340. Let's see if we break that 15,340 area to the downside, continue going down, or do we find buyers again? That's the question. I mean, I can't find a really good trade to honestly put a big size slap on. I don't know about you, Max.
No.
But I can't find it. What is the chat finding? What is chat looking at? Chat saying money, 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 money. Bogdanovs, they are pumping the socks. What shall we do? Dump it. And that's what the market is currently doing, man. We are seeing a nice little dump it action. Whoa, what's that, my phone? Oh, yeah, Boggy's calling. I forgot. I actually thought it was my phone ringing for a second. But no, Boggy was calling. They are dumping it at the moment. Congratulations to Rivian shorts one more time, especially if you're reloaded on those shorts like I did. MULN still holding in front of 14 cents. The Penny Master is not next to us right now, so I can't ask him if he's still holding it. But congratulations to all directions on all stocks.
Yeah, I think I got to bail on this Meta long. This is looking pretty terrible at this point. So even though it's starter size, just get out. Try to get in at a different price. That's, yeah, I mean, it doesn't want to hold. Market doesn't want to hold. You know, ES just made that down move. Hasn't seen this price since, what is that? So 10 a.m. So, yeah, let the market play out, see what happens. I might have just punched out at the low there as... as we do a bit of a wick on the ES, but like there's no edge of this market right now. We're just trading. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see like, there's no volume. There's nothing, there's no, what do you call it? Like proof. There's no, I don't know. There's no edge left in some of these trades when you're taking them with no volume. So you're kind of just like, you know, getting in at, you get in the starter size, and then if it starts working, then you can decide if this is a real trade or not. It feels like, yeah, no conviction in any of these trades. So, yeah, let's see what happens if we do end up soaking up this this market dip. Then, you know, maybe that Rivian long, which looks like it wants to soak up the dip. I still have the order to go long there. Where's Rivian? That one's right back up to $20, so every time it gets below, it shoots right back up eventually. Yeah, we'll see if ES can get back over VWAP. Or is that even VWAP on ES? Because the VWAP's broken on this computer. That might be wrong. What do you have for VWAP on ES?
I believe it is 44.81.
Okay, so it's right, but I think it's haphazardly right.
Haphazardly, right?
just
Let's go
like-
see what it says on TradingView. 44.83, 44.81.
Yeah, okay.
Not that wrong.
Okay.
Not that wrong. Actually, wait. Is red even VWAP for me? It is. So yeah, we're good. We are good. VWAP is around 44.83 at the moment.
So we'll see. We'll see if we can hold that. If we do hold that on ES after that wick down, and like NASDAQ hasn't really broken down either, then maybe we get the move back up that we were looking for. But I don't know. I ain't holding my breath for any kind of serious move today. It feels like maybe the big traders have gone back to sleep. Sleep, I would say.
I'm just scrolling through nothing here. Let's actually open up Bumble. Let's see what Bumble as a stock is doing recently. No topic conversation as to what I was doing recently right now, but down 2% on the day, Max. Down 2% on the day. Bumble is getting hurt. Is there even volume on Bumble to talk about? Let's see. Most likely not. 700,000 shares. We don't have to look at it. Move on from this one. They aren't back from the Hamptons yet. Who isn't back from the Hamptons yet? Do we buy
The
Tesla?
big boy
Says-
traders.
The Bitcoin traders?
The big boy traders.
Oh, big boy traders.
The big boys.
The big money, the big bank who takes little bank are not back from the Hamptons yet. I guess they're still at lunchtime or still on vacation. I guess that's the idea, right? Tesla is always the buy, says Harold, to our previous question coming in from Fireball. Do we buy Tesla? Look, it's an inside day on Tesla, man. Not too exciting when that happens, but when Tesla breaks out of said ranges, we are going to have a lot of fun. So for me, it's the break of 282. I'm not sure if you're asking on a day trade scale or a longer time scale, but obviously we're a day trading show over here. As a day trade, as an idea for today, or even for the next hour, which is how long Max and I have over here, I can't really see a big trade coming in on Tesla for myself. Not going to be looking for that long. Honestly, I'm also most likely done with Rivian over here too, because it doesn't want to do anything. It is now properly making higher lows and same highs at VWAP, but higher lows. We probably will see that flat top breakout incoming and a possible move back up to $21, $22. Maybe not 22, but a move back up to 21. And I do want to be part of that. So I'm just going to take my wins over here on Rivian. I'm back to my original price point. I was down on Rivian today compared to what I was originally down on it, so I'll take that. That seems like a pretty decent enough cut on that win for me. Now that Disney is showing some buying coming in around these areas, I'll try my second long on this position, see what happens. While we are trying to see what happens with Disney, Rivian's actually pulling much lower. Let's go to Sharif while I got cry by myself here.
All right, we saw the Supreme Court come out with a decision with respect to the Biden administration's student loan forgiveness program. Immediately after the announcement striking down that action, the Biden administration announced a new path. We didn't have any details until now. Now they're going to use this law called the Higher Education Act, allowing the Treasury Secretary to forgive loans, saying that it will work, it's legally sound, but it will take longer. Looking at SoFi stock here, because we were on watch with that last week, down 1.88%. Not sure if it's on the back of that news, but keeping these and other student loan loaners on watch.
Yeah, that SoFi not looking bullish anymore. Looked like we were definitely in line for that 10 break eventually. And, well, we had it, but it only broke by like 10 cents or 20 cents or something. I figured we could trend to like 15, 18 bucks on SoFi in the next couple of weeks, but shut down by Mr. President himself. Too bad for that one. Not a ton of volume going off on SoFi anymore, so I don't really see any trades there necessarily. I'm back on AI. I just punched long on the break of this 55 high. I like what I'm seeing here on SoFi or on AI. Sorry, it's holding that 39.50 price. Did a little dip, can't even get to the 50, and then shoots back up. So I'm going to be looking for this to take out 40 bucks and then see if we can get a little bit more squeeze action today. Might as well just check in on the short float on AI since I haven't in a while, sitting at 36.5%. I feel like that is higher than before. I thought it was 33 previously. So short float's still a factor on AI, and looking for this one to blast off a little more. Maybe going in sympathy with Meta, or just probably just a technical breakout, given the move that it had on Monday. What else we got going on? Tesla just rolled over off of 280 again. So that's clearly the important price. I mean, I think anybody could have kind of guessed that 280 was going to be important today. I kind of figured we'd kind of break through and then start to trend back up on that 280 price, but wrong on that one, and we kind of roll over again. We'll see if it can hold above there, and then maybe find a long on 280. Other than that, I've got kind of nothing. Coinbase is back at the high at that 79 price, so maybe worth a fade there if you want to play the range. I think after getting smoked on Monday so many times on Coinbase, I don't think I can take that trade, but I understand the idea there as this AI trade is starting to pull back a bit. So let's see if we can trust the teal here, get another bid, and then shoot it back over that 39.60 price, continue the uptrend that we have started. And yeah, I think I'll be adding on 40 as we do get the buying coming in below 50, kind of sending it back up towards 60. So let's see if AI's got the juice. Obviously, volume pretty light. We need a bit of a volume spike here, but I mean, I think we get that through that 40 price. So we'll see here on AI. What else is going on? LVS is down 5%. That BTAI still hasn't gotten through 1025. That's kind of surprising. It's just sitting there around 10 bucks.
Price.
Yeah. Is it was it a SPAC?
No, it's some sort of a therapeutic or some biotech company.
Yeah. And then Mullen, 15 cents. Still there for you. Quintuple top up there, maybe even more on Mullen, trying to break that 15-cent high.
Man, these trades suck today. Nothing's working.
Yeah, nothing's really working today. It feels like everything's just pure chop. Just the market's out there to hurt everybody today. So I'm trying to stay light, stay nimble. As yeah, that Mullen 15 break could be something though. I mean,
yeah, you want to go for it?
No.
Let's go. Let's do it.
I
together.
don't want to go for it. You can go for it. All right,
Let's do
Brad may just be taking that one.
Ask Sean any question right now, and the answer is yes, because he's just like nodding his head to music. So just ask him any question. Can I have $1 million as a raise? Oh, he took it off. What's up? Come on, bro. You know what you should see? Look up Chase Kopka. Is that his name? Is that how you say his name?
Chase Kepka?
Chase
Yeah.
Kepka. Google Chase Kepka going for a hole-in-one using Gremlin playing in the back. He comes out with this song bumping in the back. He lines up, hits the ball at the drop. The ball goes flying straight into the hole-in-one. Live Golf is...
Brooks Kepka.
No, Chase. Was it Chase?
Yeah, it's Brooks'
Chase.
brother, I think.
Chase Live.
Yeah.
Bro, watch that clip. You're going to lose your mind. One of the best clips ever. And that song, oh no, now goes Disney after I close my trade. I just can't buy a win today, man. I just can't buy a win today. I don't know what I need to do. I don't know who I got to talk to. But nope, not happening today, apparently. I'm gonna be on my hands a little bit longer today.
Yeah. I think I don't know. I think the algos are hunting us today. It feels
Who's
like
selling my order flow? Citadel, Kent Griffey?
Oh yeah. Citadel sees your order flow. They're like, no way. There's a big boy in the market today. This is the only one. This is the only one.
Everyone else is on vacation.
Everybody else is on vacation. Let's mess with him today. man, this AI is so slow. Usually it does things way faster than this, but still looking kind of good. Every dip gets bought. The uptrend continues on AI, so just looking for that 70 price to break. And then the move to 40 bucks. Come on, AI, you can do this. You can do it. Should I just add through 70? It kind of looks like, no. It doesn't feel like an ad kind of name today. As Sean is calling Boggy from beside us here, looking for that quadrunk in the market, which, I mean, it's just not really bringing us anything. 44.85 down to 44.80 is basically the range that we've been trading in for the past, I don't know, what is that, hour and a bit? I don't know. What's the chat trading? Tesla, yeah.
In the meantime, let's actually head it to Sharif.
Oh, okay.
Guys, not seeing a particular headline for this, but Square is gapping up 4 2/5% there, 4.2%. Not seeing any specific headline, but again, I was keeping my eye on some of these other fintech names earlier on. Upstart had a good little start to the day, but again, 4.15 now. Keep your eye on Square.
A quick little interesting stat over here coming in on February 11th, 2000. Vodafone, I'll probably be saying it wrong. Oh, look at this. Is Mullen about to break 15? Oh, baby. Can
there's some
I'm about to
size
get
there.
long there. Oh, we're long. Okay, let's see. We're actually long Mullen. Let me close the stat real quick. Let's show you MULN. Thank you, Neil, for the trade. We are now maybe going to lose on this trade once again, like every other trade we put on board today. But let's have some fun with it at least. Very small size. Look, I'm not a penny trader at all, so I'm not taking real size on this trade at all. Just gonna do it for fun. We'll learn something while we're doing it. And either we get hurt or we make a penny here or two. 15 finally breaking on MULN. There was a lot of size there, about 3,000 lots on multiple gateways. So I think overall there was like around 90,000, 900,000 to 1 million shares or so on 15. Breaking that level, giving me that fill. Now the question is, how high can we go on MULN? Keep on going, baby. 51% on the day. Already traded 522 million shares. So that's what got me, Googling this question over here. How much volume has a stock traded in the day? What's the record high? 2.1 billion shares traded is a record high in one single day.
That's crazy.
With MULN at 500 million right now, do you think we do break that 1 billion today? We have to break 1 billion today.
You think we're going to break 1 billion today? It's already 1 o'clock.
I think we break 1 billion today.
I think if we get to $1, we'll break 1 billion.
If it breaks 1 billion today, I don't have to dye my hair. How about that?
No way, man. No way.
We're back under 15, so that is my deal. The trade ended right there. That's probably a guarantee short right now, though. Back under 15 for anyone who has shorts. That trade is done. We'll clearly had some fun watching it move 2 pennies in front of us. Oh, we got to put this on the show. One of our legendary traders over here. Are we going back through 15 here, Maximus? No, right? No, we're not going back through 15. There we go. Go to that one. One of our legendary traders on the floor. Eric is here with his brand new baby. Not sure what the kid's name is. Do you know what the kid's name is?
I do not know.
And don't know what the kid's name is, but yes, we are so happy to finally see the baby in person over here. As you can see, Sean and Neil are talking to Eric about him and his kid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Possible brand new millionaire trader in the making over there.
That Mullen is kind of going, eh?
Yeah, without me, of course. Stops me out first, then goes up. What else is new? I'm going to eat my food here. You're trading? I'll go back to talking if you are. Mullen, man, stopped me out, and now it's marching to 16. So, hey, there it goes. 5 pennies in the money if you are still holding that long, and if you are not proud on that trade. Congratulations to all the bulls. MULN still pumping at the moment. 16 has a little bit size, not too much. We got about 2,000 lots that I see right off the rip over there. Hey, man, this stock does not want to stop right now. Let's see that 15.8 level. 15.8 has a little bit size.
Yeah.
What happened to my long on 15, says Neil? Got robbed the same way I did, Neil, is my answer would be. absolutely robbed, debated and robbed. But here comes 16, Neil. Let's take the 16 break. No, I'm not taking any more breaks on this stock.
I just got long at 15.7 starter size, very starter size. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking to potentially add on that 16 break. I don't know. I feel like people might have just shorted this 15 failure.
15.5?
Yeah, we got a bit of a bidder here.
That's a long there.
All right, we're adding to the long here.
I just added.
Let's see.
I didn't give.
Let's see if we can get through that 16 high. I think 15 is pretty easy as a stop here. And then that 16 break would be where you add to this one. You don't know what gateway to use?
Well, I mean, I'm getting order rejects. What's going on over here?
Oh, you're probably crossing too much.
Oh, that's right. I'm crossing 10% because my cross key is insane. Okay, thank you, Max. That makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you, Max.
It's so hard to execute on these things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a penny trader. My order keys are already set to cross like 5 cents, 10 cents across the bid. That's way too much on a stock like MULN. So my orders are getting rejected because I'm trying to cross 10% above the current bid and the ask price, which makes sense. There is some size on 16, size on 17. We missed the 15 move, but we're back in 15.50 area. There's some size on 15.7s now. Let's go, MULN. We're riding this one to the north side, ladies and gentlemen. Do we add this one? You know, we started off by saying, who's trading MULN? Are you kidding me? This garbage stock?
We're trading MULN.
We're trading.
Here we go. Here we go. Going for that 16. I'm adding. I'm going to double my size on the 16 break. I don't have enough right now for this name. Let's see. Let's see if we can get this one to kind of. Does Mullen ever halt up? I don't think so. But let's see what happens.
Do penny stocks even halt?
Yeah, they got to go like 20% though. So 20% would be like 3 cents. I guess I could do that. Break 16, go straight to 19. I like that idea. Let's see what happens on the 16 break. Kind of topping out there. A little bit of size. There's size on 15.5 now. Stop's going to be on 15 even. Come on, Mullen. Come on. Do the move. AI is starting to heat up too, so everything is looking good for me. Market's starting to pick up. Come on, Mullen. Take that 16 price. Let's go to like 18, 19.
I can't believe we're actually trading Mullen right now.
I mean, if the volume's going to keep up and it's going to keep doing these, keep like just showing you where to get in, I mean, why not? These breakouts are working. There's size on the bid. There's size everywhere. There's even more size on 17, so maybe they need that size too. There's a short float on Mullen. We've done 500 million shares today. I mean, why not? Why not on a holiday kind of shortened week, BS kind of day, take some trades on Mullen here, and it is slowly working right now. I'm basically flat on this trade, honestly.
We're up 1/10 of a penny, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Let's go. The money's being poured in. No, it's ridiculous. Market is going up, though. That Disney long would have obviously worked if you were in that one. Gave you a couple good shorts on the market today, but sadly was not able to execute well on themselves for me. So hence my day is still red, but we didn't lose too much since we were already on the show today to begin with. So that's a good thing. Hopefully, though, you guys took some good trades off of Rivian shorts over there and some good trades off of Disney longs that just poured in for yourself. Market is going back above VWAP, S&P 500, and NASDAQ, showing us some strength at the moment. So I'm guessing AMD over here most likely back through 115. No, just shy below 115 right now. But we did get that triple bottom, quadruple bottom coming back into play on, Mullen. I'm about to break that size over here on the bid, and if it does, I'm about to get out. Let's see, refresh. No, broke that size. I am out of MULN. That trade might be done for me. And look, I gave it a couple shots, didn't work out. At best, I lost. You want to know exactly how much I lost on that trade today? 40 cents. I'm not crying. Not crying on that trade at all. Fahad isn't rich. He defines rich. Not sure what that means, but okay. Pretty sure that was a contradictory statement in itself over there. DWAC being mentioned in the chat. Carvana being mentioned in the chat. What is CVNA doing today? I'm surprised I didn't hear CVNA coming from 2 seats away from me, which is Maximilians. Surprised Carvana didn't get mentioned. Actually surprised a lot of stocks didn't get mentioned, I guess. You know, we were all trading the wrong stocks today.
Yeah.
Shout out to stock picking, stock selection.
Stock selection, the name of the game today, and I can't say that I had it. But you know, maybe we got the right stock here in Mullen. Maybe this squeezes to $1 and everybody gets paid today. I don't think that would ever happen. But we are going back to that 16 price. So looking to add on this break still. We'll see what the fill is, or if we do get filled on this 16 break. The size at 98 too, so somebody trying to take some profit here. Size at 16.5, size at 17 and 18. Looking to see if that size wants to get filled. Anybody who's short today is pretty underwater, I guess. I don't know, you know, how many shares people are taking short of this thing.
You can see it.
You can see how many shares people are taking. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much they need to cover, how excited people get about this.
Oh,
there's
that
16.
Oh!
Boom, 16 taken. Ooh, I got
Let's
filled
go, Max.
162, but whatever. Here we go. All right, we are still long on Mullen, looking for 16.5 to break, and then we'll see if we can get to that 17. 162 still the high. This is looking a lot like the 15 break. Here we go. Okay, now we're starting to accelerate. Come on, Mullen. Take out the half penny and then the next penny. Let's see if we can actually make some money on this Mullen trade here. I'm going to stop out if we take out that low down there, 15.35.
Damn me.
I mean, this is exciting, at least. It's exciting.
Yeah, since something's moving.
At least something's going. New high of day once again on Mullen. This is something. The value of my position is ridiculous, ridiculously small right now. I don't know. Is there?
I think this is it.
You think this is it?
I think this is it.
I don't know.
I mean, if it breaks this area, then it's going to 22 pennies.
Yeah. I think so. I think we got some. I think we got room for that move to like 19, 20 pennies. There comes the volume. So we'll see if this volume is enough to push it through that half penny and then up into the 17 price. Do I add on the half penny break here? No. I think we'll just stick with what we have right now. I may add on 17 if we get the same price action, but still haven't gone back through 16. Some size at 16.6.
Oh, 16.6, yeah.
Yeah, someone trying to take profit there, I guess. So let's see if we can fill that. 16.5 now reserving on the bid. I don't know. Let's do something crazy, Mullen. Come on, halt up.
Yeah, do something nice for us over here. Well, not for me, but at least for my boy Maxi over here. Nice little move. Shout out to Neil for mentioning this stock. Here's why I was saying, you know, maybe we see some possible resistance. A seller already showing his hand, possibly trying to take some profits. These bottoms and these bottoms, just trying to throw a range out here. We're already above that level. I mean, look, the stock is showing you a lot of action over here.
Wow, okay.
17 coming into play, Max. Let's go. Maybe we do go to 22 cents today. Right? Maybe we do see 22. Is there any size on 17 is the question on MULN here. I don't see, oh, okay, I think I saw 4, yeah, okay, there you go. 4,000 lots on one gateway, 2,000 lots on another gateway, 17 coming in for a possible breakout. Oh, wowza, MULN just doesn't stop right now. Market trying to keep on going higher. AMD stuck though at the moment, doesn't want to go at all. Sean hitting that slap face emoji. I'm guessing he's talking about how the ask is getting slapped right now on MULN. 17 about to break. The squeeze is bang, 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 bang. 17 breaking. We are now about to see possibly 17 test as a hold. Was that the Lambo increase noise? Guys, you wanted a Lambo trade. Max gave you one.
Here we go. I added on that 17 break too. So looking for this to continue upside, still holding above 17. There's 17.1 going. So just kind of slow above this 17 price. Looking for that to kind of blast off, take out 17.5, and then see what happens at 18. Here we go, Mullen. 17.2. It is just accelerating up. Let's see if we get some parabolic squeeze action on this Mullen name. Yeah, bid and offer starting to jump around a little bit. So people getting a little bit, little frenzied in their buying and selling here. So I think this is probably the decision point on Mullen. We could like crack down right here, but I'm not really expecting that. I'm expecting a bit of a blast off as people start to get squeezed out. Here we go, 17.3, 4. Do we get 17.5 and then that 18 break? I think you can just keep adding on every penny until it until it fails, there's an offer there. See if they need that liquidity.
short.
Looks like they need that liquidity right there
That's short.
on that 17
wait.
too. There's a bid.
Buyer.
Boom. Here we go. Here we go, Mullen. Keep flying. Keep flying. Looking for
Buyer's
17 and a
stepping
half
up.
to break. And then, yeah, I think that 22 cents is a pretty good target. If we get to 25 cents today, I mean, some people could actually start to get squeezed out of this. I want to see that size on 18 cents break. I don't think I'm going to add on the 18 penny. I think that's starting to get a little crazy as some bids are starting to show up. A lot of bids are showing up now. People are, it looks like people are getting squeezed out of this name, but still like that 17 and a half is not going yet. There we go. All right. Come on, 17 and a half. Come on. There's 17 and a half, 17.6. Now we are accelerating high of day volume here on Mullen as the price increases. Looking for that 18 cents to break. I mean, I'm assuming based on all those bids that are down there that people need that liquidity on 18 cents as another 1,000-lot bid pops up. So people really chasing this name. Short squeeze is on, it seems. I mean, I don't know what to do with names like this.
Short squeeze season, baby.
But we're not even out 100% yet. So I don't know. Maybe 100% is the profit-taking spot. Where did we close yesterday? So 20 pennies could be the profit taker. I like that idea. I'm obviously not going to let this one go against me at all. So if we do start, crashing down, then I will bail out of it. But I'm going to look for 17 to hold here, and then see if we can get that 18 break. It never actually touched 18, did it? I don't think so. It did?
It did, apparently, yeah. It just tickled 18 according to our software. Didn't see that happening, honestly. Let's go quickly check if that happened. High is 17 cents and 7.7. So 0.1777 apparently was the high on MULN today. People in the chat saying, go Coinbase. Wow, Coinbase actually took out that triple top around 78.50 and is a whole dollar above that. So 80 coming in, only 50 cents away for $80 on Coinbase. Would love to see if this has anything to do with Bitcoin at the moment. There was an interesting point by the company who actually downgraded Coinbase today. They mentioned that even though Bitcoin rallied the way it did, there wasn't really any significant increase in the trading volume for cryptocurrencies to begin with. So when Coinbase announces their earnings in about, how long is Coinbase's earnings out? Will be in 34 days. They are expecting, possible miss on the earnings report, the biggest miss that they've ever had on the volume side and so on. Quick shout out to MULN. There was some size on the ask over here. It broke it, and now we're above 17 cents again. And buyers are stepping in to fight for that price one more time. But sellers are showing up at the moment. 18 cents once again might be back in play.
Here we go.
Here we go says, whenever you're ready, go for it.
I didn't sell that dip. I was going to sell if 16 broke.
Oh, look at those
and then, yeah, there's so many buyers on this. Offers show up and they just take it. So, I mean, I'm thinking we get that 18 break now. This is a great wick bottom. I don't think it didn't quite get down there. It was down into like 16.3 or 16.4, something like that. And then just gets bought straight back up. So right when you're about to make that decision to punch out, they buy it back up. Now we're back at 17.5, looking for that 18 break. Maybe we get 20 cents today. That would be a nice little move as this buying just gets crazier and crazier. People buying this name hand over fist. Hopefully people in the chat are long at like 11 cents today. I know Neil was long earlier at a very low price. So now we're coming into that 18 price. People buying hand over fist into that 18-cent price. Here we go for the 18. Pump it. Sharif saying, there we go, back over 18. So 18 cents. We'll see if this holds now. Same looking break as 17, where now we're just getting all these reserves all over the bid. So people trying to buy hidden, but now 18 kind of failing. So we'll see if I think we crack below 17. That's probably the out now. I think I could just set that stop right now.
Yeah, setting the stop on a penny stock takes forever, man. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
You're like, what numbers do I have to press? Oh.
Yeah, half the time you said it wrong.
Yeah, it's exactly what happens. Looks like we did break 18 very slightly, drop back down. There is some bidders still on 17 cents.
There's a huge bidder on 17.3, 7,000 lots there. So if they don't get filled,
I see that.
79.70 right there. Yeah, at 173, somebody's trying to buy. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but it's a lot of shares.
700,000
And now someone's stepping up to 175. So the bidders are still there on Mullen. We'll see if they can push it back above 18 cents. I would like to see that very quickly here as, you know, in a squeeze situation, you need it to just kind of continue to go up fast. You don't want to be predicting any kind of bounce, but we are right back at that 18 price. Come on, get right through it. We got to go to Sharif right now at the big desk.
Shout out to Fabian for catching this. Mullins Automotive bounce looking here like it's action being taken by the company with respect to naked short selling against its stock. Market manipulation they're breaching. We saw this catalyst, one that was being used a lot, like the AI trigger word earlier in the year. You'll recall a lot of companies were using this, looking at market manipulation and hiring law firms to investigate that. Yeah, so reason for the squeeze on the heavily shorted name.
Yeah, all right. So short sellers are getting squeezed out of this name because they're worried about this this report. Makes some sense. That's why people are buying so aggressively. So I don't know. Looking pretty bullish on this Mullen. I'm going to hold these shares, see if we can get to that 20 cents. I just saw a bunch of massive bidders here at 175 and 173. I'm not seeing them right now, but there's the one at 175. So we'll see if that gets filled. And then if there's 173, so 8,000 lots at 173. Somebody trying to get filled, a lot of shares there. If they get filled, that's probably the end of this trade. I got my stop on 17 cents flat, basically. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. Looking for 18 to hold. It is time to buy, not time to get out. Edgar Flores says, I don't know about that, but you know. Happy to hold this one if we do hold 17 cents, if we hold all the prices that I bought. And there we go, just stepping right back up into 17 and a half. Another offer, we'll see if this offer gets cracked. That's a big offer. That could be the turnaround spot if people don't want to buy it, but market not really looking very scared of that offer at the moment. What's going on with that AI trade too? Really nothing going on in AI. I'm actually just going to go ahead and punch out of AI. That was doing nothing. I wanted it to kind of get aggressive with the short squeeze. It didn't want to do it, so full attention on Mullen right now. We'll see if we can get this one back up to that 25 cents spot. Are you watching anything at the moment?
I'm just watching you win, man. That's all I'm doing. I'm watching you win on Mullen, getting a little bit of FOMO because I got hunted with my stops. I mean, I had a game plan. I knew what I wanted to do. If it got back below where I went long, I was done with the trade. Probably not the setup you should be applying on these penny stocks, but I don't know what I'm doing with these penny stocks. Like I said, I'm just going to have some fun with it. I had some fun, and I still am vicariously living through Maximilians over here. Still watching Rivian get constantly sold off at that VWAP, man. Like, why did I give up on that idea now? The main reason why I gave up on the idea because the risk to reward is now smaller on this trade. Notice how we keep getting the higher lows. Previously, we got the range of 20 to 60, now 20 to 18, now 20 to 90. It's not really that good anymore of a trade setup as it was earlier on. Should have probably thought about going short earlier on where I was actually bad in the longs and so on. So Rivian over here, yeah, it is getting rejected by VWAP still. Yeah, that sell program's still active, leaning on that VWAP area. But the risk reward is not there, so we're going to stay away from it. We're going to look for that flat top breakout long, like Max mentioned not too long ago, for the re-entry back above $20. And then tomorrow, maybe we see the stock actually trading above 21 for a possible long side action on this one. People asking views on Wolf. Wolf was actually on my scanner multiple times today. Not sure what the catalyst was. Actually, I think it was, I had it right here at my fingertips not too long ago, but I closed that article. So I forget what the catalyst for Wolf was. But for DWAC is what I was reading. Both today up 13% overall, $64 coming into test right now. Looks like a decent long for a day trade. If you're leaning on the lower day, 63.70, 63.80 lower day. We're around $64 right now. If you look for a long off of this area, give it the risk of lower day for a possible move back through VWAP and a high of 66, 67 coming back into play, and a swing trade potential to see maybe even 70 or higher coming in. I do like that possible trade setup here on Wolf. Did not make any trades on it today though for myself. Look at that monster gap up that it made today. I still don't get why these candles are so stupid on TradingView. Even if the candle that it's previously was a red or green, I mean, look, watch this. If we go to bars, no, this one, where to go? Candles. Shouldn't this candle be green based on where this candle is?
Yes.
Right? But this candle is red. I don't know why TradingView does that.
Oh, because it opened higher than it. Yeah, it opened higher than.
Than where it's currently trading?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't like that. I want.
But you want to.
Off of yesterday's close.
But that's how it works, man.
Then I'm doing a different candle then. I'm going to a different one. I'm going to hollow candle. We're going to hollow candle because I want to see the candle show me what the day looked like. And this one is showing us it's green on the day. It always messes with me where the previous day the stock moved down and then it shows me like a red candle. I'm like, no, I don't like that.
All right. Well, I don't know how you would read that candle then, but...
Well, the hollow candle shows you where the open and close are too, right? So this one is obviously where the open and the close is. This one shows you where the open and the close is. So the hollow candle shows you the green days where it went lower and the green days where it went higher. And the red candles show you that too. Whereas the other one just shows you based on previous, that day's open and that day's close. But over here, I get to see if that day was a green day, if that day was a red day. Even if it did open higher and moved lower, or open lower and moved higher, I would still, just from a quick representation of a chart, like to know if that day was a green day or a red day.
All right.
Right? Maybe it's just me.
I don't know. That seems crazy to me, but I'm a stubborn guy with my tools. Mullen kind of. It stopped me out, did the same move down, back down to 16 cents, and then held back up. So I guess could have tried to risk that down to that 16-cent candle, but that kind of seemed like if it was going to flush through 17, it was going to go down. And
what did I do?
I don't know. I don't want to hang on to one of these for a loser since I don't trade penny stocks ever. But looks like it wants to go for that 18 price again. I'm wondering if the 18 breakout, there is some size on there again, so maybe take that 18 breakout again on Mullen.
Target dollar end of the day, baby.
Target $1, yeah, I don't know.
Coinbase 80.
Yeah, Coinbase 80 again?
Yeah, it's coming in right now.
Should we try going long this time?
No, thank you.
Coinbase back to that 80 price. Monday's high was 80.60, if I'm correct. Let me just double check that. Oh, 80.90. Yeah, 80-ish, 80-85. So I don't think shorting in front of that price makes any sense, really, given like how choppy it was on Friday or Monday. I keep saying Friday. On Monday around that 80 price, I don't know if there's going to be any edge there today for the short. Nor do I think that you can really long it up at the high of day. But yeah, good move off the bottom for Coinbase, makes that double bottom right back up. That 79 short. I mean, you would have got paid if you took 80s here and took it back down to 78, but you get stopped out the second time trying that one.
Point being mentioned in the chat about Mullen coming back in and back testing the previous supply and demand zones and passing it. So yeah, I like that. Look, these are where the stops got blown out. Very little buying compared to very little selling compared to actual buying, because stops getting blown out. They hit the ass, going to the upside. Shorts getting burnt. Now, the backfill is this move back down over here to test if there's any demand in previous supply area. And you see that demand actually showed up. Demand shows up, taking the stock back up again, and the back test passing. So very good point being mentioned over there in the chat. I think Lolo mentioned that one. I do like the fact that you are using, I'm guessing you're using TPO charts. I'm still trying to find a brokerage or software that I could use TPO charts on because I want to learn how to use that and not pay too much, obviously, because I'm a little thrifty on that side. Aaron, who sits next to me, uses the Sierra charts, I believe. They do offer TPO charts, but I think they're a little pricey. So I'm still trying to find a cheaper one for anyone in the chat who knows those. But yeah, I like the fact that you're looking at that. Not sure if you're looking at volume profile or TPO charts or whatever it is. I like the fact that you're looking at it. Just more information into what exactly is happening in the candle, always helpful. Coinbase right now showing us some resistance in front of $80, pulling back slightly in front of 80. Let's see if Coinbase keeps on getting rejected, or do we see, what was it, yesterday's high of, not yesterday, sorry, Monday's high of almost $81 coming back into play over here. Pre-market high today at actually exactly at 4 o'clock, $81.28 apparently, but I'm guessing like only one share traded at the 4 o'clock period, right? So not expecting too much to happen off that one. We'll still have to wait to see what Coinbase wants to do going into the closing day over here, close of the day, which is, you know, another 2 hours or so. It's only half an hour left or 40 minutes left, to be honest, with Max and I. So feel free to throw some stocks in there that you want us to take a look at. Someone also saying that I'm going to name my first child Mullen.
I think you'd have to make a lot of money on Mullen to name your first child Mullen. But you know what? I could be wrong on that that volume, man. We're at 750 mil already.
What did I say? We're gonna crack a Billy.
You said it.
A Billy,
You said
a
it.
Billy, a Billy, a Billy, a
I've been watching this one. It's holding above that 17 price. There was like 10,000 lots at 17.5, so I think I'm gonna go long above 17.5 if that does break, and then maybe add on that 18 break and see if we can get to 20 cents. Could get a little like liquidity grab action, like classic small cap thing where you dip below 17, get into 16.5, and then rip through that 1750 and make a new high. So yeah, still watching Mullen. Meta kind of did the move that, well, no, it didn't, but Meta did a bit of a move. Where's Meta? So I did actually punch the bottom. I said I might be punching the bottom right now, and I did indeed just punch the bottom. So holds that 293.5, gets right back above 294.5, and then is making that next kind of move up. But very slow, very muted. Probably waiting for like power hour to make its real push towards the high if it is going to do that. And Tesla as well did get above that 280 that we were watching. It chopped it around quite a bit, but then once it breaks that 280.20 price, which it was chopping around a lot, then it goes and holds the 280 and makes the next leg up into 281.5, and then potentially making a new leg up into 282 and 283 again. So Tesla's still on watch, but nothing really there that I can execute off of. And okay, so Mullen did do the that same little wick down again, back down to 16 cents and right back up to 17. So let's see what happens here. If this gets above 17, fills the size on 17.5, then I'm thinking the move can indeed continue. But, you know, has to do that first. And I think a break of 16 would be decidedly bad for Mullen at this point. Like, maybe you could risk it down to 15 if you wanted to, because that is where like all those tops were. But I don't know. I think 16 break based on 3 wicks down and the fact that it was a clean break and held. It makes sense that 16 would be a short, and below there is this the 50 period, which it has been holding all day as well. So maybe it just had to come in and touch the 50 and then make the next leg up on Mullen. That BTAI still hasn't gotten through that 1020 price. What else we got? Oh man, I punched the low on AI as well. Wow, that's too bad. AI is starting to make that move that we were talking about as well. So it does, you know, consolidate here. Now it's going for that 39.70 price. What are you laughing about over there?
Just how horrible I am. That's it. Look at Disney, man. Disney moved all the way back to VWAP. We literally had the bottom on it. punch out the bottom because the market looked like it wanted to trade below VWAP. Disney moves back up north without me. Bank of America most likely still going up. No, Bank of America actually pulling back down at the moment. Not bad. Good job, Bank of America. Turning positive on the day, but now pulling back after making those little bit of highs that it made not too long ago. I think that Biden administration catalyst still playing out its role at the moment in the banking sector. SoFi, though, still making that rejection move. I thought that catalyst was supposed to be good for SoFi. I'm not sure what's going on with SoFi over here, but SoFi is doing exactly what I predicted it would do, which is go up and then make a random catalyst from the government and push back down. So that's SoFi in a nutshell. Let's go check out PayPal because people have been talking about PayPal in the chat quite a bit today, but we have been ignoring it. Not sure why, but let's go look at it. Wow, PayPal, okay. A nice bounce, looks like coming in from 67 area all the way up to 68.80, turning the stock positive on the day. So monster reversal coming in for, I don't want any of this. Monster reversal coming in for PayPal today. Congratulations to anyone who had that long near 67. Not sure what the catalyst was on this today. I mean, if it was on our Trader TV watch list, I would have probably known it. But it wasn't on that one, nor was it on the CNBC watch list. So we missed out this one's move a little bit today for sure. I guess you could say that about almost every other stock that actually moved that we did not trade today, sadly. 3 most undervalued NASDAQ stocks to buy now. Don't tell me PayPal was in that list. That's a joke of an article if someone put that stock in that list there. More than 212,000 global tech employees have lost their jobs since the start of 2023. That is true. 7 cheap growth stocks to buy before they bounce back. Don't tell me they put PayPal in here. Let's see if they put PayPal in here. PYPL. Looks like they did put PayPal in here. If you're looking for something less risky, PayPal might be your friend. This leading, can you read, Pride? This leading digital payments platform needs no introduction and has been facing severe headwinds in the post-pandemic era. The slowdown of e-commerce and online transactions have caused PayPal's year-over-year figures to take a major hit, especially regarding user accounts, which grew 0.9% year-over-year in Q1. Okay. Regardless, blah, 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 blah. Oh, they also talked about Square. I believe Sharif talked about, keeping an eye out on Block today or Square not too long ago. So let's go take a look at that one. What is this stock is doing? 7 million shares traded on the day today. Made a little bit of a rally, obviously. Look at that move from $66 to $69. But 69 being that wall, which it usually is, coming back into play to the downside, heading back to VWAP most likely right now. Breaking that 100-period EMA, breaking that 50-period EMA. I think that could be used as a stop if you are looking for a short. I might just be looking for that short.
I just got along Mullen again, over 16 cents. Looks like it wanted to hold that 50 period and that 16 price. Now we're back below it, so awesome. If we go any lower than this, I'll just punch out of this one. But yeah, I'm looking for it to take out that 16 and then take out 17, and then I'll add if that size is still there on 17.5, then I would add on that breakout. But I don't know. I think we're looking like we're doing the same kind of action on 15 that we were at 16, bouncing around off it. So I don't know. I like the look of this bounce. I like the buying that is still coming into it, and the fact that the volume's still holding up. So we'll see if we can continue this squeeze right now. There is still size kind of everywhere. So I'm not really, nervous about this long on Mullen at the moment. I think over like 16 to 2.5, 16. I don't know how to say any of these prices. I hate trading these stocks under $1, but I think we break out from this little range that we're in right now. Then we can get back up to that 17-cent price, and I don't know. We'll see if we can continue this squeeze going. If Mullen wants to hold 15 cents, might as well be long it and see if we can get a squeeze into the close here. Yeah, I mean, risk reward pretty solid. You're risking like 1 cent to try to get, I don't know, 5 or maybe 10 if it really starts to go. If we get to that billion shares, traded, who knows where Mullen will be. I don't think I've seen 1 billion shares traded before.
Never.
Zila.
I've never.
I think
XCLA?
I think it might have.
Yeah, I've never seen a billion shares trade on the market. I mean, that's pretty insane. Only 200 million shares away. And I'm sure Max and I can help it get to 100 billion right now.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
do
Oh,
1
yeah.
billion, sorry, not 100 billion, 1 billion.
I'm doing my part, man. I'm doing my part. There's a big reserve right now on 0.1625. So once that breaks, I'm expecting a bit of an explosion to the upside. If that can't break, then I guess we're probably going to go back down and test that
32
15
million
cents.
more. $32 million more to be traded.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh.
That's not much.
The float on Mullen's only 167 million shares, eh?
And it's traded
It's
eight
traded
times
8 times
its
its float almost.
8 times its flow, yeah.
Well, I guess it's more like 5 times its float, but that's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, still waiting on that bit of a breakout on this 16250 price. I don't know. I think.
Oh,
I think
SNDL. That's right. I could have seen SNDL back in the day. Doing
Sundial?
that. SNDL did move quite a bit of volume back in the day for sure. This short now is looking like it might work out for me. Work out for me, work out for me. All right. Yeah, this short looks like it could work out for me over here. Let's see if we can get that drop down of VWAP over here on Square, which is up 3.5%. Getting a little bit of a swing on SQ. The successful drop past the 50 period and the 100 period EMA indicated the possible signal of a trend reversal on the intraday time scale over here on not Coinbase, on Square. This is just a 1 minute chart though. If we were to go to different time frames, on the 3 minute chart, we're exactly at the 50 period. On the 5 minute chart, we're nowhere near the 50 period, nor the 100 period, nor VWAP. So we're still got quite a bit of a ways for the 5 minute or the 3 minute for the EMAs to come, for the stock to come down to the EMA 100 or to VWAP. But on the 1 minute, breaking that trend line, showing me some sort of a possible reversal back to the downside over here, giving it that risk of, not much. We're short 68.60. My risk is 68.70. So 10 cents of risk. We're already in the money, 1:1 on this position. Let's see if we can turn it to be our best trade on the day and get like a 10R winner maybe, because we're risking 10 cents. It drops down $1. That's a 9R winner, 10R winner right there, and that's what we're expecting this to do. Maybe we do see 67.50 is coming into play, which is right around VWAP. If this trade works out, mashallah, I got a win on the board.
Mullen broke that price that I was looking for it to break. So volume coming in once again. Looking for this to break that 17 pennies. I might add on that break if there's a decent amount of size there, but we'll see what happens there. And gonna stop out just below 16 cents now because I feel like if we go back down below 16, then this move is kind of dead. So see what happens. We got size on the bid, not really a lot of size on the offer, and lots of buying coming into Mullen. We'll see if the intraday shorts can now get squeezed out of this one. Feels like a lot of people might have got short in this move down. So I'm wondering if they squeeze out on the move back up. Can we expect 15.5 on NASDAQ today? Could you explain? I'm not going to say like where I think NASDAQ is going today. I don't think that's valuable, but yeah, we could see that. That wouldn't be out of the ordinary really to see like I guess that would be like a 1% move up. I think the close is right around here on Monday, so a 1% move up would be basically right to that 15.5. I mean, it's totally possible. Wait, am I right on that? I might be wrong on that. Yeah, that'd be a 1% move. That's possible. I don't think it happens today necessarily because, we got light volume today, not a whole lot going on in the market, and probably not a lot of decisions being made on a holiday shortened week like this, but I don't know. I mean, it's definitely possible. We saw this move up in the morning that I got to say I wasn't really expecting to get a huge move up in the morning. I thought we would just get kind of chop all day, and we did get like a pretty solid move there from that 15.2.5 all the way up to 15.4. So why not go another 70 handles today if we start moving in the afternoon? Maybe there's not a lot of offers out there, and someone or multiple people start buying the market. Also, if the comments from the Fed this afternoon are really positive, that could provide a lot of momentum to the upside and potentially a squeeze up to that 15.5. So, yeah, anything's possible. I'm just not expecting.
Possible. All right, these guys are talking about the rundown topic, so I'm going to scream over their voice just so you guys don't get a hint as to what the rundown topics might be. I mean, come on, we already know what they might be. Mullen might be one of them, right? Banks might be one of them. I'll put my money down that Meta will be one of them.
Yeah, Meta would probably have to be one of them.
Right? I'm actually going through the volume leaders on Trade Ideas. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Go use code TraderTV, TTV20 in the chat. I think Bears vs. Bull, can you please help me out with the current code? I don't know what it is. I should be Trader TTV20 to get 20% off. Mike, sorry, I'm muted. Okay, thank you. I was muted because I was eating some food over here. But yeah, use code TTV20 to get 20% off on Trade Ideas over here. Bears vs. Bull, if you can help me with that code, I appreciate it. But on Trade Ideas, I'm not seeing Mullen over here as a volume leader. I even configured.
Are you filtered for?
Yeah, I even configured it. Took out all the filters that were there. Maybe I take that one out too. Took out all the filters and I didn't see Mullen. Maybe now Mullen might show up. Yeah, still no Mullen there. But IMBI showing up at 174 million shares. Usually there's a stock that always shows up in the higher end of the list. Tesla doing like 50 million shares. Even that's not showing up over here. So not sure what's going on
with your
with my Trade Ideas or anything in general. Like my
maybe
computer.
you have NASDAQ names filtered out.
Is that a thing? Maybe that's I'll try to do that. Hold up.
Exchanges.
NASDAQ.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know. You're gonna have to play with that one a little bit because yeah.
Not a good way to sell Trade Ideas right now. I apologize,
No,
Michael
no.
Nuss, if you're watching.
Mine, you guys can come to my screen. Mine is definitely working,
Thank
and
you.
I do have it filtered for
Thank
$1.
you.
So no Mullen on this one, but there's Tesla, there's Rivian, Neo, CCL. Volume's extremely light across the board. Nobody over $1 has cracked 100 million shares today. So as we've been alluding to all day, not a lot of decisions necessarily being made in the market. Where there are decisions being made is obviously on Meta today, which has gone absolutely insane. That 290 break taking us all the way to 298. And on Mullen, it seems like with 850 million shares of volume, people must be making decisions there. Deciding, I think, to cover their shorts based on some kind of lawsuit that could be incoming for that. And I am still awaiting that 17-cent break. Maybe now, like just adding on that 17-cent break makes sense, but I think I'll just stick with the trade that I have. See what happens at 18 cents. I think 18 cents could be a good break, and if that 17.5-cent size pops up again, then I will take the break of that, but I'll cancel that order if it does get there, and there is no size on 17.5 cents. What else you guys trading? Microsoft almost going red. I haven't even looked at Microsoft today. I rarely look at Microsoft, but let's take a look. Oh, here we go on Mullen, though. There's the 17-cent break. We still got that size on 17.5, so there's me in the Lambo. That's pretty nice. A teal-colored Lambo, too. A teal-colored Lambo.
Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah, teal. Is that an SVD? I think that was an SVD over there. Okay. Aventador lifestyle for Maximus over here. I think I need one with a yacht, bro. I need a yacht one. I'm joking. Nah, this obviously Max's Lambo is the way to go right now. If you are in the Mullen, you might as well call it a Lambo because that's what the stock is moving like. 15 held, 100 period EMA on the 1-minute chart happened to be around that 15 area. I mean, if you were looking at those tops around 15 too, that 15 break was so easy to get into. I'm not sure why I punched out. I guess I know why. It's because it showed me weakness under 15 for a second, so I punched out. But hey, 15 holding one more time over here, giving you the chance to reload. And then, am I muted again? Don't tell me that. Okay, good. But rocking back to the upside, someone saying it looks like a Civic instead. Is that what you said? Where'd that comment go? Come on, man. Don't be nice about the Lambo. That's a nice looking Lambo over there.
Yeah, it looks like a nice Lambo.
Exactly. Be nice. Brad needs the animation button. Ferrari, yeah, only if that Ferrari is being driven into the ocean. That's the only way I'll be driving that Ferrari. Without that not happening. Horn sounded like a school bus, though. I will say yes. That did sound like a school bus. Not sure what's going on with that horn over there, Fabian. If you don't know what a Lambo sounds like? Brother, just put a revving engine. That's all you gotta do. Put a 12-cylinder in there. Not a school bus clown horn. Like, come on, man. Looks like a clown driving that car, but thankfully it's Max, and he is no clown. He is killing it on Mullen right now. He's making Mullen look like the clown it is.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for that 17.5 cents to break on Mullen here. Looking like, I don't know. I'm just bored. It's kind of doing nothing. I think the fact that we broke 17 cents is positive, but I think we got to stay above that. I don't know. There's nothing else that I'm really watching at the moment. Tesla's coming back into that 280.20 price. So if you think Tesla's going up today, I mean, this is probably the spot where you want to get long. This is where we resisted before, and then we broke out from that price and started going. So this would be a decent dip buy price. I don't really love it necessarily based on, I don't know. There's just no explosiveness left in Tesla today. So I'm not loving that look. I'm going to stick with this Mullen. Okay, Coinbase really did roll off that 80 price. Probably should have been short off 80 one last time on Coinbase there. Comes all the way back down through 79. So yeah, 80 is actually resistance on Coinbase, I guess. Just, I had it on the wrong day.
Huntington? Who's Huntington? Is that Stop Huntington?
Stop Huntington?
Mr. Stop Huntington is firing today. Is that who you're talking about? Who's Huntington? Do you know who Huntington is? I'm saying it's Mr. Stop Huntington now. It's my thing. I'm taking it. I like that. Mr. Huntington, a.k.a. Bogdanov. Mr. Stop Huntington, a.k.a. Bogdanov, Colin. Someone in the chat coming in with a super chat. LSEA, can you take a look at that? I'm a new investor saying Graham with $1.99. We actually might have missed a lot of super chats today, and I do apologize for that. Bears versus Bull, if you're by any chance tracking these, I am not in our work chats on our account over here on the group account. So if you can, by any chance, post them in my Twitter DMs. I'll run through them before the show ends over here, please and thank you. If you don't have it, then anyone who did super chat us, thank you for all the love and support on that side. He did message me just now saying, I got you, bro, so I will be able to go through that. Coming back to the super chat over here that I just saw, though, LSEA, brand new investor, says our super chat. Only 200,000 shares traded on a day. This is not a day trading position, obviously. But for an investing side, you got to keep in mind that anything I'm about to state from here on out is not financial advice to begin with. We're not, what are those things called?
Financial advisors?
No, but fair. We're not financial advisors. We're not legally allowed to give you an advice on how to position your trade for a longer time scale or even for a day trade. We are just traders who host a YouTube show, and we show you how we position ourselves for the trade. That being said, how would I position myself for this stock over here? It is a homes corporation. I'm guessing some sort of a home builder. Home building. Yeah, home building. Looking at the recent numbers that came out, were actually good. We saw HD pop off of that. We also saw Lennar, L-E-N, pop off on that catalyst. So if LSEA over here is using any sort of the same catalyst, home buildings going up, more homes being created, and blah, 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 blah. If you're using the same idea as LEN, I'm not looking at the financials because I would have to dive way deeper into it to actually understand the financials of the stock, So I'm not gonna get into it.
I thought you said stonk.
Stonk, is that what it said? No, it says stonk for some reason. But if you're looking at the recent IPO over here, that little dinosaur emoji, 29th June 2018 is where we IPO'd, and the stock just recently got above that IPO price. That looks very bullish to me.
That's a bullish looking chart.
That looks very bullish to me.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't mind getting into a long around this area and maybe giving it a stop around this low of 750. If that that slow breaks, maybe we can get back in around 6 or 4 again later on. But I do like that long for a possible swing trade, long-term investment. Try somewhere around $9, $9.50, $10. But my stop has to be at the break of low of 8, $7.50 or so on.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think for me, I would like to see it hold around that $10 price. That's always a key price. You expect sellers to pop in there. So if they do come in and you expect them to, and it pushed back below that $10, but if we pop back above, we start to hold there for a bit, then that would look pretty bullish for the long term on that. Tesla did pop like 60 cents or something off that 280.20 price, so congrats to anybody who might have taken that trade based on us talking about that. And Mullen is right back at 17 cents, 17 being this, kind of a key level on the day it's looking like. So we'll see if we can pop through that 17.5. There's a big offer there. I'm expecting it to break, and then we'll see if 18 can get tested. AI just sold right back down, so AI not wanting to do anything. Rivian also not wanting to do anything, just trading in range. That Coinbase looks like it's kind of made a base right around that 79 price, which is where it resisted earlier today. So kind of easy support resistance flip kind of idea on that one. Tesla. I think Tesla back over 281 looks good, but I'm just like not loving what I'm seeing out of Tesla today. It's not doing enough volume for me to really have edge on this name, and it did prove that to me today, as I am quite red on the name today. Meta as well through 296 would look pretty good on Meta. Catching the dip and this hold around 295 would have been a decent spot to get long if you were looking to get long for that kind of late day squeeze into the close kind of vibe on Meta. Clearly I missed that. Should have been looking for, this side of the trade versus coming down on this side. What else? Has Mullen done it yet? Come on, Mullen. Mullen's now holding above 17 cents, which is good, but it's still not taking out this 17.2, which is not good. So, I don't know. Mixed signals on Mullen. There's an offer at 17.2. That gets filled. We probably go to 17.5, and then we see if that 17.5 offer gets filled. But, I'm not looking to sell at any of these prices. I'm looking for like 18, 19, 20 cents. We'll see if we can get it. I don't know. I'm expecting if we keep going, shorts do get squeezed out of this. So see what happens on Mullen. I don't know what else we got today. AMD really faded that gap. Apple back at 190. I don't know. Not a whole lot going on in the market at the moment.
Si, senor, indeed. Indeed. Whatever fun we were having on Mullen seemed to have kind of got muted down too, so that's a little boring over there. Markets are hanging exactly by VWAP, just barcoding sideways. That's the NASDAQ market. S&P 500 slightly above VWAP in a little bit of a better range, I think, just from quickly looking at the chart. Then the NASDAQ in a smaller range than the S&P 500, just from a quick glance. I could be wrong on this one, obviously. Another super chat from the morning. Thank you, Bears vs. Bull, the #1 moderator out there in the YouTube world. Shout out to him. Let your love show him how much you guys love him over there in the chat. Hit some ones, throw some hearts in there for Bears vs. Bull. The super chat is in RSD. What currency is that? I'm guessing
RSD.
Russian dollars? No, it's not ruble. Ruble is Russian. RSD, I don't know what currency it is, I'll be honest with you. 100 RSDs. I'm guessing it's Russian dollar. No, it's rubles. I don't know what RSD is. Okay. Can we expect 15,500 on NASDAQ today? If you could.
Oh, we did this one already.
Oh, you did it?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
We did this one. Awesome. So we don't have any more super chats to get to today. We have Serbian dinars. Oh, what's the R for then? Republic of Serbian dinars is what I'm guessing is what the R is. It's RSD, because I don't know what the R stands for in that case. FOMC minutes in 11 minutes. Indeed, yep. Derek, you are correct. FOMC minutes coming out at 2 o'clock today. We will not be getting off 5 minutes earlier. As far as I know, are we? Yeah, we are not getting off 5 minutes earlier because it's not like a full out FOMC where, things happen on a way drastic scale sometimes. It's just FOMC minutes. We get a transcript coming out. You'll see Sharif coming out and talking about, what the changes are from the previous meeting to this meeting and so on. And then we can maybe set our trades based up on that. People in the chat saying, oh, Darwin, come on, dude. Hopefully you don't have to get that ready. But for those of you who have to get that ready, then yes, do get that ready. I just recently got stopped out on Coinbase here, but looks like Coinbase doesn't really want to push too far to the north side, might just retrace back here. I'm just going to close shop, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go to the gym or go read the anchored VWAP book instead. I can't buy a single win. I'm not going to sit here and keep gambling and throw my mental capital away, throw my confidence away that I could come back to tomorrow and slap this market with. So I'm just going to take this L, do the L dance from Fortnite, and just walk right out the door.
That's the way to be. That is the way to be. And Meta is heating up now. So Meta at that 296 price. We said that's a breakout price. It breaks it. It's already 60, almost 70 cents in the money. So Meta's starting to make its ascent, but obviously anything can happen in 10 minutes. So that's the problem with taking these trades with 10 minutes to go until a market deciding event. You could get stopped out. It could dip back below into 295, and then Meta can decide to be independently strong later on and eventually make the move for you. So, it's kind of tough to take a trade like that when the market could go either way in 10 minutes here. And now we got that guy with 7,000 lots here, or whatever this may be, a person or entity, 7,000 lots trying to get filled on the bid. I think if they get filled, I'll probably be done with this one, change my stop. But I don't know, maybe they got more size below that they're not showing us
or
yet.
did they get filled?
I think they keep kind of pulling it. I think they're really trying to get a fill here, probably trying to cover a short. So let's see what happens with that order. But the volume's really dying down. I mean, we are at 890 mil, so we are very likely to hit that billion share mark.
It's a Memex too.
Oh, they're trying to get paid to take this.
Yeah, they want all the money.
Here. Yeah, they are greedy.
I bet you it's Brankles.
It is very likely to be Brankles back there.
FOMC minutes will bring the market down, says Juan Botello. Juan, I will say though, it's not a bad idea to have a theory out there. Theories make your trades as long as you are positioning yourselves for those trades, because ideas without executions equals nothing, right? So you got to pull that execution. You got to make that trigger. You got to put that trade on if you have an idea. So it's good to have an idea, but it's never a good idea to be so 100% confident on where the market is going or so on, because those biases are what hurts you in the market. I had a bias today. Look what happened. My number one loser, my number one bias. Rivian $21 breakout. I thought 20 would hold. I thought this would do. I thought that would do. Instead of what the market's actually telling me right off the open, I am throwing out my own theories because I believe I am smarter than the market. The only thing that matters is price, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
What is the stock doing? What is the market telling you? The market tells you information throughout the day, all day. Your job is to listen. Your job is not to force it. Because you try to force it, you will learn very quickly. You're going to learn today very quickly that you are not able to tell what the market what the market needs to do. So it is a good job. I like that theory. I'm honestly with you on that theory that the market's going to pull back down over here off the FOMC minutes. I mean, we are expecting another 2 more rate hikes coming in. All those theories put together, market most likely down. But anything is possible. Put yourself in Kevin Garnett's shoes and just scream, anything is possible. And then go back to your trading setup and be like, okay, now what is the trade setup? Where can I put money? Where can I trade? And how can I make money? Someone in the chat keeps saying the slots are rigged. I will say, the slots may or may not be rigged because I'm the one who made them and you're not going to know ever. But the market for sure is rigged. So be very careful and you will not know ever if it's rigged or not. So be very careful. Don't get beat up by the market. The market's always telling you answers. Your job is to listen to those answers.
Great talk there, Pride. And yeah, anytime that you try to force your idea onto the market all day, Good luck. That is gonna be your worst day ever for sure. I've had many worst day evers before. They keep getting worse, and but the best days keep getting better. So that's, I guess, a positive. But if you can eliminate those days where you just put your bias in there and you're trying to do something for way too long. I did the exact same thing on Rivian today. I did the same thing on Netflix. Not so much on Tesla, but I did lose on Tesla today. Could have been a lot better, but is what it is. What is this Rivian, or not Rivian, what's the stock called? Mullen. What is this Mullen doing? Can we just break out here?
I think Sharif would call it a flat top breakout setup incoming.
Flat top breakout through 17.2. I like it. Let's see it. I'm getting pretty bored with this. That 7,000 lot bid got like 60% filled, and then they blasted up off of it. So I don't know. Maybe it's the same person that's on 17.5. They're trying to get like a little 1/8 of a cent winner on 700,000 shares. I don't know. How much do you make on that? Like $6,000 or something?
On 1 penny?
On an 1/8 of a penny on 700,000 shares.
Wow. That's pretty insane.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of insane to try to do that, but
I mean, the risk you're putting on the same other side of the scale over
I
there
like
is
the
pretty much
conviction.
the same.
Well, maybe if you can get filled, if this thing flushes down like 5 cents or something,
You're screwed.
you're pretty, I mean, the risk reward is pretty nasty on that one, but you can always assume that somebody is trying to do something and the counterparties out there have some kind of mentality that you're trying to force onto them, but who knows what,
I mean,
if
how
that's
much
even the
how
same
much is the
person.
stock moving in a per minute scale? So what's the most volume it traded in 1 minute? It's around 18 million shares, 19 million shares in 1 minute. So for the stock to trade 700,000 shares in 1 minute and affect the price,
Not a big deal.
I think it will, but not by like crazy 5-cent moves, right?
Yeah.
I'm just
It just depends if you're like competing for fills with other people. Like if
Yeah.
it's flushing and you're
Where's the
trying
liquidity?
to cross, and you can only cross 10%, which is like 1.7 cents.
Someone says conviction or gamblation. I don't know if gamblation is a word, but I like it. Chat's making up words over here. Square's still trying to go up. Rivian still rejecting off that 20 area. Oh man, I should have just kept trading this position off that 20 area. Sure, I told you how easy it is to spot some of these trades some days. They come out with these catalysts, good or bad, and then throughout the day, they just show you constant selling around VWAP, and maybe even the next day, because usually if this, let's say a broker has to sell 12 million shares or 13 million shares of a stock, or buy 12 million, 13 million shares of a stock, they might be distributing the amount of shares that they have to buy or sell based on how much volume the stock does on an average 5-day, 10-day period. Then they take, let's say, probably 10, 25% of that volume and try to do it throughout the day for the next 5 to 10 days. And then if you look at the overall volume, let's say, 10 million, 20 million shares that need to be dumped off or get bought up, get cut up into 5, 10 days intervals, they could easily move that much size in X amount of days by running a program at VWAP or so on. And you're seeing that kind of take place today on multiple stocks. You're seeing it on Rivian right now. We saw it on a couple other stocks across the board today. So the game is pretty obvious. If you're seeing the $20 area act as a wall, which also happens to be right around VWAP, the trade's just short to the downside. I think that trade might end very soon though, because clearly this wall has got to break, man. This wall's got to break at 20.
You could say that, but you could also say that it's kind of rolling over right now. And if we break that low at like 1985 or 80s, then like that kind of looks like maybe the next leg down, and you go see low of day or see even lower, like some of Monday's levels. But I don't know. I expected Rivian to be strong today and break 20 and
What
kind
a
of
sad stock today.
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, if you're a scalper and you're just trying to like move big size for 10 to 20 cent moves, you're probably making a killing on Rivian today. Maybe that's what's holding it up and holding it down.
Though.
You think so?
Like I was
There's, like,
watching
size.
too, and most of it was in dark pools, especially at the $20 and at the lower end of the ranges. Everything is just in D. I was
Yeah.
like, okay, I see how you guys want to play these games now. Okay, cool. And it was. I'll say it was a little bit of a tough trade. I know Sean traded Rivian today, longs or shorts mostly. Still longs, okay. Still longs, still getting into longs. And obviously, if you caught on the bottoms, it would have worked out. For me, longs worked until they didn't, and then shorts worked until they didn't. It was just that way for me today on Rivian, man. Was a little hard for sure. I'll ask him again right before we end off over here. Did you find Rivian hard today?
I only made one trade.
Only made one trade off the long of 1950, so not hard at all. Not
Yeah,
all of us
not hard
could
at all.
be Sean, and that's who you're about to see in the next 3 seconds here. You want to wrap it up for us, Maximilians?
Yeah, thanks everybody for watching today. We will be back tomorrow. Shortened week. Hopefully a little bit more fun action tomorrow. Maybe people will be back from the Hamptons finally. But thank you, Trader Prad. Thanks to Obi, King of the Jungle. Send it over to Sharif for the recap, I believe.
All right, guys, welcome to the close. We're awaiting the release of the Fed minutes here and any reaction that it will have on these markets. Nothing yet as I keep my eye here on the